What if searching for their son meant losing each other? Part 1. Tanya, I already explained. We are not going on vacation that week, it's Nathan's birthday. I wanted to throw up my hands. But I knew it was hard for her to understand the pull I felt for my son. We had talked about having children a few times, but we were still waiting. Once we had children together, I was sure she'd have a better understanding. How about the week after? She asked with a pout as she leaned over our bed, wearing my old college tee and red-laced panties. Can't drive. Gerald goes on vacation, and the hospital will be short-staffed. I walked down the hallway to the third door before the stairs. Peeking in, I saw my son. He was my absolute pride and joy. It had been nearly 8 years since he graced my life, and although he wasn't born into a traditional family, I wouldn't have changed a thing. I sat on the edge of his bed, but he began to stir after I kissed his forehead. "Daddy?" His voice was groggy with sleep. "I love you. I have to go to work, but have a good day at school. Your mom will pick you up at the bus stop." Bella and I met in college. I was up to my eyeballs in schoolwork and, on a whim, attended a party a friend was pushing me to attend. After too many shots to count, I woke up in Bella's dorm, in her bed, completely naked. Neither one of us remembered how we got there. She was just as wasted as I was. 3 weeks later, we found out she was pregnant. My family was less than thrilled. We had money, and they were convinced Bella lured me to her room to trap me somehow. I really didn't know what to think. I grew up as the baby of the family, Emmett and Alice both ahead of me in age. I'd never wanted for anything a day in my life. I was a month shy of graduating, starting my residency, and then I knocked a girl up. Bella and I did our best to make a relationship work, but we failed. However, we both knew we'd be forever intertwined in the other's life. She let me attend the birth of my son, which I was very thankful for, and she did her best to include me where she could. The first year was hectic, to say the least. She was nursing, and Nathan had problems with bottles. I spent many hours sleeping on her couch, and I helped out as much as I could, while still juggling my residency. After Nathan turned a year and didn't have to depend on Bella so much for nutrition, we established a routine that worked for us. I took him every Wednesday night to Friday morning, along with every other weekend. When more or less time was needed, the other was always willing to work around it. Bella and I may have failed at a romantic relationship, but I considered us friends. She did too. We made good co-parents. I'd met Tanya when Nathan was 4. I'd started a new position at a new hospital, and she was a volunteer in pediatrics. Every week, Tanya would go around the ward handing out stuffed toys and reading stories. Tanya was gorgeous, smart, my family liked her. We got along well, and we had enough in common to keep me interested in her. It took me a while to gather up the courage to ask her out, but then a date turned into more, and then into marriage. Introducing Tanya to Bella was hard. Bella didn't hold a candle for me or anything, but Bella just wanted to be sure that I trusted Tanya with our son. It was always Nathan she worried about. It took about 6 months before I introduced Nathan to Tanya, but when I did, I gave Bella my word that we didn't need to fear her. However, anytime Bella and Tanya were in the same room, it would feel off. Tanya never knew where she fit with Bella, and I think Bella was a little weary of anyone that held a place in Nathan's life. Bella got a lot more relaxed when Tanya and I married. We got married shortly after Nathan turned 5. Nathan was our ring bearer, and Bella was all smiles. She hadn't dated much, at least not that she'd told me, but I hoped one day she'd find someone. As a stepmom, Tanya was great. She enjoyed staying home and taking care of Nathan while I worked. When we didn't have him, she continued to volunteer in the hospital. I placed one more kiss on Tanya's lips. We'd talk about a vacation when I got home, but I really wanted to consider one where we took Nathan with us. It had been a while since we'd had a family vacation, and I wanted one. I was also sure Bella could use the break. I unlocked my car and headed to work. Working in the ER was a hectic job, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. However, I hated when I walked into work and, unexpectedly, get slammed with a double shift. Tanya would be pissed I wouldn't be home until the middle of the morning, but I'd make it up to her later. I was looking at the entire weekend off in a few days, and it was not my weekend with Nathan. I considered taking her away to a bed and breakfast we'd been considering trying out. It was only a few hours away, but it might be enough for her to get off my back. About a grand vacation for the two of us. On my lunch break, I texted her to book us a suite. She was thrilled. I loved making my wife happy. I also knew the added hours would be forgiven. I was still considered the new doctor on the block, even 3 years in, so more often than not I was given the extra shifts. As dinner time neared, my phone went off. I almost didn't answer it until I saw it was Bella. She'd never call me unless it was about Nathan, so I answered. "Edward, where is my son?" She screeched through the phone. "What are you talking about?" I asked, because it wasn't like Bella to call me out of the blue. Out of the two of us, Bella was always the calmer parent. For her to call me, in a panic, was alarming. I asked where Nathan is. When I went to the bus stop to pick him up, the driver told me he wasn't there this morning, so I called the school, and they said he was absent today. "Bella, he was at home when I left. Let me call Tanya. Maybe he woke up sick or something." Panic began to take over me, and I hightailed it into my office. Tanya would have called me if she kept him home, at least she did last time, and when I talked to her earlier, she hadn't mentioned anything. I hung up on Bella, although not on purpose, so I could quickly dial my house number. "Hello, baby," Tanya's flirty voice filled the receiver. "Is Nathan with you?" I asked quickly. "No, it's not our day to have him. I dropped him at the bus stop this morning and—" "So he's not home?" I interrupted. I just said, "And did you watch him get on the bus?" Every red flag in my brain was lighting up like a Christmas tree. No, but Ed." My fingers started working before my mind could catch up. "Hello?" Bella was in tears, and I could hear it in her voice. "He's missing, Bella. He's missing." As soon as Bella told me she'd call the police, I hung up the phone and ran to my father's office. After a very brief and winded explanation, I tore out to the parking lot to my car. Once inside, tunnel vision took over. I needed to get home and find Nathan. When I pulled up, Tanya bolted out of the house and asked what was wrong. She kept going on and on about trying to call me back, but I didn't even recognize the 10 missed calls my cell phone claimed I'd missed. Before I even got in the house, I could hear the sirens in the distance as Bella haphazardly parked in my driveway. Her face was red, eyes puffy, and tears streamed down her face. If you'd asked me then what she was wearing, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. The day turned into night with no sign of Nathan. My living room was turned into "Where's Nathan?" Central. Most of my family huddled inside while Bella's father, the chief of police, had his men coming in like a revolving door. I vaguely remembered the officer taking me aside to ask me questions. "When did you last see your son drive?" "Cullen?" I knew the guy, Officer Newton. His cold shoulder immediately irritated me. I knew his questions were reasonable, but I didn't like feeling as if I was a suspect. "This morning, I kissed him goodbye when I was leaving for work." "I guess it was like 5:30, I answered. "So your wife is the person who sees him to the bus? Is that normal?" Yeah, well, Tanya stays home while I work. After I leave, she gets him breakfast and off to the bus stop. I put my head in my hands. I honestly didn't remember the last time I had taken him to school myself. It never occurred to me before, but, in that instant, I felt like a failure. "Do you know what he was wearing the last time you saw him?" "Superma and pajamas. He threw a fit until I let him wear them last night." I smiled at the memory before shaking myself out of it. "I don't know what Tanya put him in for school. You'll have to ask her." "Does he have any scars? Dental work? Anything that would be a unique identifier?" "Yes, on the back of his neck. He fell down when he was 4, landed on a rock. It needed stitches, and it left a mark." He asked me if it was in his medical records, and I nodded. "Do you have any enemies? Any family members threaten you for a death at the hospital? Anything like that?" "No, never," I immediately answered. "That's all I need for now. If you can think of anything, come find me, okay?" I choked out a thank you. In the distance, I saw Tanya sitting with a different officer. I assumed answering the questions I couldn't. Bella sat in the living room. If I didn't know any better, I would have said she was catatonic. Her eyes were open, staring into the distance at what seemed like nothing. When Charlie came to sit next to me, I jumped. I never saw him coming. "We'll find him, Edward. We will." I could hear the emotion laced in his voice. We both knew the odds. But in what conditions? It's almost nightfall. That's what, 12 hours, almost. As time goes on, I couldn't go on. Up until this point, I had kept a brave face on, trying to keep it together so I could feel helpful, but sitting next to Bella's father, I lost it. I wasn't aware of how much time passed before Charlie stood up. An officer pulled him over to talk more. My ears opened. I tried to catch even a whisper of what they were saying. But it all just sounded like a jumble of words. When I looked up, I saw my sister, Alice, hugging Bella as she stayed curled on the chair in my living room. On the opposite side was my mother and Tanya. For a brief second, I felt worse for Bella. My family had never welcomed her. Shortly after Tanya and I got married, I heard her and Mom talking in whispered hushes. My mom was expressing her joy that Tanya was her new daughter-in-law. Apparently, when Bella and I announced to our families she was pregnant with Nathan, my mom immediately thought I'd rush off to marry Bella. We were young, dumb, and both thought that would have been even stupider than our drunken one-night stand. We went on a few dates, but Bella broke it off. "Bella, I'm so sorry." I continued to hold her as she sobbed. The positive pregnancy test was staring at us from the end table. I can't do this," she whispered through her tears. "I promise you, we will get through this." I'm not sure I believed myself. They were the only words I could offer her. "I don't even know you." She looked up with her innocent brown eyes all red and puffy from an hour's worth of crying. "You will. We'll get to know each other." In the end, we did just that. I'd never anticipated that my mother would immediately begin screaming at Bella mere seconds after the announcement. She went on and on about how Bella must have hunted me down for our money. "Bella, I thought you were willing to give us a try," I pleaded. "We'd been on a few dates since our disastrous meeting with my family. We both got along well. She was smart, funny, and intellectually witty. It won't work. We'll stay friends for the baby, but I don't want to date you." Her voice was strong, but I could see the tears forming in her eyes. My gut told me yes. He didn't really want to end things with me like this, but she stayed strong, regardless. What did I do? It came out as a whisper. "Edward, I can't be with a man who thinks I'm with him for his money. And I can't see a future with a man whose family thinks the same thing." Tears began to fall from her face as she went on to explain, "When your mother started screaming, your first instinct wasn't to defend me. So please, don't bother lying to me and saying you don't feel that way. I know that you do, and I don't blame you, but I also don't want you." "I'm sorry." She shut her door in my face. At the time, I wanted to scream and yell at her that she was wrong, that I had never thought that, but the truth was that I couldn't. My mother's voice never left me from that day forward. We had just talked about going out at the end of the week. Bella had returned all of the money I'd spent on her up until that point. When I suggested we go to a nicer restaurant in the city, she said no, that she couldn't afford it. I offered to pay, but she continued to say no. I don't know what came over me to hurt her, but the next sentence had sealed our fate. "My mother was right about you, wasn't she?" I hadn't thought of those dark few weeks between us until after I heard Tanya and my mother's conversation. Part of me always wondered what would have happened had my family been supportive. Then, I reminded myself that it no longer mattered. My father, Carlisle Cullen, was a well-known surgeon in the northwestern region of the country. When combined with the hefty inheritances left from my father's father, and his father's father, it was well known that my family were millionaires. On the flip side, Bella was born to a flighty mother who took off with her when she was a toddler, and a man who made moderate means as the police chief of a small town. That was how we ended up moving to Forks after college. Bella pleaded with me, saying she wanted to be near family. So after we both graduated from the University of Washington, we packed up and moved. My parents didn't tell me they had planned to follow me, but they moved to the outskirts of Forks shortly after I bought my house. My father was now the head of the local hospital, while I worked as a doctor in pediatrics. "Edward, you need to eat." My mother's voice broke me from my memories. She put a plate of food in front of me, but I just stared at it. It was then that I realized most everyone had cleared out of my house. Tanya was nowhere to be seen. I assumed she was sleeping. Bella still sat in the same chair that she inhabited hours earlier. A few lingering officers hunched over notepads, computers, and phones. My legs ached from non-use as I pushed myself off the bench I was sitting on. "Bella?" She immediately looked up at me. We hadn't spoken to each other since the police arrived. She gave me her best frowny smile while I took a seat at her feet and intertwined our hands. Bella and I had always felt a connection to each other. But that's what happens when you have a child together. "We'll find him," I whispered. "He's alive, I feel it." Her voice was hoarse, but she pushed the words out anyways. "I'm his mother, I would know, right? I can't believe I didn't know. How could I not know? I'm his mother. What if I'm wrong again?" Her head fell as the tears started up again. Instinctively, I pushed up to the seat and wrapped my arms around her. "We'll find him," I repeated over and over again as a mantra. I'm not sure who it was meant for, more her or me. When I looked up a few minutes later, I noticed my mother and my wife, both wearing scowls on their faces, as they tried using the shadows of the doorway to conceal their location. I didn't have the time to deal with them. I logically knew this must look horrible, but this was the mother of my now missing child. No one could imagine the pain we were going through but us. Don't wake them. I could hear the slightly muffled voice of my sister. Alice, Tanya can't see them like this. What will she think? My mother scolded my sister. Their son is missing, Mom. Your grandson. I know you don't like her, but have some compassion. Alice's words were becoming clearer, and I hoped Bella wasn't hearing this. Having my family in the same room as her had always been volatile, but I did not have the time or energy to handle any extra drama. My eyes blinked open, and I realized the clock read 8:06 a.m. The last time I saw a clock, it was nearly 3. Bella was still curled onto my chest. If I weren't so uncomfortable from the angle we slept on that chair, I would have wondered how the two of us fit on it to begin with. Anything? I asked. Charlie came up behind my mother, shaking his head. No. We have search parties out. A tip line has been set up, but so far nothing. Edward, if I learn anything, you know I'd come straight to you. I nodded a thanks. I slowly got up from the chair, laying Bella down as gently as possible. Tanya came around the corner and into the living room, her hair done with makeup on her face. I mentally reminded myself that she wasn't Nathan's mother, but even that didn't take the nauseous feeling out of my stomach. Good morning, sweetheart, she crooned, and I instinctively pushed her away. I was not sure why I did it, but I did. She huffed and walked away with my mother. Once Nathan was found, I'd make it up to her. But right now she just wasn't my focus. Bella woke up a few minutes later. Charlie came in to inform us that the search parties were coming up empty, and despite a handful of tips, nothing posed useful yet. He kept saying, yet, like it mattered. We both knew that the more time elapsed the more likely he'd never be found. Edward, have you noticed anyone unusual around the house? More so than normal? Charlie's question caught me off guard, but I answered no. He went on to explain that since my family was well known for money, it was possible that he was taken for that reason. At this point, he felt we were waiting for a ransom letter or call. I told him that I'd give any amount of money to have my son back. I tried pushing Charlie into letting me join the search, but he kept telling me no. He explained when a ransom call came in, I needed to be here to answer it. As night began to fall again, I noticed some of the officers started to act a little off. We still didn't have any word, and when I looked out the window, I noticed Charlie pulling up in his cruiser. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until I noticed Charlie head for Tanya. Mrs. Cullen, I'd like to take you to the station for a little while. I need you to give your statement again and answer the questions you couldn't yesterday, I heard the officer next to Charlie ask Tanya. In 3 quick strides, I was at the other side of the room. I heard Bella gasp, and I knew the entire room's attention was now focused on what was happening here. Am I under arrest? Tanya screeched as the officer told her no. Then why? She questioned. I watched her face go from calm to hysterical in a blink of an eye. Even to me that seemed staged. Had she always been like that? Ma'am, you were the last known person to be with Nathan. Your words, at this point, are the most important. We just need to make sure we have it all down. You're not a suspect. This is for Nathan, he pushed, and Tanya relented. From the doorway, I watched as they drove off with Tanya. Logically, I knew what the officer said sounded reasonable, but something didn't sit well. You should go with her. Bella's voice made me jump. No, I'm needed here in case they call. She'll be fine. They just have questions. I waved Bella off. Do you remember what I asked you when you first wanted me to meet her? I thought back to that day. I met someone. I spoke as Bella sat at my dining table. I was nervous for some reason. My palms were sweaty, but I was excited. I had just told Tanya that I loved her for the first time, and I knew we were ready for this step. Okay, Bella's face remained blank. I'd like to introduce Nathan to her, I pressed on. How long have you been seeing her? Bella was always the calm and rational one. About 6 months. It's serious. If it weren't, I wouldn't even bother asking. She shushed me. Edward, I understand. I have only one question. Do you trust her with our son? Without a doubt. Bella gave me her blessing to introduce them, and asked that she be able to meet her in the near future, as well. Bella assured me she didn't want it to be awkward, but she wanted to know the other woman who would eventually becoming a strong fixture in her son's life. I more than understood. Looking back, It didn't take me long to realize which question she was referring to, so I nodded. Do you still feel that way? Her voice was now a whisper. I didn't answer. I wasn't given the chance. You did this, you whore. You've always wanted my son, our money. You're not going to turn him against his own wife. Why? Mother screamed as she stormed to the doorway where we stood. Bella visibly jumped as my mom rushed to our location. Edward, you can't let her poison your mind. She's been nothing but a bitch since you introduced us to her. Now, she's trying to turn Tanya against you? I raised my hand to silence her, but she kept on raving. I'm sure you set all of this up. Let's feel bad for poor, lonely Bella. You know why you're alone. Because you're a whore. You stalked my son just so he could knock you up. I know you did. I looked up to see my father making his way down the stairs. His shoulders were rigid, and his eyes were wide in horror at my mother's words. Esme, that's enough, my father barked, causing us all to jump. My father was known to be a gentle man, hard fast to principles and morals, but never one to raise his voice. Carlisle, I was just before my mother could finish her thought. My father apologized to Bella and was now pulling my mother to their car. He told me he'd be by later to check on me, but for now, he was taking my mother home. Bella, I turned just in time for her to put her hand up, signaling me to shut up. I don't want to hear it. I'm gonna go look at Nathan's room. Let me know if anything changes. With that, Bella took off for the stairs. Her back was shaking, and it didn't take a rocket scientist to know she was crying. I made my way back into the house and collapsed onto the sofa. I could hear officers talking but not what they were saying. I didn't know how long Tanya would be gone, or when Bella would come back downstairs. My sister took pity on me, and came to sit next to me, resting her hand on my knee. You're an idiot, you know that? Alice asked. I glared at her. I really didn't know what she was talking about, nor did I have the mental capacity to care. You should stick up for Bella more, she explained. You hated her just as much as, Mom. You've all of a sudden changed your mind? It was not that I didn't want my family to like Bella. She was invited to many things that Nathan was, and it was always tense. I would have loved for that to go away. But here sat my sister, who was as Bella-hating as my mom, and I felt like she was being a hypocrite. Perhaps, but I was younger then. None of us gave Bella a chance. We've been doing things together, lately, when she doesn't have Nathan. Ya know, lunch, shopping, that sort of thing. Everything Mom said about her. Well, she's wrong. Bella's pretty awesome. I nodded because I was speechless. I had no idea they were becoming friends. Not that I minded, I just didn't know. Truth is, I didn't know a lot of what was going on in Bella's life lately. We normally took a little time a day or two out of the month to catch up when we moved Nathan between houses, but I had been slammed at work lately. So Tanya was doing the exchanges. For the second time this week, I felt like a failure as a father. Enough self-loathing. I see it in your face. Right now we focus on finding Nathan, and then maybe you should spend more time reconnecting with your son and his mother. Take a few days away from the hospital. Alice spoke her piece and stood up. I watched as Alice headed for the stairs, but Bella started to descend them, instead. Edward, you said he wore his Superman PJs to bed, right? She questioned, her face now clear. I nodded. Then where are they? They aren't in his hamper. And I checked the one in his bathroom, too. And then, Tanya said he was wearing his blue jeans with the green plaid shirt and orange vest, right? The one Alice bought him as a joke, because you said you hated how hunters dressed. It's hanging in his closet. The uneasy feeling that had died down before had now returned. I heard Tanya's voice before I saw her, my mother in tow. Thanks for answering your phone, Edward. I had to call your mother to come pick me up. Her voice was laced with sarcasm. Where is my son, Tanya? Bella's voice grew strong and confident. I don't know, Tanya shrugged. Tanya, where are his Superman PJs? And why is the outfit you said you put him in still in his closet? Bella continued to press while Tanya's face went pale before she quickly recovered. I didn't want to believe the evidence stacking against my wife, but I saw Bella's point. We all headed upstairs where Tanya couldn't find his pajamas, but then remembered it wasn't the green plaid and orange. It was the blue plaid and red. That outfit was missing, but Alice pipped up saying that she'd never bought him that. Tanya said she did, which I found funny since I'd never seen it, but we all let it drop when Charlie came to find us. One of the women from the Quileute reservations had spotted a man that looked out of place a few days back. She didn't recognize him and claimed she knew all the locals. Since it wasn't tourist season, He just didn't seem to fit, so she called to report him. She gave the police the best description she could and was currently working with a sketch artist. Charlie had come in from Seattle PD. The confusion between what he was or wasn't wearing had now been somewhat dropped, but I did have to call my dad to have him take my mother home after she started screaming at Bella again. I noticed Alice had become Bella's biggest supporter. Tanya came to me crying profusely, going on and on about how she was sorry she got his clothes wrong. She was just so frazzled when the police showed up. And she was so worried about Nathan. I gave her a hug and told her it was okay. I understood her feeling rattled. I was too. The day turned into night again with no word about Nathan. The woman who'd seen the strange man had finished giving her description. A composite sketch of the man was being plastered all over the area and added to the Amber Alert that had gone out after he was originally reported missing. When I looked at the picture, I saw evil. We still didn't know if this man had anything to do with taking my son, but I couldn't help but feel biased. She described a man about 6'3", average build, probably around 195 pounds. He had sandy blonde hair, cut short, and brown eyes. What she described for clothes sounded like hiker's clothes. He was driving an older blue Ford F-150. I had never been more thankful for old nosy women before in my life. The next morning, Charlie showed up with 3 dogs in tow. Forks PD didn't have access to training canines. After the description the woman gave of the man looking like he was going hiking, he put in a few calls to Seattle and had a few sent down. Bella handed over his blanket for the dogs to smell, in hopes that they'd pick up his scent. He explained to us that it was a long shot because so much time had elapsed, and he was sorry for not considering it sooner. He then said that we both remained inside until the dogs were out of sight. He didn't want us to get our hopes up if the dogs picked up on something. As hard as it was, both Bella and I waited inside, praying that more information would be found. Officer Newton told us the tip line had begun ringing off the hook since the flyers went up with the man's face. He said it was promising. An hour or two went by with no word. After pleads from my sister, I went up to my bedroom for a shower and clean clothes. I was still in the same button-up and slacks I had left the hospital in 4 days prior. I realized it was now Friday. I opened the door to see 2 suitcases on the bed with Tanya throwing things in each one. "What are you doing?" I questioned as I rubbed my eyes, exhaustion slowly taking over what was left of my strength. "We leave in the morning, babe. Remember the bed and breakfast?" She continued to throw clothes in. I began racking my brain and then realized what she meant. "I'm not leaving." I was horrified by several thoughts at once. First, that Tanya seemed so heartless and callous. How could she even fathom that I would go on a worthless vacation with her while my son was missing? I'd always felt that Tanya didn't know what it was like for me to be a parent, but that sealed that case. Secondly, I began questioning anything I had ever seen in her. I knew my mother loved her, but when this was all said and done, I wasn't sure how I viewed her. And lastly, that no one could know about this. I did not need the added drama. "Of course we are. You need to get away. If anything changes, Charlie will call you. We need time for us, Edward." Tanya came up and put her arms around me, but I pushed her off. "Tanya, my son is missing. That is missing. I don't know if he's dead or alive, if he's hurt or scared, or hungry, and you think for 1 second that I'd think about going on a vacation? Are you out of your mind? I am not leaving." I knew I was screaming, but when I turned around, I saw a lot of stunned faces. My eyes immediately snapped to Bella's. "You're going on vacation?" Her voice was a little more than a whisper, but her eyes bore into me like she was looking at Satan himself. I had seen Bella upset before, hell, even angry, but nothing could describe the vile look of disgust she held for me now. Before I could say anything, she fled. Looking up, I watched my mother rush to Tanya. I didn't even know my mom was back at the house. Tanya was in tears, spouting things to my mom about how she was worried about me, and she just thought I needed a break. The crowd at the door started to dissipate. My dad let me know that my brother, Emmett, and his wife, Rosalie, would be landing in town that night. They had been in Europe and relatively unreachable until this point. They called to check in, but once they found out what was going on, they told my dad they would catch a flight home as soon as possible. When he left, I realized the only 2 people I was left with were my wife and my mother, neither of which I wanted to deal with right now. "Get out of my house," I turned my head, and ordered at them both. "I'm your mother, Edward. Do not take that tone." I cut her off. "Both of you, I don't want you here." Tanya, pack a bag, and stay with my mom. Get out now, enjoy your vacation, I spat before heading into the bathroom and slamming the door. My son had been missing since Monday. In 5 short days, not only had my reason for living been stolen from me, but no one was who I thought they were anymore. I stepped into the steaming shower, solving that once I was clean and in fresh clothes I would find and apologize to Bella. Yet again, as the steaming hot water burned my skin, a million thoughts came crashing down on me like fire sent to me from my own personal hell. First and foremost in my head were thoughts of Nathan. Where was he? How was he? Was he hurt? Could I have helped him? Would we find him? Would we find him in time? My thoughts then drifted to the woman who I had made cry way too many times in the past 8 years. Bella was an amazing mother, a great friend, and an amazing person. Even though we didn't work, it didn't mean I wasn't thankful that my son was born to her. I could have ended up drunk with anyone else, but it was her. She was compassionate, caring, and understanding. I feared all of this was just pushing a greater gap between us. We were close, but then I got married. I guess time drifted without me realizing it until now. Then there was the matter of my wife who I didn't even recognize moments ago. Who was this woman I vowed to love forever before God, my family, my son? How she thought I could just leave was beyond me. I hadn't been functioning for days and I punched the tiled wall in frustration. Too much was going wrong. I shut the water off and dried myself off with the closest towel I could find. As the steam started to evaporate off the mirror, I took a good, hard look at myself. I shook my head at my reflection. I was becoming the man I didn't want to be. When I was asked to describe my dad in 3 words at the dinner recognizing his promotion, I chose loyal, moral, and family man. It was technically 4 words, but I didn't care. When Carlisle Cullen stood behind you in your cause, you knew it would take treason before he'd step away. Once he got his hooks in an idea, he never wavered. His principles and morals were solid, resulting in an amount of compassion I could only be in awe of. However, the most important trait in him was that he was a husband and father first. He loved being a doctor. He loved his patients, and there were many times where he gave up sleep to finish things. He never once missed a baseball game or a parent-teacher conference. He was there, because we were important and we knew it. Looking at myself, I knew Nathan couldn't look at me like that. A month ago he barreled into the house raving about how Bella had just signed him up for baseball. He was so excited and his first game was 2 weeks later. Bella had texted me that day to remind me and went on to tell me Nathan had a surprise. I didn't show up though, because I had a.m. ound of paperwork on my desk and Tanya had started complaining about the long hours again. So instead of cutting out an hour early to watch my son play his first baseball game, I sat in my office doing paperwork that could have waited. I was a failure. When I walked out of the bathroom, clad in only a towel, I was surprised to see my father sitting on the edge of my bed. I nodded my head, so he can. He was acknowledged before I stepped into my walk-in closet and shut the door. I found the closest thing to comfortable clothes I could, a simple t-shirt I'd had since college and some sweatpants, before walking back out. Not where you expecting to end up, huh? He seemed to have read my thoughts through the bathroom door. I sighed and took a seat next to him. Do you know the single thing I wished for when your mom gave birth to each of you? The question was more rhetorical, because I really didn't know. Edward, I've always ever wanted you to be happy. Are you? I felt so small under his stare. But I knew he wasn't doing it on purpose. My problem was that I didn't know how to answer that. If you were to have asked me a week ago, I would have told you I was ecstatic. My career was heading in the right direction. I had a wife I loved more than anything, and a son I was very proud of. Now sitting here today, I didn't even know who I was anymore. I won't attempt to give you advice on Bella. You tried, and it didn't work. I know that. Right now none of that matters. I'm not sure what Tanya's motives were, Edward, but something is off. I don't know what it is. She could have absolutely no clue what happened to Nathan. But I don't believe it. Deep down I think you feel the same way. Right now, that is who we all need to focus on. Rosalie and Emmett are here now and I've put O's on detail keeping your mom and Tanya away from here. I love your mother very much, but I don't know who she is right now any more than you are recognizing who Tanya is. My eyes snapped up to meet his. I'm not blind, Edward. The difference is that your mother and I will be fine. She's scared, worried, and protective of you. She always has been. You're her eternal baby. I think she's a little worried about things and situations that don't concern her, but we love each other. That isn't going anywhere. He chose that moment to walk out and I realized what he was saying. Sadly, I didn't know if Tanya and I would be fine. In that moment I didn't care. Nathan's birthday was in 6 days and I'd be damned if he wasn't going to be home by then. I glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly midnight. Another day had gone by with no answers. When I walked downstairs I felt like I was entering another house. Several officers were noisily talking back and forth, glancing down at papers as they did. I saw Emmett in the background talking to someone when Bella caught my attention. The second her eyes met mine she smiled and raced up to me. Did they find him? For once, maybe my prayers would be answered. No, her smile faded, but they got a tip that identified a man looking exactly like the picture at Seattle's airport this morning. Why are you smiling then? She frowned. Because it's something. The airport is getting images from security cameras right now for identification purposes. It's not much, but it's something. Bella, I just don't want us to get our hopes. She cut me off. Listen, Edward, right now this is what I have, she stated forcefully. It may be nothing, but it's something. Right now I'm living on hope. What else do we have? And before my eyes she broke down again. I wrapped my arms around her as she brought her head to my chest. I know, I'm sorry, I whispered into her hair. The next several hours passed by excruciatingly slow. The sun began to rise as everyone awaited word. Emmett had come over to me and apologized for not being here sooner, but I told him it wasn't his fault. We exchanged a single nod and hug, but said no more. Lit. Past 9 Charlie walked in to announce it was the same man the woman had identified. He'd contacted the airline and we had a name, Garrett Randall. The flight he was boarding was on its way to Alaska and he'd contacted their local authorities to pick him up for questioning. At this point they didn't have enough to bring him back to Washington. But if he was found to be connected to Nathan's disappearance that would change. For the first time, I saw Bella smile and even laugh once or twice. She just kept telling me to have hope. Tanya had called me a few times, but I continued to ignore her calls. With everything going right I should have known the worst wasn't over. Charlie showed back up to the house that evening with a scowl on his face. He asked Bella and I to take a seat on the couch. I don't know how to say this, and I know how formal I should stay, but I can't. About an hour ago I got a call from Seattle PD. They found a boy, matching the description of Nathan. I tried pulling some strings for a picture so I could identify him, but they won't budge. We need to get you both down there to see. Where is he, Charlie? He wouldn't have sat us down for this. His rough cop exterior started to falter. The morgue. I'm sorry, I tried so we didn't have to go, but they'll only show either of you. He came in as a Johnny Doe. They said the description matched. We can go at any time. It could not be him. But we all have to be prepared for otherwise. The slow-motion tunnel vision from the first day had returned. It took nearly 15 minutes before Bella could form a coherent sentence. I quickly changed into some jeans and I situated Bella and I in my car. Charlie continued to tell us that we should just drive in the back of his cruiser, but I couldn't have that. I was driving and nothing was changing my mind. We'd get there faster anyways. The drive to Seattle was 4 hours in total. A 4 hours hell of not knowing. My family had piled into Emmett's SUV and were following. I saw my mom in the passenger seat, but I had no idea if Tanya was with them or not. I really didn't care. As a doctor, I'd encountered dead bodies before, but nothing prepared me for possibly identifying my own son. When we arrived at the hospital, Charlie continued on his trend of bad news. The Alaskan police had shown up at the man's house, but it didn't appear that he'd been home at all. When they checked the security footage from the tapes at their airport, it appeared that he got off his flight to Alaska just to board another one back to Seattle. By the time Charlie knew, it was too late to have him picked up at the airport, so for all we knew he was anywhere in Seattle. I was worried Bella was going to buckle after the second biggest blow we'd been given in a matter of hours, but she was remaining strong. She wouldn't speak, but I held her hand as we took the elevator down. Once inside, we both opted to stand behind a glass area they had. So all that had to happen was a sheet pulled back. The tension in the air was suffocating. My heart was beating out of my chest, and if I listened closely, I could hear Bella's too. The entire room was silent. The only two people in there were Bella and I. While everything was being situated, I just kept thinking about the last time I had seen Nathan. It was a quick kiss goodbye, not nearly what it would have been if I knew it was the last time I would see him. Had I done enough? Did he know how much I loved him? How special he was to me? I didn't realize it until I wiped my cheek, but tears were falling from my eyes as well as Bella's. With her body clutching onto me for dear life, we watched as the attendant opened the cold steel door and pulled the table out. A blue basic hospital sheet covered the boy's body and face. Staring at that sheet, not knowing if it was my last chance to tell my son I loved him or not, I just felt pain. My mind, my body, my soul was taken over by a blaze of fire that was light from the inside out. All of the emotions I had been trying to keep a hold of just crashed on top of me, but I knew in that moment it was time to face the truth. He looked up at us. My eyes glanced down to Bella. Her eyes were bloodshot, her lip looked torn open by the excessive biting she has been doing, and she was visibly shaking. Her eyes bored into me a silent plea to be the strong one, because she wasn't going to make it. No amount of medical training could have prepared me for what we saw after I had looked up and nodded that we were ready. The face of the unknown little boy came into view. Bella gasped, before falling to the ground in a fit of tears and screams. When I started my college career, I knew part of my classes would entail working on cadavers. When I started working in a hospital, I knew I would not be able to save everyone. Being a doctor was my career. As a result, I've seen several dead bodies. However, there was nothing in the world that could have prepared me for the moment where a coroner pulled back the sheet on this little boy. His hair was matted with mud and dirt. There were slices on his face where it was obvious that he'd been attacked. Part of his left ear was torn off. What should have been white skin was bruised and darkened. The little boy that laid on that table went through hell. I had no idea what the last bit of his life must have been like, but all I wanted to do was hug his soul. However, that boy was not mine. He was not my son. He was not our son. I looked down at Bella, who couldn't hold herself together. It was very obvious to us. They had the wrong boy. But Bella wasn't prepared for that scene. In our hurry to get here, it never occurred to me that she hadn't even seen a dead body before. Warning over. I decided that if we had to do this again, I would push for her to wait. I didn't think she'd listen, but I would try nonetheless. We walked out of the room and I shook my head at Charlie. Relief washed over his face. Bella was back to basically a catatonic state. I asked questions, but she just gave me a blank stare. At this point, I would have killed to be a mind reader. I wanted to help her, but I couldn't. We got back to where my family was waiting and I answered them with a shake of my head. Everyone started smiling and breaths of air that were being held were released, but they didn't get it. Now we were back at square one. The only thing we had was the name of a man who was supposedly in Seattle. Somewhere, anywhere, Garrett Randall. For the life of me, I'd hate those two names for all of eternity. He could be innocent, but I didn't care. I held Bella's hand all the way to my car and got her into the passenger seat. I told her I was going to talk with my family for a few and then we'd get back on the road to home. She nodded, but her eyes remained vacant. They were no longer filled with the lively woman I'd met almost 8 years ago. Nathan's birthday was next week and I wasn't sure if we were going to survive it or not. Emmett clapped his hand to my back and we shared a nod. Rosalie walked up and gave me a hug. Edward, I'm sorry. My mother's voice rose so I could hear her, but really I wasn't in the mood for her apologies. I'm just worried about you and Nathan. I'll try and be nicer, okay? Fake. That was the only way to describe the words coming out of her mouth. I rolled my eyes and shrugged. Tanya, who I hadn't really spoken to since that night, was standing behind my mom, staring down at her hands. I motioned for her to follow me and we walked out of earshot of my family. Look, I know you don't understand. You're not tied to Nathan like I am, like Bella is, but common sense, Tanya. I let out a push of air. I was frustrated that I even needed to have this conversation to begin with. I know and I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I really thought we'd find him already and I feel guilty. I mean, if I had stayed, maybe. Her voice trailed off. I didn't really know how to respond to that. I knew she felt guilt, but so did I. Can I come back home? She asked and I nodded. But lay off of Bella. She's done nothing to deserve what you and my mom are doing to her. I gave her a pointed look to ensure she knew I was serious. What if she wants you back? Tanya's voice cracked and I looked up in anger. If Tanya's fear was that I was going to leave her for Bella, I was going to be pissed. I didn't have time for jealousy. My son was missing. She broke up with me. We're friends and the parents of Nathan. We've been together for 4 years and married for 3 of those. You're really bringing this up now? I barked at her and she jumped back. Your mom. I raised my hand to cut her off. Of course my mother would plant things in Tanya's head. Listen to me. There is nothing going on between Bella and I. Period. End of story. I pulled her in for a tight hug and placed my lips to hers. The kiss was soft and sweet, but it wasn't as comforting as I had hoped. Did you want to drive back with us? I asked, and Tanya's eyes lit up as she nodded. When I got back to my car, Bella's position hadn't changed. When she saw Tanya was going to ride back with us, she immediately stood up and moved to the backseat. Despite Tanya saying it was no big deal, Bella brushed her off and moved. The entire way back to Forks was silent. I held Tanya's hand across the console while we listened to music. When I saw a McDonald's, I ordered through the drive-thru, but Bella opted out of eating. I wanted to push her to at least get a shake or something, but I remembered what I was like after seeing my first dead body. It took me a day or two before I touched food again. It was incredibly late by the time we arrived back at Forks. The officers we had left before were still there. My family was behind us, but started dissipating to their own houses. Tanya walked up to me and wrapped her arms around mine while asking about bed. I looked up to see Bella's face turn uncomfortable before announcing she'd go to her home for the night. Since Nathan had disappeared, Bella hadn't left my house. Alice and Jasper were the last to leave, but not before hearing Bella say she was leaving. Bella, you shouldn't be alone. Come to our house or I can go with you to yours. Alice pushed, but Bella shook her head no. I'm alone. She shook her head, no, that didn't sound right. I mean I want to be alone right now. Alice's face looked perplexed, but she didn't push. My heart broke for Bella, because after 8 years I recognized that face. She was right the first time. She was essentially alone. She always had Nathan, and now he was gone. I'll be back in the morning. If anything changes, well, you know my number. Bella turned around, got in her truck, and drove away. I too. LD Tanya, I'd meet her in our bedroom, and Alice went to get Jasper to leave. I walked to the edge of my driveway to rid it of the trash cans currently scattered around. I wasn't sure who took my trash out, but someone did. When I looked up, I saw Bella's truck parked on the side of the road. She was far, but when I squinted my eyes I could make out her hunched down form shaking. I made a move to walk towards her, but she must have seen me because she chose that moment to drive away. When I got back into my house I felt awful. I asked the officers if there were any changes, but they said no. Seattle PD had put out a bolo for Garrett, so now it was a waiting game there. The tip line was still lighting up, so they were also busy following those leads as well. After assuring me they'd knock on my door if anything changed, I reluctantly made my way up the stairs to my bedroom. Upon opening the door I saw Tanya sitting with her back up against the headboard in a simple cotton pajama set. She was reading a book. She looked up and smiled at me. After a quick shower and change of clothes I snuggled into bed next to my wife. My mind quickly flew to Bella, though. Thoughts of her crying all alone in her house made my own heart cry. Tanya started to kiss at my neck, but I pushed away. Edward, please, her voice pleaded. It'll relieve stress. She had a point. You're on top, I stated and rolled to my back. I let her have her way with me before falling asleep. When I woke up the next morning, Tanya was still passed out next to me. A glance at the clock revealed it was almost 10. I shot out of bed, internally chastising myself for sleeping so late. I knew I was tired, but I needed to get downstairs as soon as possible. I threw on some clothes and pounded down the stairs, leaving my still naked wife sleeping. Are you sure? I heard Charlie's voice speaking into the phone. Okay, when? And again, we'll be ready for him. I looked at him to see what was going on. He explained to me that Seattle PD had picked Garrett Randall up and were escorting him to Forks now. I raged with anger that no one had gotten me, but Charlie assured me Bella flew up the stairs an hour ago to let me know. I glanced around the room to find Bella, but it wasn't until I checked my patio that I found her. Why didn't you wake me? I asked, anger still evident in my voice. I tried. Her face was red and she was staring at my feet. I knocked, but no one answered. So I opened the door, but her voice trailed off. I then realized what she saw. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure why I was apologizing, but I felt like I needed to. You have nothing to be sorry for. You're married. I just didn't know how to get your attention. Anyways, it'll be a few hours until he gets here, and then they don't even know if it'll help. I nodded and set off in search of something to eat. The next few hours passed by slowly and the tension between Tanya and Bella were hitting an all-time high. Alice came back over in. Dee rallied in Bella's corner while continuing to shoot me dirty looks. I didn't get it. I had a feeling more was going on than I knew, but I didn't have the patience to figure it out. When Garrett arrived to Forks, Charlie let us know, but disappeared to the station to question him. Anything yet? Tanya asked, and I shook my head no. I kept staring at my cell phone, willing it to ring. So who do they have? She asked. A guy named Garrett Randall. He was seen in Forks around the same time. When I looked up I saw Tanya's face blanch before her composure returned. Do you know him? I questioned, and she shook her head no. No, no one I know. She rushed out. Anyways, Charlie is talking to him now. Tanya stepped away to speak with my mom. When I saw Bella's face, I watched her shooting a murderous look towards Tanya. The wait was excruciating, but by the time Charlie got back to us, he explained that he was sure he knew something. Garrett was very evasive, didn't have a real or logical reason for being in Forks. Couldn't explain why he was flying randomly, and so forth. He told us they were waiting on his phone and bank records to be faxed in. They can do that? Tanya popped into the conversation, and Charlie explained they could pull anything they needed as long as he was considered a suspect. Tanya nodded and walked off. Darkness was continuing to encompass the sky, but I wasn't giving up hope. There was nothing saying Nathan was dead. If Charlie could get Garrett to talk, we'd find him. We'd bring him home. I had dozed off on the couch when I felt Charlie poke me. Edward, I need to speak with you. I was groggy as hell, but I nodded as I sat up. I glanced over to the chair and saw Bella's sleeping form. What time did you go to work that morning? He asked. My shift started at 6 a.m. So about 5:30 a.m. Why? We were looking at Garrett's phone records and well, he made a call around 7 that morning. It only lasted about 10 seconds. To who? Charlie now had my full and undivided attention. This house. I don't understand. You looked at our phone records before, right? I saw where Charlie was going with this, but wasn't sure I was following on the same page. Well, we did, but a quick call like that makes it look like a wrong number. So I sat down and compared the sets. There aren't any more links, but I did notice calls coming and going T of the house to a strange Alaskan number. Tanya's family probably. I brushed it off. Tanya grew up in Alaska, so naturally she still knew people there. Her parents and sisters, to name a few. I know those numbers, Edward. This one was different. It's to a phone that was prepaid, no trace, and no longer active. I sighed. The more he talked, the more I knew he was going after Tanya. At this point, I didn't believe it. Or I didn't want to believe it. I wasn't sure which, but I knew this would end in a blow-up either way. So what does this mean? I asked as I rubbed my hands over my face. We're taking her in again, Edward. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I appreciate that, Charlie. He nodded, and then I heard it. Heard her. Tanya screaming that she had nothing to do with any of his and that she wasn't going back to the station. Bella started to stir, and I prayed they got Tanya out of here so I could explain this to Bella. Edward, tell them they can't keep dragging me down to the station for nothing. They're wasting your time, Nathan's time. She continued to bellow. By this point Bella was wide awake and sending more death glares at Tanya. Tanya, she didn't let me finish my thought. You don't think? Edward the First loved that boy. He was your everything, which made him my everything, too. A quick glance at Bella and her eyes widened. What do you mean loved? Loved as in past tense. Loved as in dead, Tanya? Bella lunged, tackling her to the floor. If you'd had blinked you would have missed it. No one was fast enough to pull Bella away. She looked like a mad woman. Her legs on each side of Tanya's chest, both hands pounding into her face like it was the right of her life. Incoherent words filled the house from both women. It took Charlie, another officer, and myself to pull them apart. Tanya's face was red and bloody, while Bella's hands were filled with clumps of strawberry blonde hair. I gasped when I saw Tanya. Her face was already starting to swell from Bella's beating. Charlie was pulling Bella to the aside to explain that he should be arresting her, to which Tanya screamed out that she wanted to press charge. How dare you? He's my son. Don't tell me he's your everything. He is my everything, you self-centered bitch. Bella screamed out at her. I had never seen Bella so angry before, and it actually scared me. Her brown locks were tangled. Sweat beads had formed on her forehead, and her eyes. Damn, her eyes could kill you in a glance. That's enough. Charlie spoke with authority as they continued to escort Tanya out of the house. Bella, what were you thinking? If Tanya presses charges, my hands are tied. The worry on Charlie's face was evident. I don't care, Dad, she did this. I know she did, Bella all but yelled. She was attempting to calm herself when I walked over. I won't let her have you arrested. I'd spent 8 long years letting Bella be thrown to the wolves. I owed her this. Edward, you brought her into our lives. You brought her into Nathan's life. And when this is all said and done, are you still going to be able to live with yourself? Throw me in jail, I don't care, but she did this. Mark my words. Bella fumed and stormed off. Unlike the last time, Bella and I opted to go down to the station and wait there for any information. I wasn't originally going to, but when Bella announced she was, I knew I had to. My wife versus my baby mama. Fuck, we belonged on Maury. Bella's words played in my head on the entire drive down there. What if she was right? Would I be able to live with myself? Probably not. At the station we both waited in the lobby, just waiting for any news. A door towards the back of the station opened and I saw him. Garrett was in cuffs and screaming obscenities at the officers. Simultaneously, Tanya exited another room. If you were to blink, you would have missed it. Recognition flashed in both of their eyes. One of the officers asked Garrett if he knew Tanya. No, but I'd like to fuck her, he answered crudely. Looking back, I should have made a bigger deal of the glance. In the moment, I ignored it when Garrett didn't cop to knowing her. In my mind I assumed he'd sell her out, if she had anything to do with it. Criminals didn't have a sense of loyalty, right? That's what I was banking on anyways. Just tell me where my son is. Bella's voice was confident, but pleading. Garrett's eyes poured right through hers. I don't know, sweetheart. Cute boy, though. I'd try the big open sea if I were you. It was an awfully long fall. I stormed through the station, but N.O.T. before they got Garrett behind a closed door. I fought to get at him, but lost. Bella had collapsed onto the floor and Charlie told me he had confessed to it all. I don't even remember getting back to my house. Bella sat next to me on the couch while we heard Charlie recount his confession. He told us Nathan was picked at random. He said he was bored and just passing through. We asked if there was anyone else involved, but he said no. When he saw him at the bus stop he reacted and grabbed him. He had the description of his clothes right. He then said he put him in a bag and zippered it up. He drove out to the La Push cliff and Charlie didn't finish because Bella went ballistic. He's not dead, I'm his mother, I would know. Dad, he's not dead. She kept repeating over and over again while she paced the living room floor. Bella, no Edward, he's not. Belle, no, he is not dead. And then she fell, and then my world fell. We had our answer. Days passed and our families began pushing at us to hold a memorial. I accepted this fate, but Bella hadn't. Everyone who asked was given the same answer, when Bella agrees. Bella didn't leave my living room floor for days. She just rocked back and forth, repeating over and over that he wasn't dead. Tanya asked if we should commit her. I barked a no and stormed off. Bella was my friend, my son's mother, and for that, I was protective of her. I had never believed in striking a woman before, but I thought about it. Even though Tanya was cleared of any wrongdoing, I still wasn't able to look at her the same way. She was not the woman I thought I knew. I had even moved into the guest bedroom because the idea of sleeping next to her turned my stomach. Tanya went crying to my mom, who came storming at me. I had never told my mother off before, but there was a first time for everything. You can't let that tramp get into your mind, Edward. Tanya is your wife. You took a vow. First off, Mother Bella is not a tramp. One day you're going to have to understand we both made a mistake. A mistake that brought us Nathan, which I will be forever grateful for. And secondly, if you love Tanya so much, why don't you marry her? Edward, I just want to see you happy. You and Tanya were happy before. Maybe it's time you two start discussing children. My blood turned cold at the mere mention of somehow replacing Nathan. I completely lost it. Get the fuck out of my house. I do not want to see you. I do not want to hear your voice. I want you gone now. I threw open the door and pointed. She looked shocked, but stormed off tearing something about she hadn't raised me like this. I wasn't able to catch it all, but I also didn't care. Tanya spent her time staying out of my way while Alice would come over to help with household chores I couldn't keep up with. The worst day was Nathan's birthday. The heavens opened up above and screamed with its fury. We saw sleet, hail, flooding rains, and howling winds. The power would flicker on and off, but still Bella never moved. She just kept saying that he was alive. I wanted so badly to believe it. I wanted so badly to trust in whatever hope she had, but I couldn't. Everything pointed towards his death and nothing towards his life. Charlie never admitted, though he got the confession so quickly. I assumed he put a gun to his head. He's 8 years old now, Bella whispered. When I got down on the floor to sit next to her. It was officially the day after what would have been Nathan's 8th birthday. The power had just come back on again. Bella, he's not, she didn't let me finish. She never let me finish. He needs our help, but no one is looking for him anymore. My heart shattered again when she looked up into my eyes. The vacant stare I was so used to seeing these past weeks were replaced by nothing. Not even a twinkle of the woman Bella was before. When Nathan died, Bella died too. Charlie had come over to try and convince Bella to leave my house, but she needed to find her own strength. I would give her that time. It hadn't even been a week. The phone went off at exactly 12:58 a.m., Friday morning. It was my father. "Edward, I need you to come in, now," my father rushed. I was about to interrupt him and explain that I didn't care how slammed the hospital was. There was not a single patient important enough to make me come in. "Edward, it's Nathan. Nathan is here. He's alive, but barely. Edward, you need to get here now." My father hung up the phone. I dropped the phone. My eyes flickered to Bella. The first real emotion I had seen on her face in days. Confusion. They found him. I'd never seen Bella move so quickly, but I blinked and she was in front of me. "Where is he?" Bella pushed, catching the attention of Tanya, who was cleaning the kitchen. "The hospital. He's alive, Bella. We have to go now." My brain kicked into hyperdrive, realizing my father's word. He's alive, but barely. We showed up to the hospital in sleep clothes. Neither one of us cared. The second we made it through the doors, I was greeted by Nurse Weber. She always manned the reception desk at the on nights. She immediately pointed down the hall and I sprinted. "Bella, wait here," but she pushed past me. Nothing could have prepared us for what we saw this time. Our beautiful little boy, hair matted with dirt and mud, scrapes on his hands. He literally looked like skin and bones. But it wasn't like last time. He had a pulse. My father pulled us out to explain that one of the boys from the reserve was caught out in the storm and sought shelter. He stumbled on a cabin no one even knew existed, and that was where he found Nathan. He had tried to wake him, but he couldn't. So instead of waiting, he picked Nathan up and ran him to the nearest house about 3 miles away. Nathan was severely dehydrated and undernourished. He didn't appear to have any broken bones. A CT scan and X-rays were being ordered to make sure there were no injuries they couldn't see. He was currently on an IV of saline to hydrate him and an IV of nutritional formula to fill his body with the proper nutrients and vitamins needed. We would wait until he was awake, before deciding the best route for a diet. He would need to gain weight, but gaining too fast could be just as harmful as losing weight. Bella and I walked back into his room and each took one of his hands. As much as I wanted to will him awake, I knew his body needed time. We didn't know why he was in a coma state. There were many factors. "You were right," I whispered. "I'm sorry. I should have listened. It doesn't matter now. We have a long road to recovery though, but we'll get there." "He'll get there." Our loose hands intertwined, forming a triangle with Nathan's. I realized that was the most Bella had spoken in days. Outside of her mantra, but she was right. We had no idea what Nathan was exposed to before he was found. I'd need to ask my dad for a referral for a child psychologist and dietitian at the very least. I saw the door inch open and a man's head pop in. His hair was dark with even darker skin. I immediately recognized that he was one of the boys from the reservation. I just wanted to see how he was. His words came out more like a question. "Where you?" Bella asked, and he nodded. She rushed up and hugged him. "Thank you so much." Bella stepped back and took both Nathan and my hands again. "Thank you." We shared a nod. I was gonna head home, but do you mind if I check in on him tomorrow? Bella and I agreed. "Thank you again, Jacob." Jacob Black. "Thank you, Jacob." A few minutes later a nurse came in to wheel Nathan away for his tests. Bella broke down, so I put my arms around her. I knew he'd be fine, but I understood Bella's anxiety. He'd be back though. Our son was alive. Nathan was alive. "Bella, I know we talked about this before, but I just want to make sure you haven't changed your mind." I knew in my heart I could never miss the birth of my child. But given the hell my family had recently put her through, I wouldn't have blamed her if she said no. "No, you're his father. You can be there, but no one else." I knew that meant waiting to call my family. I also knew they would give me hell for it, but it was a price I was willing to pay. Thank you. I really was thankful for Bella. My family hadn't made her pregnancy easy, but she content to give me as much access as she could. She nodded and started to stand from the table. We'd met at a small coffee shop we both liked. I moved to help her, but my eyes caught her gripping the table in a painful-looking manner. "Bella?" I questioned. Then I saw her face, twisted in pain. She tried to breathe, but my eyes trailed down to see water at her feet. The medical portion of my brain kicked in. Bella was in labor. Bella was in labor and we needed to get to the hospital. Holy God, Bella was in labor. The entire time she was pregnant she made me swear to uphold her birth plan. She had a set way she wanted things to go and I promised I would do what I could to ensure it happened exactly how she envisioned it. While I drove to the hospital she would grip my spare hand every few minutes. I was speechless. I had only seen childbirth in movies before, but then the actors were always married and in love. That didn't apply to us. When we got Bella to the room in labor and delivery, she scoffed when I offered to stand outside while she changed. The next 5 hours were hard. Bella had opted to go drug-free so she was in a lot of pain. She told me on more than one occasion that she'd wished we'd never met. I continued to keep her cup filled with ice chips, rubbed her back when she asked, and let her mangle my hands at will. After 5 hours of hard and active labor came another hour of pushing, eventually bringing Nathan Andrew Cullen into the world. He was 9 pounds 3 ounces and 22 inches long. He had my green eyes and Bella's face. He was perfect and he was ours. I kissed her hair and whispered a thank you. A few hours later, once I had Bella sleeping and Nathan calmly in my arms, I called our families. Biggest mistake of the day. "Edward," my father called, breaking me from my thoughts. He motioned for me to follow him. I stared down at Bella's sleeping form. Nathan still wasn't back yet and I'd sworn to her that the second he was I'd wake her. "How bad is it?" I asked my dad seriously. I hadn't gotten my hands on his chart yet, but I needed to know. "Not yet. I have something more concerning to talk to you about." "Okay," I replied. My voice sounded wary. When Nathan came in, well, it was his clothes that he came in. He was in his pajamas. My eyes immediately shot up. "You're sure? It wasn't just underwear or an undershirt?" I pushed, but secretly I knew the answer. The truth that had been staring me in the face for over a week. The truth that I didn't want to admit. "Edward, naivety doesn't suit you, son," Carlisle deadpanned. I nodded. I informed Charlie. He said he was going to look into it. "We won't know exactly what happened until he wakes up," praying that he still remembers. "He has a small skull fracture that should self-heal. His right arm also has a small fracture. It won't need a cast, but it'll be in a sling for a while. He's severely underweight and dehydrated, but we're using IVs to resolve that. His brain is functioning, but he's in a self-induced coma-like state. We won't know the long-term effects until he wakes up." He sighed. "If he wakes up," I shot off the wall I had been using for support. "He'll wake up. He has to wake up. Right, Dad? Tell me he's going to wake up." I collapsed onto the floor, the weight of the situation finally overtaking me. It took my dad and my brother to get me off the floor that night. I later found out that when they went to arrest Tanya she was gone. We assumed that when she watched Bella and I fly out of the house to the hospital that had given her enough warning to grab what she could and go. In her rush she was clumsy, so they had reason to believe she had fled to Alaska. She was being looked for there. Charlie then explained that Garrett's story had changed since Nathan was found. He told me it was better saved for another day. I thanked him for all he had done. Nathan was wheeled into a new room in PICU. He needed more care than the average hospital patient, but not enough to warrant the ICU. Rules of the PICU stated no overnight visitors, but being on the staff with your father in charge had its perks. Each day felt like it got longer and longer. Getting Bella to leave was nothing short of a miracle, but Alice would pull her away for new clothes and some food. She kept apologizing to Nathan like it was her fault. No one had told her yet that really, in truth, it was mine. I hadn't quite worked up the courage yet, but I would. Making sure none of the nurses talked about it was my biggest challenge, but somehow a week passed without her knowing. Jacob popped in a few times, talked to Bella quietly, but for the most part she seemed to ignore him. He'd ask me for reports on how he was doing and I'd be honest, but he didn't sit well with me. He was a nice enough guy, but I just didn't take an immediate liking to him. His father apparently knew Charlie, so of course, they were all over each other. Charlie was never a fan of me, but he was much better at being civil to me than my family ever was to Bella. My mother had visited at Nathan in his room a few times, but I did my best to ignore her. She did attempt to apologize to me, but I walked away. I wasn't ready to hear anything she had to say, but I wouldn't deny her access to Nathan. Charlie kept me updated on the search for Tanya as he got in new information. The Alaskan police were watching Tanya's parents' house along with her sisters. All known credit cards and bank accounts were also being monitored, along with her cell phone. The night before Nathan would end up waking up, Bella and I had both found ourselves back at my house. She told me she was stopping by to pick up some stuff for Nathan. She had it in her head that maybe if she brought a few of his favorite things, like his blanket and stuffed dragon, that when he woke up he wouldn't be so scared. "Daddy, I forgot my dragon at Mom's," Nathan wailed after I picked him up one day. He was about 5. "Nathan, I'm not turning around. Don't you have a dragon at my house?" I asked. We were already on our way to Port Angeles to pick up a gift I had ordered for Tanya. "No," he continued to sob. I looked in the rear-view mirror and saw a devastated little boy. During our time shopping I had picked up the necklace I had made and was about to lead us back to my car when we passed a small toy shop. I looked down at Nathan, who hadn't missed the storefront either. "Come on," I nudged him towards the door. We left that day with a new stuffed dragon and blanket, both of which were special only to my house. The dragon and blanket he had before stayed special only to Bella's. I didn't mind, since Rosalie had offered to sit with Nathan. He was never alone, ever. After I had showered and changed, I made my way down the stairs to wait for Bella. I wasn't sure how long she'd be, but I was surprised to find her sitting on the couch. She was crying, but I didn't know why. Had someone called, I was sure she would have gotten me. "Bella?" She stood up and threw 3 pieces of paper at me. It took me a minute to realize what I was looking at, but my eyes widened in horror. "Where?" I stuttered as I looked down at pictures Nathan had drew. There were houses in each one. A stick figure with the name Dad written underneath wearing a lab-looking coat. A stick figure that said Mom with a book in its hands. And then on the exact opposite side a figure of Tanya. He had taken black crayons and desecrated the figure he had drew of her. Tucked inside his pillow. "Edward, where is she? I haven't seen her in days," Bella demanded, and I knew I was fucked. "I don't know," I answered, because I really didn't. "What do you mean you don't know? You don't know where your own wife is?" Bella barked and I shook my head. "What the hell is going on, Edward? What did she do to my son?" she demanded. So I sat her down and explained it all. The weird red flags, the phone calls, how she was acting, the pajamas, and then the running away. By the end of it Bella was shaking and crying. I moved over to where she sat to try and comfort her, but she immediately recoiled at my mere presence. "Stay away from me." Bella's voice was cold. "You're a doctor, Edward. A doctor. And you didn't know?" Her voice was full of accusation. My truth was that I was a doctor. A damned good doctor to everyone else, but my son apparently. I was already questioning the hours I was keeping, but I had no clue what was really going on. I had trusted her with my life, but it turned out I was blind. I don't know what to say. It was the single honest explanation I could give her. I hated myself. There was no excuse for missing so much. I had officially become the man I had set out never to be. "Well, I do. I hate you, Edward Cullen. You will never go near him again. Ever. Tomorrow I'm calling my lawyer and I'm taking you back to court. We don't need your money. We don't need your things. We don't need your deranged family. And we don't need you. You all will be rid from Nathan's life for good. Do you hear me? Never. I trusted you." Bella stormed off, got in her truck and drove away. I sat motionless in the same spot Bella had left me. I didn't know what to say or what to think. I would fight for my son. I would fight to stay in his life and somehow manage to make up for what I'd done. My reality was that there wasn't a soul on earth that could possibly hate me more than I hated myself. "Edward, she can't do that. Tell him, Carlisle," my mother screamed on the other side of the PICU entrance. Thankfully the doors and glass were both thick enough that no one heard her. "Who the hell does she think she is? Barring us from seeing him. I'm his grandmother, for goodness sake. Edward, say something." I didn't know what to say. Bella had done exactly what she said she would. Since Nathan was considered in Bella's custody, something we had always been meaning to change but never had, she was in her legal rights to bar her. She couldn't keep me away, she knew that legally, but she marched straight into the nurses' station and wiped my entire family off the approved visitors list. The only people allowed in were me, Bella, Charlie, and my dad, but only by default. Since he ran the hospital, I'm not even sure Bella bothered trying to remove his name. I didn't know a nurse who would follow such an order in this hospital. "I'll see what I can do." She technically can, but my mother wasn't one to let people finish when she was mad. "I'm calling our lawyer." Aren't there grandparents' rights? Has Washington adopted that yet? I hope so, she muttered as she stormed off in search of cell phone signal. I'm guessing your talk didn't go well? My dad asked. She found some pictures Nathan drew. I'd never seen them before, but they were bad. How did I miss this? I rested my elbows on my knees and dropped my head. We all miss things in life, son. He's my son, Dad. How could I miss something this big? I don't know, Edward. Had I do know is you need to work through this with Bella. Give her time, she'll come around. Nathan is going to need you both. She's angry and probably a little scared. Put yourself in her position. Your mother doesn't help things. And I'm working on that. But our family has never been easy on her. Think about it, Edward. I knew he was right. Beg your pardon? Bella asked. She'd only had an hour nap before my family had rushed the hospital. My parents were the first to arrive with my siblings and their significant others shortly behind. I said we should have a DNA test done. He looks nothing like my Edward. Esme repeated in a very pretentious tone. Are you accusing me of? Bella cut herself off. She stood from the bed quickly, walked right over to my mother, and plucked Nathan out of her arms. My mother was quick to react, but Bella ignored her as she wrapped her arms protectively around our son. If you're saying he's not your grandson, then you have no right to hold him. That marked the day that I'd given up on my family ever accepting Bella. I'm here if you need me. My dad had finished talking, but looked at me expectantly. I'd been so wrapped up in my own thoughts that I just nodded. Having no clue what I nodded to, he walked off as I was buzzed into the PICU area. When I walked through the doorway, Bella's eyes were transfixed on Nathan's face. I didn't know what to say, so I walked to the opposite side of the room and sat down. 20 minutes of painful silence followed. You can't keep him from me, I blurted out without thinking. I know, Bella sighed. I'm not sorry for what I said, but I won't try to keep you two separated. Your family is a different story. I don't know what happened. It was the only explanation I had to give. Does it matter now? She asked, and really it didn't. I couldn't go back no matter how much I might wish I could. Your mother must be in shock. She loved her, Bella's voice laced with sarcasm. I'm not sure it's sunk in yet. She's too busy raving about you removing her visitor privileges. I didn't know any other way to broach the topic without immediately putting Bella on the defense. She'll deal with it, Bella looked down like she was debating with herself. She must have decided because she went on to add, I couldn't take any more insults. Insults? I questioned. Ever since Nathan was found I hadn't heard my mother speak out against Bella. She laughed. I'm a whore. I wanted Tanya gone because I had always hated her. I want nothing more than to suck you dry. You think she'd get new material? Bella scoffed. I'm sorry. What words were left to be said? Since we're already on the topic of sharing, I've never been jealous nor have I wanted Tanya gone. I've only ever wanted you to be happy. I see. I really wasn't sure what to say to her anymore. If you had asked me a month ago if Bella and I were friends I would have said yes, but sitting here now I wondered if I even knew her anymore. The differences were subtle, but when put together she was an entirely different person than I had known. Bella looked up to find me shaking my head. I had so much going on mentally I didn't even realize I was doing it. What are you thinking about? She asked. I could see the concern behind her eyes and hear worry in her voice. Why? Her brows scrunched together as she took in my question and then had an aha moment when she finally understood. Who really knows, Edward? Do you think she was jealous? I don't know, maybe. She was pushing to go away together a lot lately, and when I suggested we bring Nathan she sort of freaked on me. I mean she knew going into I stopped. I couldn't even say the word anymore. True, but just because she knew it going in doesn't mean she really understood all it entailed. Bella had a point, but she also gave me a direct opening to a question that I'd been wondering a lot as of late. What about you, Bella? Do you ever date? Shock was the first readable emotion on her face. No, she eventually answered so quietly I almost missed it. Why not? I didn't know how to ask without it sounding like a judgment, but I was really curious. Bella was smart, funny, talented, and a nice person. I was sure it wasn't for lack of offers. Do you remember when I used to talk about my mom and her constant revolving door of men? I had to think back, but I did remember a few conversations revolving around Renee. Bella had grown up with her mom, but moved to live with her dad when she was in high school. Her mom had a new man every 6 months or so until she died. Bella, you're nothing like her. She shrugged. I know that, but I never wanted to put Nathan through what I grew up having to see. I loved my mom, but I had no stability. She was too busy working or chasing the next guy. My needs were never put first. Quote, you could still find someone. Not that I'm the greatest example at this moment, but do what I did. I really was shocked to be learning all of this now. Maybe when Nathan is in college. He's my focus now, him and my writing. I did things out of order, so it's just where my life led me. To be honest, I always thought I'd go to school, get my degree, work for a while, get married, have kids, and stay home. She shrugged her shoulders when she was done, and I was in awe at how okay she seemed to be with the point she was in her life. Really? I mean, I understand the order, but you've never struck me as someone who would choose to stay home. When I was about 6 or 7, I asked my mom to sign me up for Girl Scouts, Averio. Nay, in my class was doing it, so I wanted to as well. She looked me dead in my eyes and said she didn't have the time to take me. I've never wanted that for Nathan or any child I'd ever have. I would have worked if I needed to, but really I'm so lucky to be able to write at home. It provides an income, but I can still arrange my hours to work with what he needs or wants. I'm sure the child support helps, I added as an afterthought. Bella gasped, and it made me realize what I had just said. As if she didn't hate me enough. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, that didn't come out right. What I meant was that fuck, I don't know what I meant. I was completely flustered and only waiting for Bella to start screaming at me. Do you know what I do with the money you send every month? She asked quietly. I could see anger behind her eyes, but she wasn't letting any of it show in her voice. I shook my head no. I had never asked before. I assumed it went towards purchases she made for Nathan. Every month I deposit a check into an account with his name on it. When he hits 21, he receives every penny. I've never spent a cent of your money, Edward, even when we could have used it. My mouth dropped. I had no idea Bella hadn't used anything I'd ever sent her. Last I knew, Bella was publishing her 3rd book, so I assumed that brought in enough money, but years ago when she was still in college she needed it. Why? It was a simple question, but one I needed to hear the answer for. I meant what I said back then. I didn't need or want your money. I was young and dumb, I got pregnant, and he was my responsibility. He was lucky enough to have a father as dedicated as you, but it didn't make me want your money. It's his money. I make more than enough to cover my side of his needs. Her answer was totally Bella. For as long as I'd known her, she was proud, but not in an arrogant, overly annoying way. She knew what she had and never pretended to be more or less of it. She was just her. Nathan was only a few weeks old and I was already seeing the financial strains on Bella. She cut the internet and cable at her apartment. She was walking more to save on gas, but it wasn't until I ched her skip meals to save money that I put my foot down. One day, Nathan was napping when I had just come over after classes to give her a break. I had heard her stomach growl. I didn't even bother asking what she wanted to eat before I took off for the kitchen to find it almost barren. She had a box of cereal, some milk, peanut butter, and bread. I searched everywhere, but that was it. I pulled out my cell phone and ordered in Chinese. Bella, I just ordered some food, I told her as I walked into the living room. Her face grimaced before she went to grab her wallet. Hey, it's on me, don't worry about it. I tried to wave her off, but she was stubborn. No, take it. She held out a $10 bill. I could see tears forming in her eyes. Bella, my voice cracked as she fell apart before my eyes. She fell to the floor and just sobbed. Please let me help, I pleaded. No, I don't want your money, she whispered. Bella, he's half mine, let me help somehow. What can I do? I asked. You don't need to do any more than you already are. Quote, let me buy groceries, I'm over here enough now. No, she growled. If you want to buy Nathan toys or clothes or diapers, fine, but I don't need your money. I sat there and thought about what she had just said. I understood, especially after what my family had said to her, but she was starving because of Nathan. At that thought something clicked in my head from a book I had written while preparing to be a dad. Bella, what does Nathan eat? Milk, she answered sarcastically with her eyes raised. If her eyes could have spoke for her, they would have said, duh. Do you think your body is still going to make the milk if you're not eating? The book said you need at least 400 extra calories on top of a normal diet. If you can't nurse anymore, do you want to consider the cost of formula? Her eyes widened. Fine, she resigned after a few minutes. I still won't take your money. You can stock the kitchen however you see fit, but I'm cooking for both of us, never just me. Her answer was Bella, but at least it wasn't something I had been spending enough time over there that I knew she'd be eating enough, so I accepted. I called my dad that night to see about gaining control over more of my inheritance. He set it up so I could, and I started writing Bella a check for $1,000 a month. I really had no idea what child support should have been given, and it wasn't addressed when my mom decided to take Bella to court. He was still too young to consider me having him for any significant time away from her, and we decided later on we'd work out a visitation schedule. If she needed more, she'd ask, or at least I'd hoped she'd ask. It had actually taken her 6 months before she ever cashed any of them, but she finally did, and I figured she had come to her senses about me helping. I guess I was wrong. Bella, do you ever go out? I mean, I know you don't date, but what when Nathan isn't with you? I asked, trying like hell to understand this woman again. I write, I see my dad. I have a few friends I see, but no, I don't go out like nightlife or anything. So you don't. Edward, the first time I had sex I got pregnant, sorta sets a precedent I didn't want followed. She deadpanned. Oh, Bella had rendered me speechless. First, because I realized I did not know her at all, but second, because none of it seemed to faze her. When we moved Ed to Forks and I started my career, I wanted a wife, a family, the house, the dog, and so forth. Nathan wasn't forgotten, but I wanted to find someone to build my life with. Bella didn't seem to care, the exact opposite of how my family had always painted her. We continued to sit in silence, both staring at Nathan, willing him to wake up. Bella, what would have happened if we had worked? I wasn't sure why I was asking, but it had popped into my head before my filter kicked in. The question was hung in the air. Then I doubt we'd be sitting here waiting for our son to wake up in a hospital bed after someone tried to kill him. Her voice sounded so foreign to just moments ago. She became cold, detached, and defensive. Before I could say anything else, Charlie walked in, offering to let us go in. Get something to eat while he sat with Nathan. I asked Bella if she'd join me in the cafeteria. It wasn't much, but it was close in case Nathan's status changed. She reluctantly accepted my invite. By the time I realized it, it was too late. We were through the doors when my mother came flying into Bella's face. How dare you bar me from my own grandson? Esme quietly fumed in Bella's face. Of course, my mother was not one to risk a scene. She moved and spoke just quietly enough that no one in the cafeteria full of people noticed. If you can't learn to respect me after 8 years, Esme, you have no business near my son. For all I know, with your love of her, you helped plan all of this. I didn't exactly appreciate Bella accusing my mother of any wrongdoing, but it was the first time I'd seen Bella stand up to my mom in a while. Getting in the middle didn't seem like a safe place. I also hadn't gotten all of the details from Charlie yet. What plan? How dare you? My mother's eyes widened, but she continued to keep her voice quiet. How dare me? Bella yelled. The attention of all snapped to her. Are you kidding? Esme, in case you have forgotten, he is my son. Yes, son, not grandson. Son. Your son and I fucked up. We got drunk, we had sex, and bam. I got pregnant. I didn't want your money. I didn't need your money. I still don't need your money. I've been yelled at, screamed at, demeaned in every possible way for over 8 years by you. And you ask how dare me? You will never, and I mean ever, set foot near him again. You worshipped at the feet of the woman who did this. So pretty and perfect and everything I wasn't. We tried to work. Bella took a breath as her hand indicated she meant us. But how do you work something out when you have a little voice in your head going, his mother has already turned him against you. You'll never fit in or be welcomed. You'll always be considered a gold-digging whore. So instead of his parents having any chance, you ruined it all. I hate you, Esme Cullen. I hate everything about you. So pretentious, so arrogant. So you know what? Fuck you, Esme. Fuck you. The entire cafeteria sat slack-jawed. No one flinched. My mother stood motionless. Bella turned on her heel to storm off, but I caught her elbow. Edward, let go, Bella fumed, but my grip didn't loosen up. I was as shocked by Bella's rant as anyone else, but I realized it was my time to stand up to Edward. Do something about her. I heard my mother's voice as she must have snapped out of her trance. So I did. I turned on my heel as well and walked off with Bella. I didn't use my words, because Bella had rendered me speechless, but words weren't needed. Edward, where are you going? My mother screeched, but we were already on the elevator. Wow, Bella sighed. Understatement of the year in my opinion, but she didn't say anything untrue. Her thoughts about us were new to me, but I filed it away to ask about later. When we arrived to the room, Charlie said his goodbyes and dipped out. The silence between us, for the first time that day, wasn't suffocating. Bella had said what she needed to, and I had shown Bella I was willing to stand up for her. Lots of what ifs were playing in my head. Would we have worked had my family been supportive? Would we have worked if I had pressed harder? What if I stood up for her in the beginning? None of that mattered though, because when I looked up I was met with my eyes. Only they weren't mine, and they were terrified. "Nathan," I heard Bella whisper while blinking at him. His eyes were zeroed in on me, but I had no idea how to approach him. He was my son, but I imagined he was probably scared, confused, and defensive. No one really knew what he had been through yet. I was hoping in time he'd be able to open up and explain it. When they brought Nathan down, his attending doctor, Bob Garner, a man I fully trusted, had pushed for a breathing tube. I said no. His pulse ox levels were fine and he wasn't in distress. I was never more thankful for that decision than when he opened his eyes and spoke for the first time. "Daddy?" His voice was a mere whispered croak, not the happy and jovial sound I was used to hearing. Tears filled my eyes. I stood up and grabbed his free hand. "I'm here," I replied and placed a kiss on his forehead. "Mommy?" His head slowly turned towards Bella. "Yeah, baby. I'm here," Bella answered. Her voice caught in her throat from crying. I knew I should be pressing the button to alert the nurse, but I couldn't yet. He was finally awake and even a few minutes were better than nothing. However, the universe didn't match up with my hope when I noticed the door fly open and Bob walk in. "He's awake?" "Yeah, only for about a minute though." I was about. "Sure you were." He laughed as he pushed past me. "Nathan, can you tell me where it hurts?" he questioned. "My throat," he pointed. Then went on to point out his stomach, arm, and head. "Well, that's quite a list. We're going to get you all fixed up though. Do you want a sucker?" My eyes shot up until I realized it was the equivalent of Pedialyte. I had no idea when Nathan last had any real food and it was going to be at least a few days before we try anything. Bob continued moving around and checking different things while I lost myself in my own mind. The weight of the situation was becoming too much to bear. My son was looking at months, if not years, of recovery time for something I could have prevented. Now knowing that the monster was put in his life because of me made me feel worthless. He was my everything. I had always known that, but in the past few weeks I was starting to see that I hadn't been treating him as such. The first time he opened his eyes and stared at me, I was hooked. Nothing else mattered, but the 9-pound bundle I was holding. I had sworn to him that I'd protect him, but I failed. I failed as a man and as a father. Tanya was my wife, a woman I went home to every single night. Yet I never saw a hair out of place. She was always loving and nurturing, never complained. I would imagine walking into an almost pre-made family would be rough, but she'd known that from the beginning. Nathan would always come before her, always. That's what having kids did to you. He was defenseless, and instead of being his defense I was nothing. "Edward, Bella," he motioned for us to follow him as a nurse came in to stay with Nathan. "No," Nathan shrieked. His voice sounded stronger than I'd heard before. "Don't leave me, please." I told her not to leave. "You can't leave me." He started to hyperventilate. Bella was at his side in a second. She leaned down and put her mouth to his ears. I couldn't tell what she was whispering because Nathan continued to scream. Bob looked up at me and I nodded. He then proceeded to inject a sedative into his IV. A part of me died while I watched my son go from hysterics to coma-like again. I knew he needed to rest more, and him being hysterical risked further injury to his brain. "What did you do?" Bella accused immediately as she stormed up to us. "I injected a sedative. It'll help him sleep, which he needs to continue to do," Bob went on to explain. "But I was calming him down. You can't just give him something with me." But she then cut herself off and snapped her neck at me. "You told him to?" "Yes." It was a simple question. I was a father, but I was also a doctor. I understood the logic even though it goes against my own instincts as a parent. You don't get to make decisions without me. He wouldn't be in this bed if it weren't for you. So don't you dare start making decisions without at least saying something to me. I may agree or I may not. But you, Edward Cullen, put your son in that bed. So don't you dare think that you." Bella just let out a scream. I knew she was frustrated and felt helpless. Maybe the screaming helped her, but she may as well have taken a knife and cut my heart out. As if Bella needed to remind me, yet again, that this was all my fault. I was obviously the monster I had grown up never wanting to become, but to hear her say it again hurt just as much. I knew she wouldn't legally keep Nathan from me, But I wondered if they would be better off without me in the picture. She was right though, legally it wasn't my choice right now. Excuse me? I thought for sure my mother had said she was taking Bella to court. But I knew that couldn't be right. I said, I called our lawyer and he is filing against that little tramp for custody, my mother repeated. Nathan was only a few weeks old. I haven't had sleep in days. And for a second I thought I had entered the twilight zone. Why? I was astonished. I knew my mom hated Bella, but this was extreme. Well, it's obvious she's not a fit parent and I think she was doing drugs too. All I need is for you to give a statement as such and he'll be yours. I'll keep him during the day while you're in school and help at night so you can study. I was speechless. I will do no such thing, I answered. Bella was by no means an unfit parent, nor did I ever see her doing drugs. Edward, this is your chance. I cut her off. You take Bella to court and I will stand for her, not against her. And I did. My mother had filed for custody and lost. As a result, full custody was granted to Bella and it was something we'd fix when we got to the point of visitation. However, since Bella still didn't want child support and we settled visitation among ourselves, we never went back to court. I mentally reminded myself, when this is all said and done, we'd be going back to court to fix the issue of custody. I'd never take Nathan away from Bella, but I wanted an equal say in things. Bob cleared his throat, breaking me from my thoughts, but not from the glares Bella was tearing through me. I don't know what is going on here, but you both need to calm down. Nathan is going to need you both. If you can't get along, I'll have to step in with a visitation schedule or something. Have you found a therapist yet? Bella and I both knew it would take months, maybe even years, for Nathan to get through this trauma, so I was already making calls to people I knew looking for recommendations. It was actually my dad who suggested I give Jim Banner a call. He specialized in pediatric cases with a subsection of trauma and abuse. He was local, although I'd never met him before. My dad had, and so he came down a few days ago to meet with Bella and I. We were waiting in my office for Dr. Banner to arrive. Neither one of us felt comfortable leaving the hospital, so I had asked him to drive out to meet us here. His office was in Port Angeles, which was about a 30 to 40-minute drive. My nurse, Kate, called my phone to let me know he was there and she'd already sent him back. What if we don't like him, Edward? Bella asked at the last minute. I assured her if we didn't like him we'd keep searching for someone else. Both of our fears were unfounded. Dr. Banner explained his specialty and the types of children he normally treated. He'd never had a case quite like Nathan, but only because he wasn't expecting Bella and I to get along so well. What do your living arrangements consist of? He asked. Bella explained that we each had a house with a set visitation schedule. Bella, Edward here told me you found pictures he had drawn that depicted Tanya in a negative light? She nodded. Is there any reason to believe she was abusive in any manner? Now it was my turn to hang my head. Nothing I ever noticed or that he spoke about. Okay, I'm going to wager a guess here, but chances are Nathan will probably never feel comfortable in your house again, Edward. We can work on that, or I cut him off. I'm selling it. I don't want it. Really? Bella sounded shocked. Yeah. I can't go back there, Bella. She nodded. That does make sense, Edward, and it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to seek counseling for yourselves. The idea I'm about to say is rather unorthodox, but given your situation it is what I feel will be best for Nathan, at least for now. Bella and I both nodded at him to go on. At that moment, I could speak for both of us when saying we'd do whatever we had to for Nathan's sake. You need to be together. Before the doctor could speak, Bella immediately questioned him. Bella, I don't mean romantically. I mean live together. Nathan needs to have you both there. When he wakes up he's going to be terrified and stability will help ease that once you transition out of the hospital. If you can't, in you to go with the back and forth schedule you've had, it'll hinder any progress he makes. I'm not saying you need to stay in the same house indefinitely, but for now it's what I suggest is best. Where? She asked. I don't know what your housing situation is like, Bella, but I would first recommend where you live. Nathan knows it. He has security there and it's to my understand Tanya never visited there much. You could find a new place together, but then you'll encounter more adjustment and security problems than you'll already be facing. Dr. Banner was completely serious in his explanation and I understood it. However, I was not going to force my opinions onto Bella. This was her call. I can put the guest bedroom together for you. Bella looked at me and I nodded. Another positive living together is that you can equally share the work. Raising a child, as hard as it is, raising a child that has been through this experience is going to be 10 times harder for a while. I expect to see major regression, night terrors, extreme bouts of anxiety and so forth. If you're both there, you can balance it out so neither one of you feels left out or burnt out. I'm not saying you can push it onto one or the other. But if you need a break, take it. Nathan is going to need you both at your best. We talked for a while longer about what to expect when he woke up, to make sure we knew let Nathan volunteer information and not force it out, and so forth. He recommended that he come to the hospital twice a week once he woke up and was ready to talk, and then once he was discharged, He'd arrange appointments at his office in Port Angeles. We both said our goodbyes and looked at each other. We're really doing this? Bella asked and I nodded. Your family is going to flip, Edward. I don't care. When are you telling them? She asked. Later. When I looked up again I saw Bella talking to my dad. I hadn't even seen him come in. Bella told me Nathan was up for a few minutes. My dad inquired and I nodded. Yeah, he was fine until Bob wanted to talk to us. Then he had a panic attack. I stated very clinically. All of my guilt was finally taking over and I just felt numb. Quote, Bella said you approved a sedative without her consent? I nodded. Edward, when I said work this out with her I meant it. That's not okay. I hung my head. Again I had failed. Are you okay? No, I answered, and it was the truth. I wasn't okay and I didn't know if I would be okay as long as Nathan laid there. Listen, I wanted to apologize for, one look from me shut him up. Look, I love Mom. She gave me life and I will be forever grateful, but right now I don't want to see her. Down the road, fine, but I can't right now. Bella and Nathan need me. I should have stood up for Bella long ago, until she can put her differences aside. I can't talk to her right now. Bella and I are moving in together. What? When? My father's eyes widened. It was a suggestion from Dr. Banner. He felt nath, and would need both of his parents together on a 24-hour type of basis. I'm selling my house anyways, so I am going to move into Bella's before Nathan gets discharged. Just until Nathan gets better, then I'll find something else. That makes sense, my father mused. It'll be a good time for you to reconnect with them again. He glanced over at Nathan's sleeping form. Bella was using her hand to brush his hair back in a soothing manner. Yeah, that is what I'm hoping. I smiled. I was finally feeling hopefully for the future. It wouldn't be easy, but it had a better outcome than I saw just a few weeks ago. I didn't have much time to expand on my thoughts before Kathy, the nurse at the desk for the PICU, was calling for my attention. When I looked up, she explained that my mother was a scheme for me to come out, stating it was an emergency. I looked up at my dad, who shrugged, then offered to run interference with Bella while I slipped out. For a second I'd considered not going, but decided if it was a real emergency she shouldn't be ignored. Worst case scenario, I would just walk right back through the PICU doors. As the doors opened I got a glimpse of her before she saw me. She had on a floral dress, with her hair lightly curled, and globs of makeup. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she walked right out of the pages of Good Housekeeping. What used to look motherly to me now just looked fake, pretentious. Yes? I asked, keeping my emotions calm. She pulled an envelope out of her purse and thrust it at me. I glanced down to see the name, Edward, written in perfect cursive handwriting. I stared as I realized whose handwriting it was. Where did you get this? I questioned, immediately searching her eyes for any clue as to what was going on. It was left at the house. She simply answered. I continued to stare at her, looking for any sort of emotion to splay across her face, but she just continued to stare blankly at me. Did you read it? I asked. She nodded. Why started to run through my veins as I realized she was willingly tampering with evidence. Instead of calling Charlie or another officer, she read the note, put the note in her purse, and then brought it to me. Fingerprints would now be harder to find, and it wasn't mailed, so obviously either she or someone close to her is local. I immediately picked up the phone and asked Kathy to call Charlie. He assured me she would as I turned back towards my mom. So let me see if I understand this correctly. You receive a note, read that it's from Tanya, and instead of calling the cops so they can attempt to start tracing where it's from, you put it in your purse and drive at me? I seethed, while trying to maintain as much composure as I could. Edward read it. She said she didn't do this, and I believe her. The smile on her face made me want to throw up, and I began questioning why I ever listened to her. I sat dumbfounded for a second though, while I absorbed her words. Mom? Yes, Edward? Fuck you, I barked before turning towards the doors so I could swipe my card to go back in. I heard her gasp, but I didn't even blink. I was done. I didn't want to hear any more horrible lies about Bella. I didn't want to hear how imperfect Nathan was in her eyes. I didn't want to hear how she thought Tanya was innocent when obviously she wasn't. Or how she was completely perfect in every way. But most of all, I didn't want to even admit she was my mom. I would never cut my dad, Emmett, or Alice from my life, but as far as I was concerned my mom was gone. When I walked back in, my dad looked up at me and I simply shook my head. He sighed before walking away. I stood in the doorway and took in the sight before me. Nathan was still asleep in his bed. Bella was curled up in a chair while holding onto his hand. She looked so peaceful in her sleep, a complete opposite to the stress she often wore on her face while awake. It has been a long time since I'd looked at Bella. Really looked at her. Had she always been so beautiful? As soon as I walked back through the doors, Kathy was at my side letting me know Charlie was on his way. I didn't know her well, since we worked different departments, but I appreciated her willingness to help without trying to be nosy. My dad looked up at me, as if waiting for some sort of indication of what happened, and I just shook my head. I wasn't sure had to tell him aside from my mother had officially jumped ship, leaving any signs of sanity behind. He saw what I was holding and while his eyes widened, he didn't say a word. He simply left, I assumed, to go hunt down my mom. I was a doctor, not a police officer, but I was pretty sure my mom was going to get into some serious trouble for the stunt she had just pulled. Bella was still sleeping, so I opted to take a seat in the chair opposite hers. I had placed the letter on the counter, but even though it was no longer in my hands I still felt like my fingers were burning. Not only had I really done this, but something was not right with my mom. I ignored the signs with Tanya for too long, and I was not going to do that again. I owed it not only to Nathan, but Bella also, to keep my eyes opened. The letter was just another thing I had to apologize for. Charlie came in shortly thereafter and had another officer take the letter into evidence. When he pulled me aside I knew the conversation was not going to be a pleasant one. "Edward, you must understand the implications." I assumed he was trying to soften the blow, like he had when they wanted to take Tanya in the second time. Only I wasn't blind this go around and I knew it needed to be done. "Has she been picked up yet?" I asked. "Tanya." "No," I cut him off. "I meant my mom." I could see in Charlie's eyes that he understood what I knew. "If she hasn't yet, she will be within the next 10 minutes. "I'm sorry." His apology surprised me, but I could see the subtle shift from Charlie Swan, police chief, to Charlie Swan, the man I've known since I knocked up his daughter. "Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Edward Cullen." Bella waved her hand at me. I put my hand out to shake his, but I could already see the suspicion in his eyes. Bella had warned me that she'd never brought a man home from school before. "Edward," was his only gruff response. We took a seat in the living room. Bella had called Charlie to warn him that we'd be coming down with an announcement. "Dad," Bella started, but he cut her off. "You're pregnant?" he asked. Bella simply nodded. "How long have you two been together?" was his next question. "It's calm, placated while Bella was trying to figure out how to explain things, it was obvious to me Charlie had gotten the point. "Bella, would excuse me and this Edward for a bit please?" Bella tried to protest, but after I assured it would be all right she walked outside for a while. "Sir," I started, but he put his hand up. "What are your intentions, Edward?" His question was simple and I could see the signs of worry on his face. If I were in the same situation I'm not sure I would be handling it so well. "Well, Bella and I have decided to see if we can make a relationship work. She's definitely someone I would have wanted to get to know even if we weren't in our given situation. As far as the baby is concerned, I'll be there for her and for the baby, regardless of whether a relationship is sustained between Bella and I. I don't have much longer in school before I'll start my residency. I'm studying to be a doctor, so I know it'll be a challenge, but I'm not walking out on them. We didn't ask for this, but it's happened and I'm here." Charlie only nodded his head at me before standing off in search of Bella. The car ride back to Seattle that day was a lot less stressful than the one we'd taken to get to Forks. Bella never asked what Charlie had said to me and vice versa. We only knew that in 2 weeks' time we'd be heading to my parents' house to reveal the news to them. I had only hoped they would take it as well. "I'm not." I shook my head. "We need answers, and if she had anything to do with this. We just have to know." Charlie nodded and left. I began to stir and I was terrified that I didn't know what to say to her. When her brown eyes blinked up at me, I wished I could freeze time. Or better yet, go back in time. Anything? Her voice was raspy from sleep. There was a letter, I stated. If I could just get the facts out quickly, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. What did it say? Bella was becoming more alert by the second. She pleaded, her innocence along with some other stuff that isn't important. She kept saying she didn't do it and was away collecting evidence to back her up. But Bella, what? It was my mom who brought it to me. She said it was left on her front door, so she brought it to me. I called Charlie and... Wow. Bella's reaction was not what I had pictured. I assumed she'd go off on me again, but instead she remained calm. Her face shifting emotions as she took it all in. Edward, yeah, I know she's your mom, and God, I know she hates me, but do you think she helped? Silence. I wasn't sure what to say because really I didn't know. I would have liked to think she wouldn't, but could my opinion truly be trusted at this point? I hope no. It was a simple response. But Bella seemed to understand my internal turmoil and moved into an even more uncomfortable topic of conversation. What other stuff did the letter say? I knew the contents would eventually come out, even if Charlie didn't tell her. She said to wait for her. My voice was barely a whisper, but Bella still gasped. Edward, I could tell Bella was going to assume the worst, so I cut her off quickly. She is dead to me, Bella. Now and forever. Even if by some miracle she didn't have anything to do with this, which I don't believe, it's over. It's been over since the second she expected me to go on vacation with her. I already have my lawyer looking into ways of divorcing her without having her actually have to sign something. Bella nodded, but remained quiet. I wasn't sure what she was thinking, so I moved closer to Nathan's bed, reaching across him to where their hands joined and added mine. Bella, I know my word means nothing to you at this point and I don't blame you, but I am here. I am here for Nathan and I am here for you, too. Neither one of us asked for that night to happen how it did, but I won't lie and say I regret it. I love Nathan more than life itself and I have so much to make up to him for. But I will. I know I haven't been there as I should, but I swear to you I am here now. Forever. Silent tears fell from her eyes as she gazed up towards Nathan's face. Neither one of us knew what to say next, so we sat in silence. That was until both of us were starved. Charlie wasn't coming back to sit with Nathan, so I offered to go get something and come back. Bella agreed. You're moving in together? Alice bombarded me as soon as I had cleared the doors to the PICU area. I didn't know what to say since that was the last thing on my mind at the moment. Dad told me. He made sure I'd keep it a secret. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom. How is he? Can I see? Alice silenced herself when she noticed Bella coming out too. I cocked my head at her and she muttered, Kathy. I knew what she meant. Hey, Bella. Alice again went silent. I still didn't know where they stood with each other, and I did notice Bella took Alice's name off the approved visitor sheet as well. So for me it felt awkward to be standing with them both. Hey, Bella looked equally as nervous. She kept biting her lip and fidgeting with her hands. How is Nathan? Alice's voice tried to portray a hopeful tone, but I could still see the hurt in my sister's eyes. She knew Bella shut her out and I was not sure she knew why. Better. He woke up for a little while today, the doctor said. He should probably wake up again tonight. I'm hoping I can talk to him longer this time. She shot me a pointed glare. We will, I whispered and she smiled. Alice looked confused, but didn't ask any more questions. Do you think what I mean is crap? Can I see him? Alice took a while to find her words. Bella looked pained for a minute and I thought she was going to say no. I could see tears brimming on the edges of my sister's eyes and it was another crushing blow. Right now, I'd wished more than anything that I had fought my family more from the beginning. If I had, maybe by this point everything could at least be amicable. Possibly even friendly. Look, Alice, I didn't pull your name to be mean. I just don't want to come between your family anymore. I didn't want you to have to choose a side. Bella's explanation didn't make sense to me, but I'm sure it did to her. I understand, but maybe let me make that decision. Tears began to fall from her face as she turned away and ran off. I sighed. I didn't want to offend Bella, but I also hated seeing my sister hurt. I was standing in the middle of a tight rope, and no matter which step I took I knew I'd fall. I'm sorry, Bella whispered and I knew she meant it. I'll go find her. I turned to answer her, but noticed she was on the PICU phone. Yes, this is Bella Swan. Can you put Alice Cullen back on Nathan's list? Okay. Okay, yes. I'm just going to get food. If he wakes up, call me ASAP. Okay, thank you. I smiled. She walked up to me and told me I could tell Alice to visit Nathan whenever. She turned away to walk towards the elevators when I caught her arm. Can I come with? I asked hopefully. We had a lot to discuss with the upcoming changes to both of our lives, and maybe talking sooner rather than later would be better. If we had the best plan in place now, it would be easier to explain to Nathan later. I knew our biggest challenge was to continue to stay on the same page. If we did that, we'd be fine. Sure, Bella answered. We walked together to the cafeteria, both grabbing what we could, and took a seat. When he's out of here, I'm never going to want to see another hospital room again, I joked. You're a doctor? Bella deadpanned. I know, but it's different when, but I couldn't finish my thought out loud. What was I to say? It's different when you put your son in one. I get it. I mean, I don't really understand, but I get it. So, about moving, I let the thought hang in the air. Yeah, I figured you could take the guest room right next to Nathan's. My room is at the end of the hall, so he'd be in the middle. I work from home, so that's not an issue, and I imagine you'll have to get back to work soon. Bella spoke like it was no big deal, which shocked me. The hospital was being nice about letting me take off as much time as I needed right now. At some point, though, I needed to go back, which meant a lot of changes for her because she would essentially see no break compared to what she did before. Yeah, I'm not sure when that'll be, but I'll start back slow before working back up to full time. I want to be there to help not just Nathan, but you too. I know you're used to having a few days to yourself, but now you won't really. I won't mind, Bella answered softly. So softly I had almost missed it. I cocked my head to the side and stared at her. Really, I mean, our schedule was fine. He needed time with you. But it wasn't easy. I hated dropping him off. I always felt like a piece of me was gone, ya know? I sat back in my chair and absorbed what she'd said. I really didn't expect that answer. But then again, I work so much that when he wasn't with me, I felt like I wouldn't have been there anyways. Well, now we won't have to worry about that. At least for now. Do you know how long you'll want to stay with us? I'm not sure, however long it works, I guess. Or until you kick me out, I joked. She let a small smile slip. Hey, I'm gonna go grab another drink to bring up. Do you want anything? I asked, and she shook her head no. Even if she did, it would involve money, which she wouldn't accept. I couldn't help but feel like an idiot for even remotely thinking she could, in some way, have entrapped me with Nathan. To be quite honest, the more I learned about her, the more I realized even if that was her intention, I'm not sure I would have cared. When I first met Tanya, I was head over heels. But looking back now, I didn't understand why. She wasn't smart, granted she wasn't dumb either, but rarely did we have intellectual conversations. Tanya did volunteer at the hospital, but she never came across as charitable, while Bella was nice and generous to all. When I started to compare them side by side, I wanted to go back 9 years and tell my mom to fuck off right then and there. Sadly though, I couldn't, and would now spend an eternity questioning the what-ifs of my life. I walked up to the line, grabbing a few small snacks and drinks to go. Bella wasn't going to leave Nathan's side again until he woke up, so I bought stuff for her anyways. I glanced at my watch and realized how late it was. Chances were he would be soon. A few of my colleagues stopped and asked how Nathan was, but I brushed them off. I wanted to get back to Bella and back to our son. When I turned around, Bella was crying. Her face was red with anger and I could see her mouth moving. She looked like she was yelling, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I could see a woman standing in front of her. She had shoulder-length brown hair, but her clothes didn't fit this area of the country at all. Overly gaudy heels with a silk-looking dress that resembled lingerie. I knew one thing for sure. I didn't know who she was, and she was after Bella. I rushed up to Bella and wrapped my arms around her waist. I slightly angled myself in front of her as I came face to face with a pair of searing blue eyes. They had both stopped talking, so I still didn't know what had happened. But I knew I needed to get Bella out of her as fast as I could. Can I help you? I barked. I wasn't sure if this woman was here because of Nathan or maybe someone Bella just didn't get along with. But I didn't have the patience to find out. You must be Edward Cullen, she sneered up at me. I was shocked. I had never seen her a day in my life, yet she said my name with such venom. I am. The next thing I knew, she slapped me. I stood there stunned for a second before she launched into a verbal attack. This is all your fault, you and your stupid wife. If I ever see that bitch again, I will rip her to pieces for the mess she's put us through. And you say you're a mother. She pointed at Bella. You have no compassion, do you? Has this whole town lost its mind? Garrett never did anything to deserve this. When she finally shut up, I asked her who she was. I'm Kate Winston, Garrett's wife. Get away from my daughter. I heard Charlie's voice bark from behind me. All three of our faces snapped to him as he began asking Kate why she was there. She explained that she only wanted to plead her case to Bella, but when Bella shot her down she blew up. I choose not to press charges against Kate for slapping me. I still had no idea what was going on and was hoping Bella would clue me in as soon as we got to Nathan's room. For the second day in a row we'd left the cafeteria after a verbal altercation. It wasn't until the doors opened that I realized I still had my arm protectively around Bella. She hadn't pushed me away, so I assumed she was still scared. Kathy greeted us with a smile and said he had just started to stir a little. He hadn't opened his eyes, but she thought it would be soon. She was leaving for the day and told us to have a good night. Bella immediately walked over to Nathan and sat next to him. Her face was slowly softening up to as she looked when I first left the table. As if Nathan could feel her presence, he chose that second to open his eyes. Hey baby, Bella choked out. Do you want some water? She asked and he nodded. After a few gulps from a straw he pulled Bella close to him. His voice was no more than a whisper and even I strained to hear it. But what he said would live with me forever. I told her not to leave me. She told me it was pajama day at school so I could wear my Superman. Then I saw him staring at me. I told her not to leave until my friends showed up, but she did anyways. She wasn't even gone before he tackled me. He leaned back onto his pillow and for a second he wasn't my now 8-year-old son. He was an entirely different person, more serious. Too serious even. I knew the next chance I got I needed to call Drive. Banner. Listening to Nathan recount the few words he had was enough to make me want to find the nearest cliff and jump. How had I missed this? Was I so in love with this woman that I let her potentially abuse and hurt my son without an inkling of it was going on? How was Bella ever going to be able to trust me with him again? How could Nathan ever look at me the same way? How was I ever going to be able to forgive myself? After Nathan whispered to Bella a small snippet of the day he was kidnapped, he simply rested his head back on a pillow, took a deep breath, and didn't say another word. I excused myself from the room, partly so Nathan would not see the tears pouring down my face, but also because I knew Drive. Banner needed to know he was awake again. Hello, Doctor. Banner answered his personal cell. He had given us the phone number after our meeting. He explained that he normally didn't give the number out, but since I was Carlisle's son and a fellow doctor he had made an exception. Hi, Drive, Banner. This is Edward Cullen calling. I wanted to let you know Nathan is awake again and talking. What has he said? His voice immediately switched over to a more doctor-like tone. He talked a bit about how it happened, but nothing else. I'm not sure what to do. He's my son, and I am completely out of my league here. I was frustrated, not just because I had allowed this to happen, but because I was a doctor. I had gone through life knowing how to handle everything that had been thrown at me. But here and now, I was lost. Edward, we talked about this. Let him talk at his own pace. Don't ask questions and don't push. If you want I can come down there tonight, or if you'd prefer, first thing in the morning. I sighed. I knew we couldn't push Nathan. I also knew Drive. Banner was a father and I could hear the squeals and giggles of children in the background. He was home and I would not pull him away from his family. Not over me panicking. Tomorrow would probably be best. I'll let Bella and the staff know in case I'm not here when you arrive. After a few pleasantries we hung up. Sitting in the hallway outside the double doors, I let my elbows drop to my knees while my hands held my head. How many times had I dropped everything I was doing at home to rush back into the hospital for a non-emergency? When Nathan was 6 he became obsessed with Spider-Man. He wanted the clothes, the toys, the birthday party, his bedroom, and the movies. Everything always had to be Spider-Man. Tanya and I had only been married for about a year and we had hit a bit of a rough patch. We weren't really fighting, but there were a lot of internal shifts within the hospital with budget cuts, which meant longer hours for me since I was on a salary. When my dad asked me to pick up a few extra shifts, just temporarily, I complied because I knew it was needed. She was having a hard time adjusting to that, because when I wasn't at work I was with Nathan. One night she called me as I was leaving the hospital and let me have it. It was the worst argument we had gotten into. It was the same night I had arranged with Bella to take Nathan on an off night since my normal days were filled with work that week. When I called Bella to cancel, citing work problems, she explained that Nathan would be extremely disappointed. She had let him know he was coming to my house and having a Spider-Man night. I apologized again and rushed off the phone with her. The truth was the emergency was at home. I ignored my son for the woman who would end up hurting him worse than anyone could imagine. When I looked up, I saw my father walking down the hall towards me. His face appeared grim and I wasn't sure what was going on. Wordlessly, he took a seat next to me and sighed. When I asked what was wrong, he sighed again and shook his head. "Your mom is in jail," he stated eventually. My head snapped up to look at him. I knew they were picking her up and that she would be facing possible charges, but hearing she was in jail still startled me. "How bad are the charges?" I asked in wonder. I assumed our family attorney was already called, but I really wanted to stay as far away as I could from both her and the case. "Edward, did you know I had security cameras installed at the house last year?" My dad's question threw me off because he ignored my question with a question. "No, there were a string of vandalized houses last year. The local police chalked it up to teenagers, but it would make sense that my dad would be proactive." Neither did she. I furrowed my eyebrows together trying to figure out his cryptic message. I gasped when it came to me. He would have seen Tanya leave the note. Was my mom helping her? "Dad, Tanya didn't write it." "Wait, what? You mom did. I just got back from bringing Charlie the tape." "Why would she do that?" The police had focused the CRCH more locally since the note showed up assuming Tanya was close. To find out my mom not only wrote it, but planted it and lied about it was unforgivable. "So you wouldn't lose faith in Tanya is my best guess." He shrugged. "Edward, I didn't say this before because I didn't feel it was my place." "Are you still holding out hope for her innocence?" No, we're over. Even if she is innocent, we're over." "Edward, I know about," he looked deep in thought. "Let's just say Tanya wasn't the quietest." He trailed off and my eyes widened. I loosely remembered the night we got back from Seattle. I remembered agreeing to have sex with Tanya, but I honestly didn't remember the details. I was so numb after checking the morgue for my own son that I just wanted to feel something, anything, but I didn't. I passed out and didn't remember much when I woke up. Makes my top 5 list of the dumbest things I've ever done. "What is your first?" he asked, letting Bella get away. "I was wondering if you had changed your mind towards her. I'll admit I was an idiot for letting your mom talk so much, but she has her own demons. It's why I never said anything." "What demons?" "Not my story to tell." "Dad, yeah, do you still think you and mom are going to be okay?" He looked away and I knew the answer. "I've already called the lawyer to start drawing up papers. This is all my fault," I sighed. No, it's not. This was a long time coming. We haven't been happy for a while, Edward. She just decided to do something that I will never forgive." I nodded. I had a feeling they weren't happy. But it didn't stop the guilt from rooting inside me. "I'm here if you need me, but let me give you some advice. Bella is wiser, stronger, and above all, more honest than any of us gave her credit for in the beginning. Even if you both never move past this, you're a better person for getting to know her." I nodded. He walked away while I slipped deeper into my thoughts. I knew my dad was right. Bella was amazing and beautiful and wise and honest and caring and everything I had always said I wanted. Looking back at my 21-year-old self, I wanted to slap me. How could I be so blind? So naive? I ruined what could have been the best relationship of my life because I couldn't stand up on my own 2 feet. Bella came out looking for me. I had no clue I'd been sitting outside the doors for nearly 2 hours. "Nathan wanted to tell you good night, but he couldn't stay up any longer. I tried having you paged," Bella explained. "I called Drive, Banner and then my dad and I'm sorry. I had so much to be sorry for. So many apologizes I needed to give, but didn't know how. I'm sure he'll be awake again soon. You can tell him that yourself." Bella went to turn around, but I caught her elbow. "I said I was sorry," I sighed. It was lame, I knew, but I had said it despite the fact. "Listen, Edward, I don't know what is going on in that head of yours and I know you feel guilty. You're not the only one who does. But instead of spending what precious time we have with him while he's awake and interactive, I find you sitting here sulking. It's unacceptable. He is your son. Stand up and be the father I once knew you to be or leave. I'm not sure how much more of your mood swings I can take and I refuse to let Nathan become a pawn again," Bella seethed. To say I was shocked put it mildly. Quote, I didn't know what to say so I stopped talking. "Now you're speechless? Edward, he needs you. I need you because he needs you. It's time for you to man up." I'm sick and tired of trying to explain away your absences. I know work keeps you busy and you have a whole other life, but the second you brought Tanya into his life he became second best. I went to interrupted her, but she put her hand up, effectively silencing me. Let me finish. At first I explained it away because you were newlyweds and I knew you needed your time. But do you realize how many times you left Nathan disappointed and feeling abandoned? Do you know how many times he came to my bed crying, asking what he did to make you not want to spend time with him anymore? Or if he did something better, would you make the time to come see him? Do you realize how many times I tried getting you to be involved or talking to you about it just to be pushed aside? I stood for it then, but I will not stand for it now. That little boy loves you to death. He idolizes you as if you were the reason the sun rises, and you can't even make time for him now. Enough, Edward, I'm over this. She threw her hands up and turned away from me again. My dad left my mom. I blurted out. Bella stopped in her tracks and slowly turned around to face me. I'm sorry. Her tone sounded honest, but I could see the intrigue in her eyes. You should sit down. I motioned towards the chair next to me, but Bella shook her head no. I proceeded to give her the story my dad gave me about the letter, the security camera, the arrest, and so forth. Bella sat patiently and listened to every word I said without trying to interrupt, so once I was done I braced myself for her reaction. I silently prayed this wouldn't result in her keeping me out of Nathan's life or going back on our newfound living arrangement. Edward, she started, until Nathan is of age and can make this decision for himself, she will not be allowed to see him. Bella's tone was calm, but forceful, and I knew this wasn't a debate. I understand, I stated, so she knew I got what she meant. I don't need to hear that. I need to know if you are going to stand with me or against me. She looked up at me and I could see the tears brimming on the edges of her eyes. I am with you. I took her hand and lightly squeezed. I then told Bella I was going to run downstairs to my office to change and grab a quick shower, but I'd be back up soon. When I got back, Nathan was awake, smiling and laughing with Bella. He was still too small, but at least there was a resemblance to the boy I once knew. Daddy, he cheered, and I smiled. Yeah, I'm here, I answered. I walked over to his bed and took a seat. Where did you go last night? He wondered, and I looked up to see Bella forcing back tears. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have walked out. I went to make a phone call, but it's no excuse. I promise not to do it again. I lowered my lips to his forehead. Okay. His eyes didn't lie, though. He didn't believe me. Nathan began talking to Bella again, and I slowly began to feel like an outsider. He was talking about events at school, baseball, and his friends. I realized I didn't know any of it, so I sat and listened. I laughed at the appropriate times, but otherwise I just soaked in as much information as I could. I found out he was supposed to be one of the Munchkins in the school's production of The Wizard of Oz. He was excited because he actually had 2 lines. But when he asked Bella if it was too late, she promised to call the school and find out. He asked if he could still play baseball. Bella said he could as soon as he was well enough to leave the hospital. When Bella asked him if he was excited to see his friends at school, his face changed. Similar to the night before, it was as if the light left his eyes and he was transplanted back to where he was when he was found. I made a new friend. His name is Jimmy. The eerie quiet of his voice spooked even me. At the cabin he would tell me stories so I'd stay awake. Papa Charlie always told me if I got lost, find shelter, and stay put. Someone would always find me. Jimmy made sure I was found. The last bit came out in a whisper. It was pretty obvious that Jimmy was some sort of imaginary friend that Nathan had made up during his ordeal. I made a mental reminder to mention this to Dr. Banner. A quick look at the clock revealed he'd be at the hospital within the hour. In the time it took me to check the clock, Nathan had returned to his normal self again. I was concerned about long-term psychiatric effects this could have on him. But of course nothing would be official for a long while now. Did I miss my birthday? Nathan asked, and I jumped in, finally knowing the answer to something. I'm afraid you did, I replied, and he sighed. I hated seeing him so upset, so I quickly told him that as soon as he was out of the hospital we would throw a party with all of his friends. Is that okay, Mom? He asked, and Bella nodded. I sorta jumped that gun, but I didn't think Bella would mind. Even if we didn't use her house, I could rent out the bowling alley or something. Are you going to come, Dad? 6 words. That was all it took. 6 small words, and my heart shattered. I choked back a cry and nodded. Traitor tears were already leaving my eyes when I kissed his forehead and whispered, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Do you promise? He asked again, and behind his eyes I saw all of the hurt and mistrust I had put there. I had never felt more like a failure in my life, but at the same time it sparked something within my heart. I knew after that day I would never be the same dad again. I knew that I would do whatever I needed to in order to become the dad I wanted to be. Yes, I promise. Nothing will keep me from celebrating your birthday. Do you know what kind of party you want? I figured it would be a good idea to hear what he'd like so we could start planning. Well, Corey Newton thought he was so cool because he had laser tag at his party and Millie Crowley kept bragging about pony rides. He rolled his eyes and I chuckled. Do you think we could go bowling? They have laser tag there and it's really fun when they turn the lights off with everything glowing. That's cool, right Mom? He turned towards her and it was just another reminder of where I stood in his life. She laughed. You'll be the coolest boy in school. There was a knock and I saw Dr. Banner waiting to come in. Nathan went back to his version of quiet as he eyed Drive. Banner. Nathan, this is Dr. Banner. He's here to talk to you. Bella explained and I smiled. I had hoped our presence would make this easier on him. Hi, Nathan squeaked out. His voice was off, not the normal 8-year-old child he was a mere 30 seconds ago. Hello Nathan, do you mind if I sit down? Dr. Banner pointed to the chair at the side of his bed. He had come in casual clothes that he had told us would make Nathan feel less like he was talking to a doctor and more like he was making a new friend. I had heard of this approach before and it was commonly practiced in pediatrics. Nathan nodded. I brought you something, Drive. Banner reached into his bag and pulled out a Superman action figure. Nathan's face immediately broke out into a smile as he took it, but the white knuckling of the sheets moments prior did not go unnoticed. Nathan, Bella's voice rang out. Oh sorry. Thank you. Nathan stopped long enough to rush out before he went back to tearing the box open to get to his new toy. We all sat around about 15 minutes before any more words were spoken. Nathan eventually looked up and noticed everyone staring at him. He was a smart child. He knew why Drive Banner was there. Do I have to talk about it? He questioned. Only if you want to. Otherwise we can talk about school, friends, what you like to do for fun. I heard you played baseball. Can I still keep the toy if I don't talk about it? Nathan asked and I held back a laugh. It was moments like this today that reminded me of the boy he was a few short weeks ago. Of course, although there is something special about his particular toy. Nathan's eyes flew up as Dr. Banner explained that the action figure represented him. He went on to explain that when he was ready he would like him to point out where he got hurt during his time away. Nathan just nodded absent-mindedly while he continued to play. Silence took over again before Nathan looked up. He then pointed to the toy and said, "That hurt the most." When Nathan pointed, I was not expecting him to point to the mouth on the Superman doll. How did it get hurt, Nathan? Dr. Banner asked without missing a beat. He put a strange-smelling cloth over my face. I don't remember anything after that until I got wet. Hearing Nathan talk about his time away, even just bits and pieces, was like an out-of-body experience for me as his dad. He was Nathan in the flesh, but the way his mind seemed to shift. He almost spoke too nonchalantly. His answers were straight and to the point, not at all what you'd expect to find in the stories of an average 8-year-old. Their imaginations are still running wild, so facts generally can't be trusted. Are you going to come back again? Nathan asked when Dr. Banner stood up to leave. Do you want me to come back? I found this Tekken IQ interesting since Nathan didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. Nathan's forehead scrunched for a minute before nodding. Yeah, you're cool. Then he shifted back to my 8-year-old son I knew before. Watching his personality shift was very unnerving, and it was just another reminder of the long road we had ahead of us. Dr. Banner motioned for Bella and me to follow him towards the doorway, but not outside the door. When Nathan saw we weren't actually leaving the room completely, his shoulders sagged in relief. Nathan seems to be handling everything well. I'm just not sure how long his internal defense mechanisms will hold, but I'm going to go back to my office and write up a plan. We'll continue to take things slow and handle each problem as we come to it. Does that sound all right? Bella and I both nodded. I'd like to come back in 3 days. If there are any drastic changes I want to call immediately. I need you to pay attention to his actions. Anything that seems extreme, out of character for him I need written down. Do you have any questions? I went on to explain, Jimmy, which Dr. Banner agreed was an imaginary friend formed because of his trauma. He told us to watch how much he was referenced to, and how lifelike Nathan made him seem. He continued to emphasize that we should not push him to talk unless he prompts us to, and that it would be a good idea to let him know about the household merge sooner rather than later. We said our goodbyes and walked back towards Nathan's bed together. Bella looked up at me and I nodded, signaling it was time to let Nathan know about our new living arrangement. As Bella began explaining that he would be moving into her house permanently and that I would also be there, I could see Nathan get anxious. His eyes started darting around the room. His breath seemed to quicken, and the monitor for his heart alerted me to his elevating pulse. I don't understand. Where will you stay? Nathan snapped towards me. I jumped at his drastic change of body language, but I answered as calmly as I could. Well, buddy, your mom told me there is a guest bedroom at the end of the hallway, so I'll stay there. I didn't think he needed the details behind me selling my house just yet, so I didn't elaborate. Where will Tanya stay? Bella's face paled at the mention of her name while Nathan's heart rate continued to climb. It finally clicked in my head that she was why his mood had changed so drastically. He assumed if I was moving in, so was she. Nathan, Tanya will no longer be living with us. She won't be a part of my life anymore, which means she will no longer have to be a part of yours. You will never have to see her, ever again. I enunciated each word confidently and I could see his breathing begin to normalize. Bella had caught onto the monitor and we both watched his heart rate normalize. The emotions on his face were unreadable until he finally asked if she did this to him. I wanted to say no, but I knew I shouldn't lie, so I simply nodded. I'm so sorry, I whispered to him. I lowered my lips to his forehead as a wave of guilt overtook me. This time I wasn't able to keep a tear from falling. Why are you crying? Nathan yawned. He was still weak and I had been surprised he had stayed up for as long as he had already, so all I wanted to do was tuck him in. However, the little voice in the back of my mind reminded me, no lies. I'm just happy you're back and I'm so sorry I brought her into your life. Honesty, I could do honesty, I thought to myself. He yawned again, and his eyelids became too heavy as he drifted off before our eyes. Once Bella was satisfied that he was truly asleep, she stood up and walked over towards me. I continued to sit facing Nathan with his hand on my palm. I could feel a tight squeeze on my shoulders alerting me that Bella was hugging me. Thank you, she whispered and I nodded. The sensation of Bella's arms around me was different than anything I'd felt before. Even when we were dating and had shared a few kisses, I hadn't felt such an overwhelming sense of calm. It wasn't a spark like electricity, but more like a wave of serenity. I finally felt like I could relax, that we'd really get through this stronger than we were before. I still felt guilt for putting us in this situation, and I wanted to go back to really attempt a real chance with Bella, but if we could just get through this intact, like a real family, I would be happy. I only hoped I had the strength to do it and that I wasn't too late. Charlie walked in shortly thereafter and I asked him if we could get away to talk. It was time for me to man up and finally hear the answers to the questions I had. Bella told me she'd call Alice to see if she could come sit with Nathan for a while. She needed to go home so she could shower, eat, and get a fresh change of clothes. I offered to stay behind, but she waved me off as she went to the nurse's station to borrow the patient's phone. Walking out with Charlie made me nervous. He offered to eat at the cafeteria with me, but I needed to get away too. Charlie offered to drive us up to the diner. I accepted, although I second-guessed myself when I took a seat in his cruiser and spotted his gun. I was happy to see the diner was relatively dead when we pulled up. Forks was a small town with a lot of gossip, happy women more than willing to listen in, just to share later with the rest of the town. We took a seat in the booth furthest from the door. Nancy came up to take our orders. She was a nice enough lady who I knew had worked at the diner almost all her life. Her husband had passed a few years back and her children were older and moved away. I often wondered why she stayed, but I imagine it was the security. After a few pleasant ryes were exchanged, I asked for a Coke while Charlie ordered the Salisbury steak with extra gravy. That is horrible for your health, you know, I commented absent-mindedly on his choice of food. So was screwing around with my daughter. He shot back, yet you've still seemed to live through it. The second part came out more like a grumble, but he had a point. I half coughed, half choked over his comment. What do you want to know? Charlie asked after taking a sip of the coffee Nancy had brought him. Everything, as much as you know, starting from the beginning. I sat patiently with my ears open to every word he said. Charlie explained that Garrett's original confession didn't line up with our known timeline of events, so when he went back to question him, getting the true confession wasn't hard. He had talked himself into so many lies. As soon as Charlie pointed a few out, Garrett started talking. According to Garrett, he had been seeing Tanya for about 3 months, but they had been talking closer to a year. Charlie said they had the phone records to prove it, but that most of the time, Garrett resided in Alaska. In the several months leading up to Nathan's disappearance, Garrett was flying in weekly. Charlie had pulled bank statements and found an account Tanya had opened up in her maiden name that showed charges for different restaurants, shopping, and hotels. All of which were mainly in the Seattle area. He said it appeared she never met with him during the times we would have had Nathan, but I continued to rack my brain at how I had missed this. I knew I was busy at work, but I missed a 3-month-long affair? Charlie went on to explain that from there it got a bit sketchy. There wasn't a payoff of any sort, and it didn't appear that Tanya had plans to end things with Garrett. He explained that their motives were still unknown. Garrett continued to swear that once Nathan was gone, he and Tanya were running away together. Charlie speculated that Tanya just wanted Nathan out of the picture so she no longer had to share my time, but since that theory didn't line up with Garrett's words, it all still unknown. Charlie's food arrived and Nancy offered to bring me something, but I waved her off. At this point I didn't feel like I could eat. My brain was still processing all of the information I had just learned. Between bites, Charlie explained Garrett's second confession to me. Apparently this had taken place after Nathan was found. This one included waiting for Tanya to bring Nathan to the bus stop and nod at him. Then he tackled him and used chloroform to silence him, drove to La Push, threw him off a cliff, and drove off, all the while planning to run away with Tanya. Needless to say, food was the least of my worries. As Charlie took the last few bites and the haze I had been in started to dissipate, I noticed him looking at me expectantly. Charlie cleared his throat before asking, "So I hear you're moving in together?" "Yes, sir," I answered. "Don't sir me, Edward." Charlie's tone had switched from a cop to a father rather drastically. "Sorry, yes, you'd better be." Charlie didn't take crap from anyone, but especially me. I dropped my head down and sighed. I knew I had a lot to make up for at this point, but the constant reminders just continued to kick me down. "Edward, as I told you last time, I will protect my daughter. Stop walking around like a sad boy who lost his puppy and be the father we all saw you to be when Nathan was younger. You weren't always so stuck up and self-centered. Bella may have it in her heart to forgive you, but do you really want to take that chance with Nathan?" Charlie was right and I knew it. "I know, it's just..." Before I could get another word out, Charlie slammed his mug down. I watched Nancy jump out of the corner of my eye, but Charlie put his hand up. "Damn it, boy, I don't want to hear I know. I know you know. I also know what you've done to my daughter." He was yelling now. "When he brought you home, I knew she was in trouble. Everything about you breathed mama's boy. Then to find out I was not only right, but you continued to let your mother stomp all over my daughter for months while she was pregnant. Bella has always been independent, a product of her mother. The second you both did what you did, she was gone. She's stuck in a life she deserves more out of. So don't you dare make another excuse to me, Edward. Truth is, you're rather lucky I believe in following the law, or that psychotic woman you call a mother would have been dead long before she had time to write that bogus letter." I sighed. We settled the bill and Charlie dropped me back off at the hospital. "Thanks for the ride," I nodded at him. "Fix it," he barked before driving away. My mind was so gone that, when I walked through the hospital's doors, I collided with my father. "Sorry," I apologized. "It's all right. I'm glad I ran into you, though. Emmett and Rosalie were asking if they could see Nathan. Do you think you could talk to Bella about that?" I nodded and we exchanged goodbyes. When I got back up to Nathan's room, Bella was sitting at his side. She was stretched out on a recliner with a book, and for the first time in days, she looked almost peaceful. She smiled when I came back in and my body urged me towards her. The feelings were so foreign I shook them away and walked over to Nathan. I placed a lone kiss on his forehead before taking a seat near Bella. Even though I practically lived at this hospital before, actually having my son here was more exhausting than a double shift. Not only was it physically draining, but also emotionally. At least while I was treating patients, my mind didn't have the ability to lull and count the seconds on the clock. "Bella?" I called out after a while had passed and Nathan hadn't stirred. "Yeah?" She looked up from her book and I felt all of the air rush out of her lungs. She was dressed in a simple royal blue warm-up suit, her hair laid over her shoulders with absolutely no artificial beauty added, yet she looked breathtaking. Edward, she called out, breaking me from my momentary loss of consciousness. Huh, you wanted to ask me some thing, she trailed off and my brain caught up to where I had left off. Oh yeah, I ran into my dad. He mentioned Emmett and Rosalie wanting to visit, but I needed to ask you first if that was okay. Yeah, that's fine. She shrugged and turned back towards her book. I could tell by her flippant response she didn't mean it, but I wasn't sure how to press forward. Bella, if you don't want them, I started, but she cut me off. I said it was fine, Edward. Bella's tone alerted me that she was now irritated. When Bella and I first told my family, the reactions were very mixed. My mom went off. Alice ran out of the room in tears. Emmett didn't say a word, and my father acted with indifference. All in all, not the way I had pictured the reaction of telling my family I was expecting my first child. Bella? Yes, Edward, are you ever going to let me apologize? Like really apologize? Not today. Are you still coming over tomorrow to start moving in? She asked. I nodded. Then we'll talk then. Okay. I wasn't sure what else to say. Part of my brain was busy putting ideas together of ways to make it up to them. Taking them on a vacation to anywhere they wanted. Taking Nathan to a baseball game. Buying Nathan the new PlayStation 3 he was asking about. However, when I mentally went over that original plan, I realized how insincere the ideas were. Bella had made it clear to me that money was not an issue and she couldn't be bought, so any idea involving money was quickly out. I made a mental note to keep thinking and maybe call Alice in for advice. Nathan woke up a few more times that day, but never stayed awake long. He was handling the liquids and the IV nutrition so well that we decided we would let Nathan try a few simple foods, Jell-O and a popsicle. Mom, really? Nathan whined when we saw the lack of options. Nathan, your father already explained. Your body has to build itself back up before you can have a cheeseburger. I promise you, as soon as you're ready, I'll buy you your first burger. I interjected. Fine. Nathan rolled his eyes, while Bella hit me on the shoulder. I shrugged and she laughed. It was the first time everyone's guard seemed to be down. ND had just served as a subtle reminder of what could have been. Nathan's primary arm was still in a sling, so, after refusing help, he continued getting more of the green Jell-O on himself than in his mouth. Bella continued to laugh, gaining her a few glares from Nathan, but all in all he ate about half of it. You can stop laughing now, Nathan huffed as Bella wiped his chin. Sorry, this just Remy. NDS me of the time your father gave you green beans for the first time. You absolutely hated them, but he was so determined for you to eat them. I think you spit most of them back at him than he ever got in your mouth. You still won't eat them, I added. You were there? Nathan asked, astonished. Of course I was, I answered immediately. Nathan, I was there for all of your firsts, except your first word. You chose to tell your mom, Dada, while I was in class, but I heard it that night. Oh, his face looked hurt. I realized I may have snapped at him, but I was angry. How could he question whether I was there? But then it hit me. He couldn't remember those times. I thought I heard him mutter that I wasn't there for his first baseball game and I sighed. I sat down next to him and looked into his eyes. I will never miss another first again. I had hoped I conveyed the message I wanted him to hear, but I couldn't be sure. He ended up falling asleep shortly thereafter. Bella dipped out shortly before sunrise to grab breakfast while I stayed with Nathan. I hadn't slept much the night before. His face was on repeat and my brain wouldn't shut down. Emmett walked through the door RTLY after Nathan woke up the next morning. Uncle Emmett, Nathan cheered. His response was a better reaction than I had gotten as of late. Where's Rosalie? I asked. In the hallway with Bella. We saw her while we were walking in. He answered before walking over to Nathan. Nathan, I'm gonna go get your mom. He waved me off and it felt more like a dismissal. When I rounded the corner I heard Bella hiccup. It was obvious she was crying. I could hear them talking, so instead of storming over to them to figure out what Rosalie had said to upset her, I listened. What am I supposed to say, Rosé? I'm sorry the doctor suggested this, but I can't have you living in my house. That's selfish, Bella sobbed. You have to keep yourself sane, Bella. What are you most scared of? Rosalie asked. Everything. I know Edward is trying to be a better father, but what do I do when he decides Nathan isn't important anymore? I mean, the first few years he was great, and then she came along and he just disappeared. The shift was slow, but what happens when that happens again? How do I explain that to Nathan? My heart was breaking after hearing Bella confess this, not only because she hadn't said this to me, but also because I knew she believed it. I'd kill him for hurting that little boy like this. And that evil mother-in-law of mine. I've never liked her, Rosalie sneered. Bella scoffed. I hate her. And I don't hate anyone. Are you scared of falling for him? Rosalie's asked, her voice barely a whisper. I wasn't sure I was prepared to hear the answer to this question, but I stayed and continued to listen. What? No, I haven't thought about Edward like that in years. And I'm talking like 8 years. Bella brushed off Rosalie's question quite quickly. I knew I shouldn't feel hurt by her words, but I felt like my heart had been ripped out and jumped on. But you've thought about it before? Rosalie pushed. Sure I did. When we first met, I really liked him and our relations. Hip was building until he brought me home. We could have been perfect. Well, maybe not perfect, but we could have lasted. I wanted to make it work with him and it didn't take much effort. At the time he held all the characteristics I wanted. That was until I realized who he really was. Bella didn't know how true her words were. We could have been perfect. But now? Rosalie questioned. I don't even know him anymore, Rose. I was numb and decided I couldn't listen anymore. I exaggerated my presence so they would know I was there. Nathan's awake. It was all I needed to say to bring Bella to her feet and running for the doors. Rosalie lingered behind. I knew you were listening. I didn't answer. You really fucked up. That was all Rosalie said before she left me in the hallway. Yet another person reminding me how fucked up I really was. Rosalie's words stuck with me as I trailed behind her and Bella as they made their way to Nathan's room. When I walked in, Nathan was talking animatedly to Emmett about his first baseball game. A pang of regret washed through me as he recounted the tale of hitting the ball and making it to second base. Even though hearing the stories of events I'd missed were hard to swallow, I knew deep down listening to them would help. As much as the constant reminders hurt to hear, they also served as my driving force to never go back to the deadbeat father I was just weeks ago. By some people's standard definition, I knew they wouldn't consider me deadbeat. I kept up visitation. I contributed to child support even though Bella never touched it, and I was technically in his life. However, I wasn't living up to the standard I'd set for myself when we learned Bella was pregnant. So you don't want to be with me? 2 days after Bella broke up with me, she offered to meet me at a coffee shop close to her dorm. No, Bella's answer echoed in my head. What do you want? If we weren't going to be together, I wasn't sure where that meant I fell. Obviously I was still the baby's father, but I felt placeless. I want no need, you to be the baby's father. As long as you do that, I see no reason why we can't remain friends. She shrugged as she spoke, and even though I felt dismissed, I could see the defensive wall behind her eyes. Okay, I nodded at her. Bella needed to know I was going to be there regardless of the title of our relationship. So, when is your next appointment? We ended up staying at the coffee shop for another hour or so talking about logistics and the future. Rosalie immediately stood beside Bella and placed her hand on her shoulder. Internally I was confused. As far as I knew, Rosalie and Bella didn't talk. When we first announced the pregnancy, Emmett's reaction to the news was indifference while Rosalie was furious. They had only just gotten married and she felt one-upped by the timing. Her and Emmett were still basking in their newlywed status among our family, and in walked the youngest son with a baby on the way. Their spotlight was quickly stolen and she was hurt by that. It was never my intention to steal their thunder, and for the longest time I hated Rosalie for being so selfish. When push came to shove, my life didn't exactly end up how I had envisioned. Several years later, Emmett and I shared a heart-to-heart after a Thanksgiving meal had gone poorly. Honey, you must bring Nathan by tomorrow. We'll have plenty of pie left over. My mother pushed. He's with Bella for the weekend, I replied, trying to avoid the topic of Nathan and Bella. My mother's hatred of Bella was no secret, and although I didn't exactly understand why, I trusted her judge of character. Oh, was her only response, before she turned to Rosalie and made an offhand remark about how she was excited for her to give her grandchildren soon. Rosalie choked up. Yeah, it'll be nice. When do you think you're going to give me some grandchildren? At least I won't have to worry about visitation schedules. My mom's remark was actually a jab at me, but Rosalie burst into tears and ran up the stairs. Emmett muttered a few choice words before following up after her. My mom didn't even act the least bit shocked, and my dad just stared wide-eyed at me. You should apologize, I told my mom. Rosalie had already been acting strangely, so I knew something more had to be going on. Normally she'd walk in feisty as ever, but today she acted more mousy and shy. All I wanted to know was when they'd have a child. They've been married almost 4 years now. Hell, even you have a child. I rolled my eyes because I knew where this was going. My mom wanted me to meet a nice non-gold-digging woman who I could marry and have more children with. I had heard it all before. Sitting at the table with just my parent was slowly starting to suffocate me. I'd been living in Forks for less than a year and my parents had only recently moved in behind me. When Bella first asked about moving, I shot her down, but then she burst into tears. She explained that she needed to be near her dad, but didn't want to move Nathan so far away without me following. My residency was over and I had several jobs offers lined up, some to a few pretty amazing hospitals. Before Nathan I would have jumped at the chance, but seeing Bella give up so much and only asking for this one thing, I gave in. We moved to Forks a few months later and I started working at the local hospital there. It wasn't glamorous, but it helped me realize I didn't want to follow in my father's footsteps of being famous within the profession. When my parents moved to Forks, our dynamic changed. Family-oriented events began to end in chaos because of my mom and Bella. As a result, Bella announced she would no longer be attending family functions. Now not only was this my first Thanksgiving in Forks, but it was also my first holiday away from Nathan. Bella was cooking at Charlie's house while I spent time with my parents, Emmett and Rosalie. Alice had decided Ed on a ski trip with some friends instead of coming here. It was her last big thing before moving here over Christmas break. When Emmett and Rosalie still hadn't come down after 20 minutes of tending to my mom prattle on about more grandchildren, I excused myself and rushed up the stairs. After reaching the top, I realized Emmett was sitting outside the bathroom door, his head down in his hands as they rested on his knees. He looked defeated. Soft cries could be heard through the door as Rosalie broke down. "Hey," I whispered. Emmett snapped his head up and I realized he was crying. I on with my head for him to follow me into the guest room parallel to the bathroom. He sighed, but followed. "What's wrong?" I asked. I kept my voice low so that Rosalie wouldn't hear us. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I also didn't want to upset her more. Emmett stayed quiet, almost like he was trying to decide what to say. Eventually he blurted out that Rosalie can't have children. To say I was shocked was an understatement. Of all the things I was expecting to hear, that wasn't one of the assumptions I had made. Emmett quietly explained an event that happened in Rosalie's life that left her scared from the inside out. She only had one working ovary and after 2 years of trying they had given up and looked into IVF. In secret they had done 2 implants. The first was an immediate loss. The second lasted 10 weeks and Rosalie had just miscarried 3 days prior. They wanted to keep it a private matter, but of course my mom's comment had shattered her. I offered my apologies, but was otherwise rendered speechless. I knew nothing I could say would make it better and I didn't want to further risk upsetting Emmett by making an offensive remark. After a few minutes of silence, Emmett asked why I was there. Confused, I just looked at him dumbfounded. "Why wouldn't I be here?" "Don't you and Bella get together for holidays and stuff?" he asked. "Bella doesn't want to come to things Mom is at and vice versa. So we're splitting the holidays now," I explained. "I see." Only 2 words, but 2 words that felt like a judgment. "Dude, I understand Mom doesn't like Bella, but I still don't get why you're here. You should revel in whatever time you have with your son. You and Bella still get along, right?" I nodded. "Then get out of here. I don't see the issues everyone has with Bella." Emmett trailed off. "Hold on, when you first met her he cut me off. I know what I said, but Edward, it's been almost 4 years and she hasn't taken you to court and hung you to dry. Maybe we were wrong," he suggested. "She left me, it doesn't matter anymore." I shook my head to get even the thought of dating Bella out of my head. She had made it perfectly clear that we were never going to happen. "Whatever, dude, all I'm saying is you should be thankful for the time you have. And the son you have." He looked away. I gave him a hug and left, letting him know to give Rosalie a hug from me too. When I got downstairs, my parents were nowhere in sight and Emmett's words were weighing heavily on my heart. I snuck into the kitchen and stole one of the 3 pumpkin pies my mom had made. I then darted out of my car and drove to Bella's house. Bella told me she was taking Nathan to her dad, so I had no idea if she would be home, but since it was only 7:30 I hoped she was. Potted her white Focus in the driveway and I got excited. I rushed to park the car and practically ran to the door. When Bella answered, she was shocked to see me, but quickly let me in. They had only gotten back from Charlie's house about 30 minutes prior and Nathan was already in his PJs. Instead of sending Nathan to bed, we all enjoyed pumpkin pie while watching A Christmas Story on television. I realized I was smiling at the memory of how that Thanksgiving ended when Bella called me out of my trance. Huh? I asked. Where did you go, Dad? Nathan asked. Just thinking about our first Thanksgiving in Forks. I replied honestly. He shrugged my comment off and went back to talking to Emmett. I noticed Rosalie had also joined in their conversation. They were now talking about cars. Hey, Bella whispered as she walked up to me. Rose offered to sit with Nathan once he falls asleep tonight. That way we can go start packing and get you set up before Nathan is discharged. I want it all done and in order before he comes home. Rose? I'm her brother-in-law and would get crushed if I called her Rose. I made a mental note to ask Bella later about her relationship with Rose. Okay, that sounds fine, I agreed. Bella was right. Not only did I need to pack and get organized, but I also planned on using this as a way to talk to her. Alone and away from any distractions. Where did you really go a second ago? Bella questioned. Our first Thanksgiving in Forks, I answered. I was being honest the first time around. What about it? She asked. I miss us being a family, I sighed. Bella huffed and walked away from me. Her reaction wasn't exactly the response I was hoping for, but I was hoping she would open up to me later. Emmett and Rosalie left about an hour after they came and Rosalie promised to be back around 6 that night. During Nathan's afternoon nap I went shopping for boxes and borrowed Emmett's truck. He complained about having to drive my pansy-ass Volvo around. But I promised to return his baby as soon as I was done with it. Thanks, I nodded as we finished loading the rest of the boxes into the cab. Just don't scratch it, okay? He pleaded and I rolled my eyes. Emmett started walking towards my Volvo. Hey, I called out towards him. He looked back, acknowledging that I had been heard. When did Rosalie and Bella become friends? I knew it wasn't my place to interrogate him, but I wanted an idea. They're not really friends. He shrugged. Rosalie needed ideas for his birthday present, so she got her number from Alice. They talked for a bit and I think a few times after that, but I wouldn't call them friends. Okay, I drew out. Look, I think RO just feels sorry for her, ya know? I know our family is sorta a mess right now, but here was a reason we left the country for a while. Things blew up with Mom and well, I think we both had the fog clear our heads completely. Bella didn't deserve what she got. She's definitely not WH. Oh, I thought she was and Rose feels the same way. It's nothing personal, Edward, but I'm on Bella's team. You're my brother and I love you, but you've got to cut the cord. I know I'm one to talk, but man, just don't let those two slip away. Nathan is worth it, Bella too. At the end of his lecture I sighed. I almost told him to get in line to verbally flog me. When I turned to walk away when I heard Emmett call out to me again. Edward, I'm not saying any of this to be mean. You're my little brother and I love you. I also know what you're capable of. Any lesser of a man wouldn't stand a chance against the mountain you have to climb. Just get your priorities straight and it'll fall into place. I acknowledged his comment with a head nod before turning towards the truck and climbing in. By the time I got back to the hospital, Nathan had woken up and was more than glaring at me when I walked in cheeseburgerless. When can I have real food? Nathan complained as he stared down the tray of jello and pudding set out in front of him. A few more days, buddy, I chuckled before kissing his forehead. Nathan, I'm gonna run out and grab something from the car, Bella announced. Will you be okay with your dad? Yeah, Nathan pouted. You don't have to lie, you're going to eat real food. I love you, honey, Bella smiled before darting out. Nathan wasn't naive, she was going to get lunch. I sat down next to Nathan on his bed while he continued to eat the food on the tray. When he was done I pushed it away and helped him clean off his face. He didn't like it, but he knew it needed to be done. His arm would be in a sling for a few more weeks and until then, he'd just have to accept help. So you're really moving into Mom's house? Nathan asked out of the blue. Yeah, I really am, I smiled. The thought of being under the same roof as Nathan full-time made me smile. I was hopeful that it would give me a chance to not only step up for him, but also reconnect us back to where we were several years ago. I see, Nathan mumbled. His face was unreadable and even though I feared my next question, I needed to hear the answer. Do you not want me to move in? I braced myself for his answer. Nathan was quiet for a few minutes, before asking me a question I had never expected to hear. Do you love Mom? Nathan, wow, I stuttered trying to find the correct wording for the answer. Of course I do. I mean, she gave me you. I will always love your mother for that. But if you mean like a boyfriend likes a girlfriend, then no. We don't have that sort of relationship, Nathan. Nathan didn't reply, but he looked deep in thought. I couldn't tell if he was trying to analyze what I said or if I had upset him with my answer. Nathan, nothing will change your mother's or my love for you. It just didn't work between us. Sometimes adult relationships are complicated. I kept babbling on trying to explain, but he just looked up at me as if I had lost my mind. Could you ever? He questioned. His eyes held so much hope that I was terrified of shattering his heart. I don't know, Nathan. Your mom and I have a lot to work on. I don't know what the future will bring. Regardless though, we are both always here for you. Always. I enunciated the word always to get my point across. You weren't always, he half whispered, and my heart broke. Nathan, I took one solitary finger and raised his chin up so that he was looking up at me. There are far too many things I have to be sorry for, and for that, I am even sorrier. I know my words mean nothing to you, but I swear to you, Nathan, I'm here for you. You're my son and I love you more than anyone else in this world. He blinked and sighed. My words were still empty to him, but it was the most I could give at the moment. If I could move earth to prove my love for him, I would, but I knew it would take time and consistency. I love you, Daddy, Nathan whispered, and my heart warmed. My face glowed as I kissed his cheek. I love you more than any words could ever describe, son. I could feel tears rising in my eyes, but I kept my breath even. Nathan started to get drowsy again and I could see his eyes fading. Nathan, when you're all fixed up and out of here, how does a Mariners game sound? I asked last minute. It still wouldn't be enough to make up for what had been done, but a baseball game would be fun. Father and son bonding, and I'd even buy Bella a ticket if she wanted to tag along. Do you promise? His eyes were hopeful. I nodded. Okay, he sighed as he drifted off to sleep. Bella walked in moments later with an awestruck look on her face. I hadn't noticed her before, but I wondered if she overheard any of our conversation. How much did you hear? I asked, more out of curiosity than anything else. Enough, she answered with a warm smile. You ready for tonight? Yeah, I was thinking I'd head over to your house to take a look at the space available and then head over to mine to start packing. I'm going to hire a moving company in a few weeks to pack the rest up and put it in storage to get the house ready for showings. You're really selling it? Her eyebrow arched. Yes, I don't want it, I snapped. Bella jumped a little and I realized my tone. Look, Bella, even if you kick me out after night one, I wouldn't move back in there. I can't move on if I'm stuck in a house with memories etched into every corner. There may have been a few happy moments, but the bad outweighs the good. Bella looked deep in thought, but said no more. Time ticked slowly away. Nathan woke up again, but not for long. Before either one of us realized the time, Rosalie was walking in the door bright-eyed and armed with her laptop. Thank you for doing this, I told her genuinely. I appreciated her talkin'. The time to camp out in Nathan's room while Bella and I both got the housing situation finalized. No problem, Rosalie smiled as she set up shop in the chair closest to Nathan. Bella and I left the hospital in our separate vehicles. Even though we were heading to the same place, I assumed I would be heading over to my house alone while Bella continued to organize her house. Our house. Was it our house now? Surely not, but it reminded me I needed to ask Bella about a subject I dreaded: money. Bella's house wasn't as big as mine, but I had to admit it felt more welcoming. Pictures of Bella and Nathan hung on the walls. A few buckets of toys lined up in the living room, with their shoes sat on a rack by the front door. The walls were a neutral tan that made the room feel warm and inviting. A stark difference to the black and white and stainless steel Tanya had redone our house in. When I walked further into the living room, I stopped dead in my tracks as I recognized the picture hanging above the mantel. Edward, remind me again why you can't be home tonight. Tanya whined for the second day in a row. I'll be home, but late. I'm getting pictures done with Nathan, I explained. The year Nathan was born, we decided to have a family picture done for Christmas. Bella even begrudgingly let me pay for it the first time. After that, we'd set aside a day and get pictures taken. It was important to us both that even though Nathan wouldn't be raised in a conventional family, he would still be able to look back and see his parents together and happy. Is it just you and Nathan? She questioned. Tanya didn't like Bella, but understood she came with the package. No, there will be at least one shot where Bella and Nathan will sit with me, I answered. I don't get it, Edward, she complained. It's not as if Bella is your family. Yes, she is, I snapped. Bella is Nathan's mother, that makes her part of my family. Tanya left the room but didn't touch the subject again. Every year we continued to have pictures done. We never missed a year. What? Bella asked when she noticed me staring at the picture. Nothing. I shook my head. I didn't realize you hung the pictures up. I motioned to the wall. Why wouldn't I? Her brow furrowed. What do you do with them? I didn't have an answer. I'd get the prints in the mail and bring one to work, but I never thought to hang it up on the wall. I shrugged and Bella didn't push. So this is what I have to offer. She gestured down the hall to follow. First she opened the door to her spare bedroom. There was a queen-sized bed in the middle of the room with a matching dresser and nightstand. The walls were painted a warm green and the decorations were all green with gold accents. The room was a decent size and more than enough for what I would need. She motioned for me to open the closest door to me and I found a bathroom that was shared with Nathan's room. Sorry, only the master bedroom has its own bathroom, Bella apologized. Although it would take some adjusting, I didn't expect sharing a bathroom with Nathan to turn into a major ordeal. We walked out of the bedroom and into her study. Her desk was located in the center of the room while overloaded bookcases took over most of her back wall. Some of the shelves were so packed with books I thought moving one would make them all fall out Jenga style. Bella saw me chuckle and apologized. She explained that she'd been meaning to get a few more bookcases, it just was never high on her priority list. With the layout of the room being so open, we easily pushed Bella's desk back and towards the left corner while I would move my desk towards the door and up to the right. Do you have any questions? Bella asked after we were done moving furniture. Bella's eyes widened like she had forgotten something, then walked over to her desk and produced a shiny silver key for me. Thanks, I smiled as I grabbed the key and began attaching it to my set of keys. Bella and I walked to the front door and I was surprised when she grabbed her keys. Do you not want me to help? I figured Nathan's stuff, she trailed off looking embarrassed. No, I just didn't know you wanted to. I replied honestly and smiled sheepishly at her. I really hadn't expected her to go back to that house. Hell, even I didn't want to go back to it. Yeah, may as well get it done, she replied nonchalantly. We left with Bella opting to ride with me in Emmett's truck. The ride over was silent with only the sound of the radio playing in the air. Walking into the house felt Ain and I could almost see walls begin to form around Bella. It was dark and white and open and smelled like Lysol. The cleaning supplies Tanya had been using on the kitchen before she disappeared were still out and open. I'd only popped in one other time since Nathan had been found and things ended so poorly with Bella then that had I forgotten to put it all away. I'll be in Nathan's room, Bella quickly announced before grabbing one of the boxes I had hauled in and disappeared. We both spent several hours. Bella hadn't emerged from Nathan's room until the box she filled was an overflowing mess. I had spent most of my time packing up my clothes, a few pictures of just Nathan and I, important files from my desk, and basics from the bathroom. When I had really took the time to inventory all the knickknacks and decorations, I realized none of them meant anything to me. I was sure I'd find stuff long put away in the attic that I'd want to keep, but nothing stood out to me. After much protest from me, Bella helped me get my office desk down the stairs and into the truck. I was concerned that it was too heavy and she told me she wasn't that weak. She ended up being right when she had no problem helping lift the desk into the truck bed and assisting me with securing it down. Did you get everything? I asked as I loaded the last box. Yeah, she nodded. Hey, did you happen to grab the baseball and glove from Nathan's room? I called out. No, he already has those, she dismissed. Bella climbed into the truck as I ran back into the house to grab my old glove and ball. When I got back to the car, she gave me a suspicious look when I handed them to her. She looked over the glove and I assumed saw my initials when I heard her. Nathan made me promise I would take him out to play ball using my old stuff. I hadn't made good on that promise yet, but I would be once he was recovered. Once we were back at Bella's, she set out to find us something to drink and make a snack while I unloaded the boxes. It was already pretty late and both Bella and I wanted to get back to Nathan. Unpacking went easier than I expected because I hadn't brought much of anything. Bella put the box of Nathan's things in her garage to sort through later and I had my boxes done in a matter of 30 minutes. Putting the desk in place caused us the most grief, but I heard the oven sound as we finally set it down in place. Bella had made a simple hot artichoke dip she said only needed to be heated up with some chips. While we sat down to eat and relax for a little while I decided it was time to really talk. Hey Belle, I was hoping to catch her attention since she seemed a bit off in space. She looked up at me, signaling that I had her attention. We need to talk about a few things. I hedged and she nodded. First and hardest, money? She huffed. She had been huffing at me a lot and it was starting to irritate me. Yeah, I know you can afford it on your own, but if I'm living here I'd like to contribute in some way. No matter how little or small, give me something. Bella stayed quiet for a minute before telling me I could buy whatever groceries I wanted and she'd give me the electric and water bill. Satisfied, I nodded. What is your schedule like? I asked. We'll have to talk to the school about what Nathan has missed. But he wakes up, eats breakfast, goes to school, I run around or work. Pick him up, homework, play for a while, bath, and then bed, she rattled off like a list. That's how it was at your house, right? She asked. I actually didn't know. It had been months since I had been home long enough to experience a full day home with Nathan. Bella rolled her eyes. Just ask when you get confused. Bella, I started. I know my words mean next to nothing to you. And I know saying I'm sorry is going to pale in comparison to what I've done, said, and allowed to happen. All that put aside, I want you to know I'm not blind anymore. I've made so many mistakes. But I refuse to go back on my promises to you and to Nathan. I will be here, and I am so sorry that I hurt you. And that I let Esme hurt you and God. I looked down and ran my hand through my hair. Fuck, I'm sorry. Words are failing me. I know we're not as close as we were before, but I want to get back to that. I want to try to be more like a family. Like we were. I trailed off and Bella piped up. Do you know how long I've been waiting to hear you say this? Bella's voice sounded grim and I started to brace myself for her true reaction. Edward, it's been almost 9 years. 9 years, she screamed. Why, Edward, why did it take Nathan almost dying for you to see this? Bella started sobbing. I just don't get you. You used to care about him. You used to go out of your way to be his father. And now you're nothing more than a stranger. Hysteria took over and I sat shell-shocked. I was completely out of my comfort zone and I had no experience with how to handle this situation. Bella put her head on the table, but I stayed glued onto my chair. I didn't know what would happen if I physically attempted to comfort her and I wasn't sure I could talk if I tried. Several minutes passed before Bella looked back up at me. I slowly inched my hands to her before placing my hand over hers. I don't have all the answers, but I'm here now. I know it's not much and you both deserved more than I gave. But please just let me try, please, I begged. She nodded. If you hurt him, I will kill you. Her voice cut through me like glass as I weighed the seriousness of her words. I can't let you hurt him again. I will always choose Nathan's side, unlike you. It was a low blow, but she was angry and I deserved it. Instead of fighting Bella, I resigned myself to take whatever lashing she wanted to give me. Not only did I know it was deserved, but I also wanted everything out in the air before we brought Nathan home. Bella, there is something else. Something Nathan said earlier. I was uncomfortable bringing this topic up now, but on the off chance he brought it up to her, she needed to be warned. On top of it all, I felt like I had to come clean about overhearing her talk to Rosalie. Nathan basically asked if we'd ever be together again romantically. I explained what I had said to him about our never-ending love for him and that just didn't work. Bella just listened and nodded a few times. You handled that well. I haven't heard him ask that in a while. I was a little surprised that she dismissed his statement so quickly, but apparently she'd heard it all before. Are you and Rosalie friends now? I blurted out. We've talked a few times, she apologized for before, but I don't know if you'd call us friends. Why? When she looked up at me I was memorized by her eyes. I accidentally overheard you talking and I watched Bella's entire relaxed stance dissolve before me. Her eyes snapped up, back straightened, and shoulders tensed. You were listening? Bella was horrified. Disgust was prevalent on her face. How dare you listen in on my private conversations, Edward? I didn't mean to. I only heard a little before I came to tell you about Nathan. I started making excuses even though I knew I heard more than I should have. I don't care, you just don't do that. What if I was talking about? She went quiet, but I could see the rage etched on her face. How am I supposed to trust you if you're sneaking around? Bella, really I wasn't crap, I'm sorry. I was defeated. Go on, she spat. What do you want to know? There has to be a reason you brought it up. Bella's defenses were high. Bella, I heard what you said to Rosalie about before, when we first met. I know you think you don't know me anymore. Do you ever think what I mean is, if you got to know me again, do you ever think there could be more? Not now, but in the future? Once everything has calmed down and we've gotten Nathan to where he needs to be. Quote, shock registered on Bella's face as her mouth slightly fell open. Her eyes began darting around the room before landing on mine. "No, I don't," Bella answered confidently. As much as her answer hurt to hear, it was one I knew I needed to know. "Thank you for your honesty," I replied, hoping my voice would stay even enough that she wouldn't know that I was actually upset by her answer. Getting to know Bella more over the past few weeks opened me up to a woman I had no idea existed. One I wanted to pursue and could see a future with, but she didn't feel the same about me. If I were her, I doubt I would have either. At least now I knew what playing field we were on. Nathan's. "We should head back," she started before standing up to grab her stuff. She turned back to me before we left. "Edward, you're here for Nathan and Nathan alone. Please, don't confuse that." Her eyes looked pleading and I thought I saw trace amounts of tears. Unsure of what to do, I simply nodded and followed her out the door. If I were being honest with myself, I had to admit I was mildly disappointed that Bella wouldn't even entertain the idea of a future with me. Not that it was a guarantee to work out, but the idea of not even trying didn't sit well with me. However, I knew that if I were in her place I wouldn't want much to do with me either. I had allowed her to be bullied, tormented, and teased at the hands of my family. I idly sat back and ignored Nathan as life moved on around me. And, most of all, I brought Tanya into our lives. Shortly after returning back to the hospital, I stepped outside to leave a message on my lawyer's answering machine. It was too late for him to answer, but I needed Jenks to begin looking into a way I could divorce Tanya without her present to sign the papers. Money really was no object. I'd even okay bribery. I just wanted the situation resolved and closed. She would no longer be a part of my life regardless of what my future held. Bella slept restlessly in the fold-out chair next to Nathan's bed while I sat staring out the window. It had been years since I sat down to evaluate my life, not since a few days before I got married, and my brain wouldn't shut off. I started to realize that the hopes and dreams I once had for my life were so far gone I wasn't sure I could fully turn myself around and achieve them. In terms of career moves, I felt confident becoming a doctor. My love of children and understanding of medicine made me a good pediatrician. In the state of Washington I was well known and liked. I prided myself on the knowledge I held and the amount of children I treated. Long hours just seemed to come with the territory of being a doctor. Looking back now, I wasn't so sure I felt comfortable in that path. I knew I wouldn't give up medicine, but I also wasn't sure I wanted to go back to working in a hospital. My dad had informed me shortly after we discovered Nathan was missing that he put in for a 6-month leave absence on my behalf. At the time I thought it was too long, but now I had thoughts of trying to double that time, maybe even triple it. When I thought about the shambles my love life was in, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. I never forget the day Emmett walked into the groom's room to level with me on my wedding day. "You're sure?" Emmett asked me for the millionth time that day. He never liked Tanya much, so I wasn't surprised at all the goading I was getting. "Yes, I'm sure," I sighed, exasperated that I had to repeat myself so much. The truth was I wasn't sure. I loved Tanya, but the idea of waking up to only her for the rest of my life didn't excite me as I thought it should. She got along well with my family, except Emmett and Rosalie. She was nice and caring and we seemed to share the same views on important subjects. But I just never felt a spark with her. "Dude, I promise I'll get you out of here. Just say the word and we're gone," he pushed. I rolled my eyes, but internally was debating his offer. "I'm getting married today, Emmett." I tried to keep my voice cool and calm, even a bit forceful. "To the wrong girl," I heard Emmett mutter under his breath. I never bothered asking him what he meant. 5 minutes later I was standing at the altar waiting on the ceremony to start. At the time I brushed it off as pre-wedding jitters. However, I'd be lying if I said I didn't consider calling the entire things off when the door opened. Of course I saw her face, and the faces of my family beaming at me, and realized that settling for Tanya couldn't be all that bad. I also didn't want to crush her by running out on her wedding day. So I stood by and took my vows. Over time I realized I could handle Tanya by dealing with her in small doses. My time at the hospital and with Nathan helped act as a buffer for when I needed a break. It wasn't until Tanya broached the idea of children that I really started to pull back. When Bella and I found out we were pregnant with Nathan, I was overjoyed. Logically I knew the timing was horrible, the circumstances were less than ideal, but the idea of watching her belly grow, feeling his kicks, and meeting him for the first time eclipsed all of that for me. When I tried picturing Tanya as Bella looked, it made me ill. Looking back, I could see where I pulled back more, living in denial that all was perfect as long as I stayed away. Perhaps if I hadn't pulled away, she wouldn't have hurt Nathan. Maybe I would have seen this coming. I shook my head of the thought because as much as I wanted to wallow in self-pity, I knew I couldn't. Not only were Bella and Nathan now counting on me, but I needed to be strong for myself. I made a mental note to ask Dr. Banner for a referral for someone I could talk to alone. Bella began to stir and my head snapped up. The sun was now starting to rise, causing the tops of the outlying trees to glow. The view was beautiful, but one blink to my right and there was my son was laying in a hospital bed. That view was heartbreaking. "Did you sleep?" She yawned groggily. "No," I replied quietly, not to disturb Nathan. "You should try to sleep before he wakes up," she urged. "Dr. Banner comes in today, right?" I nodded. I sat down as Bella began readying herself as best she could in a hospital room. Sleep still escaped me, but it gave me more time to focus on my previous thoughts. After I started to understand maybe my marriage was nothing but a hoax the entire time, I realized I had no place in trying to find or start a new relationship. Truly no one held my interest in that way, aside from Bella, but she had made it perfectly clear she had no room for me in her heart. I would accept that and never push her. Staying single was my best bet to getting my life back in order, and I'd just have to remind myself if someone did spark my attention. With my marriage and career accounted for, I made a mental note to contact a realtor about the house, a moving company about moving the contents to storage, and to call Alice. I hadn't seen her in a few days. "Daddy?" I heard a small voice call from my right. I looked up to see Nathan smiling at me, the glove and ball I had retrieved from my house in his hands. Bella tried to bring them into her house, but I stopped her and let them rest on the passenger seat as I exited the truck. When we arrived at the hospital, I brought them in for Nathan. We couldn't actually play, but it would give us something fun to try, even if it meant upsetting all of the nurses on staff. Regardless, I was still a doctor on staff at the hospital, so I doubt any would question me playing toss with my son. But it was still reassuring to know I had some power. "Can we?" His eyes gleamed and I noticed Bella smiling behind her book. I nodded, but he frowned. That was when I remembered his throwing arm was in a sling. "Never hurts to practice with the other arm," I shrugged. I had hoped by blowing off his disappointment it wouldn't make him self-conscious. His beaming smile told me I made the right call. "You're sure?" I could hit something. Nathan looked around the room at all the machines, the glass on the window, and the glass wall between his room and the nurse's station. I smirked, internally wondering how long it would take Kathy to come in and yell at us. Nathan's first few throws sent me running across the room, gaining a lot of laughter from both him and Bella. Thankfully I was fast so nothing was hit, but as the time went on Nathan's aim got better and better. It was wonderful to see him let go and be carefree, if only for a little while before his arm got tired. Kathy never ended up coming in, but I did see her roll her eyes in my direction. Giggling and laughter could be heard in the entire section, I was sure. The only reason why Nathan was still in a PICU room was for the security. He really didn't need the extra supervision and monitoring anymore, but with Tanya on the loose, I didn't feel comfortable having him put in a general room on the pediatrics floor. I also didn't feel like dealing with the few pediatric nurses I knew that were probably throwing a celebration that I was now, for a lack of a better word, single. Dr. Banner showed up promptly at 9 o'clock and began his session with asking Nathan how the last few days had gone. I noticed that he didn't make as many references to Jimmy as he had after he first woke up, but he generally brought him up when he was stressed out or in distress. "Do I have to talk about it again?" Nathan asked, and I could see the shift in his eyes. It was like déjà vu from the first day drive. Banner was here. I assumed he noticed it too as his eyes darted to mine before settling back on Nathan's. "Only what you want to, Doctor," Banner prompted. "The cloth, it smelled funny, and then I don't remember anything." Nathan's voice was unnerving. It was like watching a scene from The Exorcist, only the devil made him calm, eerily calm. Every motion, every blink, every eye dart seemed calculated, as if he was acting for an audience versus being the little boy playing catch with his dad 20 minutes prior. And then I got wet and it was cold, really, really cold. The bag was zippered, but there was a little piece open at the top. My fingers felt like they were on fire, but I got the zipper open. Then I swam and swam and swam, and I thought I wasn't going to make it. Nathan stopped talking and the room stayed silent. Dr. Banner seemed to be letting Nathan lead his session. Bella looked like she was on the verge of tears, And I was thanking God in heaven for the swim lessons we put Nathan in when he was 3. I walked a lot. It was really cold, but I kept hearing Papa Charlie's voice in my head. Nathan went on. Boy, listen to me. If you ever get lost or get hurt, I want you to find shelter and wait. Someone will be looking for you. Nathan mocked Charlie's voice, earning a teary-eyed smile from Bella. Everyone continued to stay silent, assuming Nathan would keep talking, but then he blinked. The shift in his face was not subtle at all as he shifted back to the son I knew. His eyes started to glow, his shoulders relaxed, and his mood seemed to lighten. Hey, where did Jimmy go? Nathan's tone spooked me as I watched Bella and even drive. Banner jumped for a second. What do you mean, Nathan? Doctor, Banner questioned. He was just here, right? I mean, you saw him, right? Nathan looked around frantically trying to find his friend. Of course, is he gone now? Doctor. Banner pushed a little and Nathan nodded. They began talking about normal everyday things, including the game of toss we had just done before drive. Banner's time was up. When he motioned us towards the door, I froze. Little pieces of the puzzle began to click in my head and I knew drive. Banner would be coming to the same conclusion I was. If we didn't find a way to fix this, or at least manage this, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to overcome the guilt of what Nathan went through. I also wasn't sure how Bella was going to take this news. Edward, Bella, Doctor. Banner addressed us both. I'm concerned with Nathan's use of the character Jimmy. Watching his personality shift, I'm beginning to think that Jimmy is more of an alternate personality versus an imaginary friend. Now, this isn't unheard of, nor is it unmanageable and even correctable given the circumstances. What I need you to watch for is Nathan giving any information away about his time away, what his personality, and determine who he is talking behind. If it's Nathan or if it's Jimmy, I'm to understand he'll be released at the end of the week? He asked. I nodded. Then I'd like to see Nathan in my office first thing Monday morning. Is that agreeable? Bella and I nodded. We set up a time before drive. Banner left. As he walked away, I didn't miss the glares I was receiving from Bella. I could tell she had a million questions for me, but we both knew we couldn't talk about any of this in front of Nathan. Nathan yawned, but continued to fight sleep as we continued to throw a ball back and forth. Internally, I was thinking about all of the knowledge I had on multiple personality disorders, their treatments, and their long-term prognosis. Can I come in? I heard a male's voice and a knock on the door. Jacob Black was standing in the doorway. I nodded as Bella introduced Jacob to Nathan. He had come around a few times the night he found Nathan, but he had always been sleeping. You're who found me? Nathan asked. Jacob nodded and Nathan sighed in relief. Good, I thought I'd made you up. Thank you. They began talking about baseball, school, and cars before sleep overtook Nathan. Bella had pulled me aside to ask me about what drive Banner had said, but I explained I didn't know anything for sure at this point. We had to keep evaluating Nathan over a longer period of time. But I assured her we would get through it and I'd bring in the top professionals from across the country if I wasn't needed. Bella told me she wasn't done before offering to walk Jacob out. Oh, you have company. Alice's voice rang through the room. No, come in, Bella urged. I was just walking Jacob out. I'll be right back. Alice walked in and noticed Nathan's sleeping form. Bella and Jacob had only been out of sight for a minute before Alice turned to me and said go. I was confused, before she shooed me off. Before I could round the corner I heard voices. A sense of déjà vu watched over as I realized the last time I stood here I was listening to Bella talk to Rosalie. Thankfully I was close enough to hear Bella and Jacob's conversation this time. He seems like a good kid, Jacob stated. Yeah, he is. He's my world. I was sure Bella's face was beaming as she said that. It's good to see you and Edward are so good, for him I mean. Jacob sounded embarrassed. Yeah, it's not an ideal situation, but we make it work. Bella shrugged off his judgment. Will he be out soon? Jacob asked. Yeah, a few more days we think. His weight is up and he's eating now. His injuries are still healing, but we can manage that at home, Bella replied. I'm sure that'll be a relief. I was wondering if maybe I could still see him after he's home and maybe take you out. For like coffee or something, Jacob hinted. Silence. Yeah, of course you can still see him. Bella's voice was now tight and I could hear her shutting herself off from him. And coffee? Jacob hedged with her. Listen, I'm not really in a place where I'm comfortable dating anyone. It's nothing personal, but I'm gonna pass. Bella's voice was still tight and guarded. If not now, maybe later. Damn. This boy was persistent. Maybe. Bella rarely said, maybe. and meant it as anything other than a no. I realized I was about to do a happy dance before darting back into the PICU using my card to ensure I wasn't caught eavesdropping. "Did you hear what you needed to?" Alice asked after I was sure she noticed my smile. "Yes," I replied simply. "I had a feeling you would." Alice winked seconds before Bella walked in, an annoyed look plastered on her face. "So when do we get to bust him out?" Alice blurted out while pointing to Nathan's sleeping form. "A few more days, right?" Bella turned towards me. "Yeah, by Friday," I answered. I was excited to finally be able to bring him home. "Awesome, we're going to throw him a party." Alice cheered. Bella's eyes widened as my hand palmed my face. "Oh, don't worry, you two. Nothing big, just family. Let's see me, obviously. Jasper, Rosalie and Emmett, Dad, Charlie, and oh, you can invite that hot guy from La Push, Bella," Alice rattled off. I gasped and Bella gagged. "Yeah, Jacob, we should invite him, but I don't know about hot, Alice." Bella's nose turned up in disgust. "You don't think he's cute?" Alice's face looked genuinely curious. "I mean, I'm spoken for, but even I can appreciate a good-looking man." "Let's just say he's not my type," Bella replied while shaking her head. Right as she turned away from Alice, I saw her wink. Yup, I had heard exactly what I needed to hear. Drive. Cullen, Bella," Kathy called from the doorway. I rolled my eyes. Getting her to call me Edward was going to be impossible, I feared. "There is someone outside asking for permission to come in," and when I told her she wasn't on the list, well, she got a little verbal. She called herself Grandma Esme. Kathy looked baffled. Before I could blind, Bella had flown out the doorway into the PICU entrance. "Well, I didn't see this coming," Alice muttered as I stumbled out after her. "Grandma Esme? Who the fuck is O? Who are you, B?" Ella screeched as I rounded the corner to find her standing toe to toe against my grandmother. Polished bronze hair, black soulless eyes, and what looked like the scars from several facelifts over the years. "Edward, darling," she smiled as she forcefully brushed past Bella to get to me. "What are you doing here?" I questioned, my tone clipped and cold. "Is that any way to speak to your grandmother?" she chided. "Why do you think I'm here? I have a great-grandson in there, don't I?" It took Bella a few minutes to recover, but she finally stumbled out of the haze that is my grandmother to stand with me. "Your grandmother?" she whispered up at me and I nodded. "And who is this?" Great-Granny Esme asked out loud. "Oh yes, you must be Isabella, right?" I nodded. "Oh right, the bastard's gold-digging mother." Bella gasped as I shot my arms out protectively around her. I wasn't sure if my actions were because I felt like I could keep the words from hitting her or if they were to keep Bella from getting into a physical fight. Either way, my body reacted before my brain had time to catch up as I stood defensively in front of Bella. "How dare you?" Bella seethed before throwing her arms up. "I give up, you deal with your family." Quote, "No," I barked a little louder than I had expected. "Stay, please," I begged with not only my voice, but my eyes. "Again, why are you here?" I asked a little more forcefully. Bella huffed next to me, but remained at my side. "Oh well, since your father is now divorcing Esme, we can't have her ruining the family name. She called and asked for our help, so we're here to bail her out or something." Great-Granny shrugged off. "Or something," I pushed. My patience was wearing thin, and with what little knowledge I had of these people, "or something," held a lot of meaning. "Oh, you know these small-town folk, Edward. Throw a little money and problems start to disappear," she answered while waving her hands around as if she were actually throwing around money. I could tell Bella wanted to kill her. Hell, even I was thinking about taking a swing, but I let her squeeze my hand as tightly as she had the day she brought our son into the world. "So you're here to bail her out, correct?" I wanted clarification. "Yes," Great-Granny answered simply. "I see. And your thoughts on Bella?" I wanted that explained too. "Well, just look at her." Great-Granny Jess turned her hands up and down Bella's body. "You remind me so much of him. All doe-eyed, like you could just pee on something to claim territory. I told your mother then, and I'm tell you now, people like this. Well, you were raised smarter than this. I can't believe my daughter didn't offer this earlier. But how much is it that you want? She should have gotten rid of it before you had it, just like I did for her. Now name your price and I'll write you a check. All you have to do is disappear and take the child with you," she sneered while pulling you her checkbook. "Despite your preconceived notions, Bella is not a gold digger, nor is my son a bastard as you so eloquently put it. You will not, do not, and will never have permission to see him." Great-Granny looked outraged, but I kept talking. "Furthermore, I was raised to stand up for my family, which is exactly what I'm doing. Goodbye. At the end of my speech I locked my hand with Bella's and pulled her away through the PICU doors using my key card. By the time we got back to Nathan's room my blood was boiling. Bella immediately took a seat next to Nathan's bed while I gave Alice the abridged version of what had happened. Alice kept huffing, rolling her eyes, and threatened murder after I relayed what Great-Granny had said about Bella. Bella, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. Alice left shortly thereafter, saying she was going to warn Dad and Emmett, but she also needed to plan for Nathan's homecoming. I took a seat in my normal chair and drifted in and out of my own headspace. "Thank you," Bella's voice was almost too quiet to be heard across the room. My head snapped up and I searched her eyes. She seemed sincerely confused. "Why are you so calm?" I asked. We'd left my great-granny eyes wide. UTH opened nearly 2 hours ago, yet I still felt enraged. "It's nothing I haven't heard before, Edward. She's just the first person to offer me money," Bella shrugged. "I'm so sorry," my voice cracked. "Doesn't matter now, but she will never see him. You'll give me the full story late, Bella went back to her read after I nodded. Explaining my great-grandmother's presence would not be easy, but, mainly because I wasn't sure of the whole story. I knew they had disowned my mother long before I was born, but I had no idea why. Part of what she had said about Bella and comparing her to someone didn't make sense either. However, at this point I didn't have time to worry about it, as I had other matters on my mind. "Bella, what is the security system like at your house?" When Nathan woke up RTLY after Bella and I met my great-grandmother for the first time, he was none the wiser of what he'd missed. Bella and I agreed we'd talk about it all when we had more privacy and Alice hadn't returned back with any updates. I continued to play catch with Nathan, much to the dismay of the nursing staff. Friday was quickly approaching and as happy as I was to bring Nathan home, part of me was terrified. Bella and I hadn't slept under the same roof, minus the few weeks while Nathan was away, since he was an infant. At the time we were both so busy with school and life that we never had to actually deal with each other very much. I was constantly sleep-deprived while I put in time at my classes, the hospital, and then all-nighters with Nathan and Bella was no better. By the time life settled down, Nathan's first year had zoomed by and I was in my own apartment setting up a room for my toddler. Today was Thursday. Tomorrow we'd be bringing him home or at least to Bella's house. I ducked out of Nathan's room as soon as he drifted off for his afternoon nap because I wanted to be back by the time he was ready to eat dinner. He was slowly becoming more accustomed to normal, hard foods, but we were still taking it slow. However, I promised my son a cheeseburger before he left the hospital and he was going to get it. That was how I found myself weaving in and out of traffic as I rushed back to the hospital. My brilliant idea of running to McDonald's for a Happy Meal while he was napping came with one flaw. The closest McDonald's was in Port Angeles and it was going to be frozen by the time I got back. Had I truly been thinking, I would have ordered a burger from the diner, but I hoped he at least appreciated the sentiment even if I had to nuke it in the microwave. When I got back, I was surprised to find Charlie in place of Bella. I hadn't really seen him the past few days. All I knew was that there were still no new leads. "Hey," I nodded in greeting as I set up the tray table. I looked down at my watch and realized I had about 5 to 10 more minutes until Nathan would wake up. "Bella just ran to the house to shower and change. She should be back soon," he announced. "Any news?" I asked. I knew he would immediately come to us if he had, but I still found myself asking. "Nothing worth knowing. We're following a few leads, but most are ending up empty. Garrett's bail was set, but it's pricey so I'm not sure if anyone is going to front for it. Your mom's bail was set, but last I knew she hadn't been bailed out yet either. I'm kinda surprised since your dad," I looked up and he stopped talking. He's divorcing her." I was amazed at how easily the words fell from my tongue. No emotion, no regret, just simple facts. Oh, I had heard that, but I didn't know if it was actually true. Figures the gossiping women of Forks would be all over the divorce of the rich doctor in town. I internally eye-rolled as I continued setting up dinner. I had picked up 2 Happy Meals for Nathan, because frankly he wasn't 5 anymore and I didn't know if one would be enough. I ordered a Big Mac with fries and a Coke for me, plus the bacon ranch salad that I knew Bella used to love. I wasn't sure if she still ate it or not, but I didn't want to leave her out. As an afterthought I ordered 3 apple pies, but skipped on the sundaes. That was when I realized my plan had Backfired when I thought about the 40-minute drive it would take me to get home. Whatever happened to Kate? I wondered out loud. Charlie quickly piped up to let me know she had left Forks, presumably to go back to her hometown. She said she'd be sending papers down for the divorce, but outside of that he hadn't heard anything else. Edward, anything you care to share with me? Charlie asked after a pause and I froze. Had Bella gone to him about our talk? Would she do that? Fuck, what do I say? I mumbled. Is it true you have a new family member in town? He prompted and I breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, she's my mother's mother, but honestly this was the first time I've ever met her. My mom's family disowned her before she met my dad. I'm not really sure why though. She mad. A few funny comments yesterday and compared Bella to someone, but I don't know the who or the why. All I can say is watch out. If what we saw was even a taste of her, she'll expect you to jump for money, I rattled off. I was actually surprised Charlie hadn't seemed to have met her yet considering she told me she was here to bail my mom out. My mom. It sounded so weird to keep saying those words. I almost wanted to say Esme, but it would take me reprogramming my brain to do so. You'll keep her away from Nathan, right? He asked. I turned to answer him when I heard him tack on, and Bella too. Of course, I'll protect them any way I can. It was the truth. After Great Granny Esme showed up, I asked Bella about the security system at her house. She assured me she had one of the best on S out there because Charlie made her get it, but honestly I was tempted to suggest hiring a team of security guards. I knew she would tell me it was overkill, but until Tanya was caught, my mother was locked away for a while. And no more crazy relatives showed up. I wanted to know they were all as safe as possible. Bella walked through the doorway a minute later and I saw her eyes widen as she took in the table. I wondered where you were going. She smiled towards me. This is perfect. He'll love it. I absolutely loved seeing her beam at me. Finally, I had done something right. It may be a bit cold. I wasn't thinking about the drive back, I stated nervously. Don't be, it's the thought that counts, Edward. He's going to be thrilled, she reassured me. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Nathan beginning to stir as Charlie said his goodbyes. He promised to be back tomorrow for Nathan's special homecoming as he called it, although neither Bella nor I had a clue what that meant. He uttered the name Alice and we both knew not to ask questions by that point. When Nathan opened his eyes I watched as his nose seemed to inhale more noticeably than he'd ever seemed to before tonight. McDonald's? He looked so angelic and innocent. I just wanted to save the image in my head forever. I nodded and the cutest grin played on his lips. Now it may be a little cold, I warned as I pushed the bed's tray table over him as he sat up to eat. Don't care, he took a bite. Must eat, and another. So good. He devoured French fry after French fry while alternating with his cheeseburger. The doctor in me screamed to tell him to slow down, but the dad told the doctor side to shut the hell up. Bella started picking at her salad while I made work of my own meal. I'd hoped this would be the first of many family meals to come in the future. I get to go home today, right? Nathan asked bright and early Friday morning. Bella was still asleep in her chair, but I had been up for a little while. Yes, I answered with a smile. How much longer? He started to bounce while I lightly put my hand on his shoulder to calm him. Lunchtime, we're just waiting on your last blood draw Rasul. TS and then it's just a matter of paperwork, I explained and gave him a kiss on his forehead. I love you, son. I smiled down warmly at him, but was greeted with an eye roll. Yeah, I know, Nathan shrugged off and I heard a laugh behind me. Grandpa, Nathan called out as my dad walked in wearing scrubs. How are you this morning? He asked as he took a seat on Nathan's bed. They added about how excited Nathan was to go home, his cheeseburger experience, and all the things he wanted to do once he could take the sling off his arm. Dad played along, talking animatedly back until breakfast arrived via Alice. She popped in only to lay before him a meal fit for a king. Pancakes, egg, bacon, sausage, toast, and jam. I could see my dad having the same internal debate I was about the meal. Nathan did suffer a tad bit after gorging on his McDonald's dinner, but I kept my mouth shut only because Nathan was never a huge breakfast eater. If he attempted to eat everything before him, I'd remind him of the night before. Otherwise I'd keep my mouth shut. My dad seemed to come to the same conclusion as we both stepped into the side corner of the room. Your sister has quite the day planned out, he commented absent-mindedly. That bad? I asked warily. The truth was I was terrified at how Nathan would react with too much fanfare. He needed stability, normalcy, and structure. She's basically taken over my hospital. Edward, my dad deadpanned. Fuck, I muttered. My dad's eyes widened, but I shrugged. There is no party tonight, right? I asked. Alice had said she was planning a party, but never told us when. If she thought there would be one tonight, she was sorely mistaken. I wouldn't allow that to happen. Nathan would go into sensory overload. Not that I'm invited to, but I have it on good authority to know you'll be escorted home by Forks PD and the fire department. My mouth fell open in shock. No, I gasped. Yes, my dad pressed. Fuck, what's wrong? Bella's voice startled me. My back was towards her and I hadn't seen her wake up. Alice. It was all I had to say and Bella understood. When my dad warned that Nathan was going to be escorted home, he was far from lying. First walked in Charlie and every officer that helped with his case. They were all in uniform and together, pushed his wheelchair to Bella's car. From there we were part of a police escort home. It appeared every one of the patrol cars and the local fire truck were on hand, sirens blaring as balloons and signs lead the way to Bella's house. Nathan seemed to be enjoying himself as He waved to the people who we passed and pointed out his name on all of the signs we passed on the street. Once we arrived at Bella's house, we saw it decorated. Balloons and posters lined the outside, while she had dumped confetti lining all the way up the driveway. I felt that was not only excessive, but horrible for the planet. Bella complained about getting the confetti off her tires. Hey, no bank robberies in your future. I joked as she parked. Huh? Bella was lost. You're going to leave a trail for days. I laughed and she huffed. I can't believe she did this, Bella muttered under her breath. Edward, tell me this won't hurt him. She turned to me after Nathan had already gotten out of the car and started talking to some of the officers that were parked and out of their cars. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it has. But Bella, we really don't know the extent of his trauma yet. When we see Banner we'll have a better idea. He hasn't popped out of himself in a few days, it could be temporary. I rambled on and on. What if it's permanent? The fear in her eyes was not missed by me and my heart broke. Not only because I was also scared for Nathan's future, but because I could have prevented all of this from ever happening. We'll get through this. I gently squeezed her hand before exiting the car. Dad, isn't this cool? Nathan beamed and I did my best to hide my anxiety behind my smile. The truth was I was waiting to see how Nathan acted once all of the excitement was gone. Thankfully Charlie picked up on my apprehension and all of the officers pulled away several minutes later. I was a little shocked that Alice hadn't followed us back to Bella's house, but when she still wasn't there after 15 minutes I figured she took the hint that I wasn't pleased. I was only trying to help. Alice pouted. I know that, but you have to understand he can't just snap his fingers and go back to the way things were. His mind needs time to adjust. Alice, why didn't you ask me about any of this? I exclaimed, exasperated. I didn't think, she stuttered when I snapped. Of course not, why not ask his parents? I threw my hands in the air. I'll tell them all to go home. I could see the tears in her eyes and as bad as I felt, I was still more scared for Nathan. Partly because Alice couldn't make it all go away. Nathan had already had a glimpse of what was to come and was now expecting it. Too late, I sighed as I motioned with my head towards Nathan who was talking to the officers as he sat down in the wheelchair. Can this really hurt him? Alice's voice sounded broken. I hope not, I stated before turning around and joining Nathan and Bella. Walking into Bella's house with Nathan for the first time since his kidnapping brought both relief and nervousness. I could see Bella watching Nathan as he made his way through the house, traveling from room to room and taking notes on all of the changes that were made in his absence. When we moved me in, I was surprised that the majority of Bella's house remained the same. However, even the subtle changes of a few new books or my coat hanging up on a hook were all noticed by Nathan's eyes. So, he turned towards me. You really live here now? Yes, I answered. So are you and Mom like? He looked deep in thoughts, before finishing, together? No, Bella spoke up first. Nathan, why don't we sit? Bella motioned to the living room where Bella took her chair, Nathan took the couch and I took the ottoman. Nathan, your dad is going to stay with us for a while, but this isn't permanent. We don't have an exact time frame, but even when your dad moves into a new house of his own, he's still here for you. Bella looked up for me in support so I quickly took over. Nathan, I'm here to help you to get better, but also me, too. I haven't been the father you deserve and I intend on fixing that, but when I do move out and find a new house, You will be as welcome there as you are here, at any time. You will always come first to me. Nathan looked disappointed, and it brought me back to the conversation in the hospital when he asked if Bella and I would ever be together romantically. When Nathan looked back up, his emotions were unreadable. I knew we just needed to continue to give him his time and space, and allow him to work out his own emotions as needed. When Nathan's eyes narrowed at a book across the room, my head snapped to the side to see what he noticed. To my adult eyes I saw nothing out of place, but to Nathan, he saw a closed folder with a few pieces of papers haphazardly sticking out. In a flash he was across the room with the file open before either Bella or I could blink. Then I realized he had seen the photos Bella had found from his room at my house. Where did you get these? Nathan was outraged. I found them at your dad's house, Bella answered as she crossed the room to him. Why did you go through my stuff? He cried. These are personal, Mom. I didn't mean to, Bella explained. But I did, and when you're ready we'll talk about it. Bella's voice stayed calm and collected the entire time she spoke, and I envied her ability to stay even-tempered. Why do I need to talk about them? Nathan asked, confused. Nathan, I piped up, causing both Bella's and Nathan's heads to snap at me. I think we have a lot to talk about. What your mom means is that when you're ready we're here to listen. Bella nodded, letting him know she agreed. Yeah, talk when I'm ready. He rolled his eyes. But why would I talk about these? He held the pictures out for me to see. Nathan, I'm going to be honest and say, as your father, and as a doctor, those pictures concern me. He continued to look confused and even agitated until Bella piped up and asked Nathan flat out why they were drawn. Some kids in class were making fun of me because I'm the only one in class whose parents aren't married. They said it must have been my fault. He seemed to shrug the comments off now, which made me wonder exactly how old the pictures were. When did you draw them? I asked. Last year. I don't even remember where I put them, Nathan sighed. I'm surprised you found them, Mom. So you drew Tanya in black with lines over her because you thought she's the reason why your father and I aren't together? Bella asked her question so quickly it didn't dawn on her the name she used until Nathan went rigid. He snapped out of it quicker than I had seen before, then muttered, pretty much. Nathan took off to his room after that conversation, leaving Bella and I awestruck at the situation we were just in. The folder Bella had left out was supposed to go to Dr. Banner at our appointment on Monday. I was a little nervous about the bigger gap of time between visits. But bringing Nathan home was a huge stressor for his body and mind, so a drive to Port Angeles on top of it all wasn't advisable. I did have to admit that I was temporarily relieved that those pictures weren't because of some long-standing abuse neither Bella nor I knew about. At this point, Nathan wasn't showing any signs or indicators that she was abusive to him outside of the day he was kidnapped. I still didn't know if my assumption was completely accurate, but I was thanking God for small favors. Bella excused herself to check on Nathan while I sat down and relaxed for a minute. Bella's house felt so different from mine, and as much as Bella had told me to make myself at home, it still felt strange to just walk in as if I'd lived here forever. The truth was that being in her house, living exclusively in her world for however long I stayed, was going to be difficult. Every day I would wake up with the reminder of what I could have had, and every day I'd have to work on clearing my own mind to figure out where it all went wrong. Jenks had called before we left the hospital, but I let it go to voicemail. As I started to fish for my phone, Bella called out and said Nathan was ready for bed and asking for me. When I walked into Nathan's room I took a seat on the edge of his bed. His face appeared to be paler than normal and his body a bit more rigid than I'd expected, since it appeared he was putting himself to sleep. Today was fun, Nathan commented. Yeah, it was, I agreed. Everyone loved seeing you come home. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Nathan inquired. Nothing set in stone. Did you want to plan something? I replied. I had left my schedule open as much as possible because for the first time I didn't have to live the structured life I had been so used to with working in a hospital environment. Maybe we can play ball again? He still avoided eye contact with me, but I didn't put much thought into it and told him that sounded wonderful. How does your arm feel? I asked and motioned towards his sling. Fine, he shrugged. Am I ever going to be normal again? Nathan's question caught me off guard, but his eyes finally met mine. That was when I realized I wasn't having a conversation with Nathan. Fuck, Nathan? The face of my little boy just continued to stare at me with a blank expression. Nathan? I tried once more, even though his facial expression remained unchanged. I sighed before uttering the name I didn't even want to acknowledge. Jimmy, my precious, innocent 8-year-old little boy transformed into an eerie ghost of himself before my eyes. His eyes appeared to glaze over while his normal sweet smile turned up into a sneer. Yes, Jimmy responded. His voice didn't even hold a trace of the normal tone associated with Nathan. I was essentially talking to someone who had taken over my son's body and mind. May I speak to Nathan? I asked. I knew I was teetering on the brink of destruction, but the doctor in me wouldn't shut up. I knew I needed to stabilize Nathan, get him to sleep, and call Drive. Banner. Even though tomorrow was a Saturday, I was sure Drive. Banner would want to see us long-distance car ride be damned. No, Jimmy's voice was cold, distant, and direct. Then may I speak to you? I pushed. Asking, why, wouldn't get me any of the answers I wanted to hear, so I didn't bother trying. Isn't that what you're doing? As Jimmy tilted Nathan's head to the side, his eyes fixated on my face, and I felt like I was sitting in the middle of a live scene of The Exorcist. What do you want? Nathan doesn't want to talk to you. Inside, my blood was boiling. I wanted to snap. I wanted to shake him. I wanted to pop him out of this, but I couldn't. I knew I couldn't, so instead of showing emotion, I wore the Sam mask I'd put on every time I had to sit a set of parents down to explain that their child wasn't going to pull through. It acted as my guard and shield when I couldn't handle my emotions and feelings. Now that I sat face to face with my son while I wore this mask, I realized I had started using it in my everyday life. This was my denial. Instead of focusing on those thoughts, I put them away for later and went back to the task at hand. Jimmy, I'm sorry you feel that way. Jimmy, why doesn't Nathan want to speak to me? My voice was calm and even, but inside, I felt like I was dying a slow, tortuous death. You weren't there for him. He needed you, and you weren't there, but I was. I kept him warm. I kept him awake. I kept him alive. Jimmy screamed. I feared Bella would burst through the door at any second and ruin what I was trying to accomplish. I'm sorry you feel that way, I answered with little emotion. The truth was my heart was on fire, not just because of what Jimmy had just said, but because it was true. The old adage, the truth hurts, was a fucking understatement. Jimmy's only response was an over-exaggerated eye roll. Well, you must be tired, so I'll let you get to sleep now. I moved to tuck him in, but his face grew confused. In the blink of an eye, the glaze started to retreat, and Nathan's face began to relax. I started counting in my head, and it took exactly 34 seconds for the physical shift to happen between Jimmy and Nathan. When Nathan yawned, I knew the spell was broken. Ready for bed? I asked again, but acted happier than I was seconds ago. Yeah, he sighed as his eyes began to close. Your mom and I are just down the hall. If you need anything, you come get one of us. I gave him a kiss goodnight before leaving his room. Bella was waiting anxiously outside. Why did he scream at you? She immediately jumped on me. I shook my head. Bella huffed but gave me a second to clear my head. He reverted, I stated. I then recounted minute by minute of the shift from Nathan to Jimmy and back again. Bella started crying and walked away without a word. I pulled out my phone and called Drive. Banner. After recounting the story again, he agreed that he wanted to see Nathan first thing the next morning. We'd be meeting him at his Port Angeles office at 9 a.m. After hanging up the phone, I sought Bella out to give her the news. Hey, I called out to her. She was curled up on the couch reading a book. I couldn't see the title, but it looked like one of my medical textbooks from college. At first I thought it was odd, but then it clicked to me what she was reading up on. We'll get through this, I affirmed, even though I didn't believe myself. I had wasted so much time acting as anything but the strongest member of my family that I now felt like I needed to. Even though the notion terrified me, I was reading. Bella gestured towards the book. When I saw the cover, I realized it was an old psychology textbook that must have been mixed in as part of the books that moved to Bella's house. I just thought if I could understand, she sighed, looking dejected. I moved to sit next to her. I wasn't sure what I could do to offer her comfort anymore. When Nathan was born, and Bella had a miserable day, she'd let me wrap my arms around her as she cried. It wasn't much, but it was what she'd let me do at the time, so I did without complaint. There were days I'd feel so guilty leaving for school because Bella had been carrying Nathan for hours as he wailed just to walk back in the door 8 hours later and the scene hadn't changed. Bella would still be caring for Nathan as he just continued to scream. I can answer any questions you have, I offered. Or at least try, doctor. Banner wants to see Nathan at 9 tomorrow. Bella nodded but remained silent. I think I'm gonna talk to someone, I hedged cautiously. Start to deal with. Bella's head snapped up at me, and I stopped talking. Is there anything you want to talk about? She asked. No, I just need to get my head straight. I put my head back into my heads and willed my mind not to shut down. I could feel the mask creeping back up, but I refused to let it take over. Bella deserved to have me present the real me. Are you sure? Bella asked with pleading eyes. Yeah, it's just I don't even know where to start. I sighed. I'm gonna go call my dad. As I stood to walk away and find my phone, Bella spoke up again. Edward, I know we've never been extremely close, but you used to be able to talk to me. I don't know what I did to make that change, but I am here to listen if you need someone to talk to. I could see the distance forming in her eyes, and it killed me to see her like this. You didn't, I called out to her as she turned her back towards me. She slowly turned around with a puzzled look. You didn't do anything wrong. You never did. It's me. It's always been me then and now. Bella's face grew serious as she nodded and walked away. Rings on my phone later and my dad answered. I need a referral for a psychologist. I ignored the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I thought you both liked Drive. Banner, it may take, I cut him off. Not for Nathan, for me. I clarified. Oh, silence. Dad, I'm here. I know someone, but he works in the hospital, he explained. I don't care, I snapped. Edward, this could. I don't care. Dr. Devon, Drive. Valdemar Devon, he's the best I know in the area. My dad sighed. Thank you, I'll talk to you more later. I need to get to sleep. I hung up the phone feeling more frustrated than I did before. I made my way back into the house and set the alarm to ensure the house was secured. Bella had fallen asleep on the couch, allowing me to openly stare at her without being caught. Had I really thought Bella to be so horrible? A liar? A gold digger? Opting not to disturb her, I took a throw blanket and covered her up. I then walked around to each of the doors and windows to ensure they were locked properly. I glanced at the alarm system once more before creeping to Nathan's room. He looked so innocent as he rested peacefully. He'd been asleep for a few hours without any nightmares, which was a good sign. But I'd still be prepared for him to knock down my door if he needed me. I escaped to the quiet comfort of my own room before shedding my dirty clothes in favor of a t-shirt and sleep pants. After climbing into bed, I expected sleep to come easily after such a long day. My body relaxed under the warm blankets while my eyes trained on the ceiling, and I realized sleep was going to be a long time coming. My head was filled with thoughts of Nathan, the beautiful woman sleeping on a couch 500 feet away from me, my mom sitting in a jail cell, and all of the possible places Tanya was hiding. So many thoughts and emotions crept up that I couldn't remember when I eventually fell asleep. Exclamation mark, 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 exclamation mark. Hi, Nathan chirped in my ear as a few rays of sun came in through the window. Good morning, I yawned. Mom said breakfast was ready, Nathan informed me with a smile. Okay, I stretched my body and realized I'd slept better the night before than I had in a while. A quick glance at the clock and I saw it was just after 7. We had about an hour before we needed to leave for Dr. Banner's. I rolled out of bed as Nathan skipped out of the room. The room, sir. Rounding me felt foreign but comfortable. It was nothing like the master bedroom in my house, yet still felt welcoming. I jumped in and out of the shower quickly before throwing on jeans and a t-shirt. The smell of pancakes and bacon hit me from the hallway, reminding me that I wasn't at my house anymore. Thinking back, I couldn't remember a time when Tanya had made me breakfast. Our mornings normal. Lee consisted of me grabbing a muffin while she slept through my alarms. Good morning, Bella greeted me with a smile. Nathan was already seated at the table with a stack of pancakes on his plate. I stood in the kitchen doorway in awe. Bella was flipping over the last few pieces of bacon, toast was popping up, the aroma was mouth-watering, and everything was just so normal. I scratched the back of my neck in an effort to keep my thoughts from trailing to the what-ifs of life for the millionth time. Help yourself, we have to leave soon, Bella instructed as she took a seat next to me after lacing a plate of bacon on the center of the table. This looks amazing, Bella. She smiled warmly at me as I started stacking the food onto my plate. Nathan, we're going to see Drive. Banner this morning, Bella started to explain. He looked up and met eye contact with both of us before nodding. Once the morning plans were revealed to Nathan, The rest of breakfast passed without any further conversation. We were all busy waking up and filling our stomachs. Such a simple time of the day that I'd taken for granted for years. I made a note to talk to Bella about setting aside one day a week to do a family breakfast when I went back to work. Speaking of work, I also made a mental note to talk to Bella about her work. I knew she was a writer, but I didn't know all of the details behind it. When she wrote, how she wrote. Did she have meetings? All of this was foreign to me, and I needed to know what role I'd play in ensuring she had enough time to complete what she needed to. We had made the joint decision to keep Nathan out of school until winter break was over in January, so it would be all Nathan all the time for the next few months, and even Supermom needed a break every once in a while. Right? Those were my thoughts as we walked into Drive Banner's office. There was no receptionist to greet us, but I wasn't expecting one. He was coming in as a favor to me, so when he walked out of his office to greet us, I made sure to say a special thank you for opening his office up on a Saturday. Nathan, would you like to see the playroom? Dr. Banner turned to him. I was pretty sure the only word Nathan heard was play before nodding his head vigorously. Calling Dr. Banner's room a playroom was a bit of an understatement. The walls were lined with toys for all ages, regardless of gender, with a circle table in the center and a few specially placed comfortable chairs around the room. Pieces of children's art were framed and hung on the green walls. Overall, the room promoted openness and relaxation. Do you like being home now? Dr. Banner asked Nathan, who had already gravitated towards a bin of action figures. I love it, he cheered. His smile could light up to the room by itself. What's the best part? Dr. Banner pressed as he crouched down to Nathan's level and took a seat next to him. Nathan looked up to where Bella and I were now seated in the opposite corner of the room. We realized that Nathan's session would be taking place in the playroom, so we both wanted to stay out of the way. We both understood Nathan needed to feel comfortable if he was going to completely open up. When Nathan looked away, I felt a little self-conscious, like I was invading on his space. Having my parents together, he whispered. Bella looked over at me, and I knew we had both heard him. Guilt washed over me. What have I done? I'd robbed my little boy of a normal life. Is that something you think about a lot? Dr. Banner never looked up after he asked his question. He just continued to line up the action figures along with Nathan. Yeah, I used to get teased about it a lot, Nathan answered flippantly. Really? Dr. Banner's voice held surprise, and it brought me back to the night before with the pictures. Yeah, some of the kids in school used to say it was my fault they weren't married. And why aren't my parents together when everyone else's parents are? Nathan's voice sounded wary, but he never broke away from playing. I was silently waiting for Jimmy to make an appearance. Nathan, do you think that your mom and dad living separating is your fault? Pain started to throb from my wrist. I looked down to see Bella's hand wrapped around it, slowly cutting off the circulation. Bella, I whispered. Breath. She didn't even blink as she stared at Nathan, who had paused. He was no longer holding onto a toy, and it looked like he was deep in though. I don't know, Nathan shrugged. Dr. Banner didn't say anything further, but Nathan pipped up to add, my grandma used to say bad things about my mom. I know she thinks it was my fault. Bella gasped, and I saw red. I knew my family, or at least thought most of my family, didn't think highly of Bella. However, I had never allowed Nathan to hear any of their words. The second they would start talking about Bella, we left, period. To now find out my mom was trashing talking Bella in front of Nathan infuriated me. Bella immediately looked to me with a pained expression. I swear to God, Bella, never with me there. Never. I tried to soothe, but I didn't know if she believed me or not. I added it as another mental note for later. Your grandma told you this? Dr. Banner asked for clarification. Well, no, she didn't know I was listening. I didn't like hearing her talk about my mom, so I'd stop listening, but she doesn't like her. Nathan's face fell before returning to the toys. He had lined each of the action figures up and had now started pairing them up to play. It's no your fault, Drive, Banner stated, and Nathan looked up. Your mom and dad not being together, it's not your fault, he stated again. Nathan nodded, but it was unconvincing. I knew it was something we would have to address as a family. So tell me about your friends, Drive, Banner prodded. Well, I was friends with Corey and Millie in school. They were my best friends, but I haven't seen them in a while, so I don't know if we're friends anymore. Jimmy is my new friend. Tell me about Jimmy, Nathan. What is he like? Dr. Banner's tone of voice seemed to shift, but I wasn't sure if Nathan caught it or not. Well, he's strong and talkative. He was there for me when I was gone, always made sure I could stay up. He helps me when I feel scared. Nathan shrugged, and I felt nauseous. Dr. Banner and Nathan continued to play and talk for a while longer before pulling Bella and I into his office across the hall. Although the door remained open so Nathan could see us, he was so far away he couldn't hear us. Well, drive. Banner sat down at his desk. The good news is, Nathan is adjusting well. He seems to be handling Edward moving into the house well, and the stability that provides is only going to help. The bad news is, he seems to have programmed himself to believe situations he had no control over are his fault. That is fixable, but it'll take time. He needs positive reinforcement more than anything. Don't harp on the issue or constantly remind him. Go off his cues. He looked up at me to ensure I knew what he meant, and I nodded. The mixed news is, I'm not sure I feel comfortable diagnosing Nathan with dissociative identity disorder yet. I have no plans to try to make Nathan revert, but you said last night was brought on by stress? Bella and I both nodded. I want both of you to continue to monitor the pattern and behavior. The truth boils down to once this diagnosis is made, there is no going back. There is no cure, there is no medication that will fix it, and all we can do is try to help Nathan M. Urge the personalities to keep it from reoccurring. Because he seemed to show no signs of this disorder before his kidnapping, I'm less inclined to jump at a diagnosis. Not that it won't come to it, but I'm saying I'd like more time. Bella looked over at me with tears in her eyes, and I nodded. I understood the situation drive. Banner was in, and I knew diagnosing children was not easy, especially with DID. Now, I'd like to see Nathan back in here on Mondays and Thursdays, is that okay? Yes, Bella answered, and we began setting up appointments. Nathan, Bella called out. Cleanup time, you okay, doctor? Banner asked me as I looked onto Bella and Nathan. Do you know a drive? Devin? He nodded. I think I'm going to go talk to him. Good man, good doctor, was all he said before we left. The ride home was a bit exhausting, but I had a lot of things flowing through my mind. Nathan was passed out by the time we parked in Bella's driveway, so I carried him in and tucked him into his bed. When I walked into the living room, I was not surprised to see Bella waiting for me. I sat down opposite of her and waited for her to speak. Bella opened her mouth and shut it several times before hanging her head and crying. I took a deep breath before standing up to walk over to her. I took a seat on the couch and wrapped one arm around her back. I'm sorry, I whispered, and Bella's hand shot out to shut me up. I just don't get it. She sobbed. Why would anyone want to hurt him? What did she hope to accomplish? I don't know, I whispered as I rubbed her back. Bella had been strong and calm and collected for weeks, and I could see her breaking. Not only was there a lack of support for her, but she just naturally carried too much on her shoulders. I knew I needed to do something to take some of the burden off her, but I wasn't sure exactly what that would be yet. I can't believe Esme would. Bella shook her head as she started to calm down. Me either. I never heard her speak like that around Nathan, never ever. I'd never allow her to, I reaffirmed. I'm sure her and Tanya had a Bella hate fest going on while you weren't around. Bella rolled her eyes, but she was probably right. Tanya and my mom were close. It would make sense if they were together while Tanya had Nathan. Will he get better? Bella point-blank asked. I don't know, but I know I'll do whatever possible to make sure of it. Dr. Banner is a good doctor, and I agreed with what he said earlier. We can't jump to any diagnosis. Bella nodded, and I knew she was done, emotionally and physically. I'm going to look through some paperwork. Why don't you go lay down and take a nap while Nathan is out? Bella agreed and left for her room. Right as Bella went out of my line of sight, my cell phone went off. I looked down to see Emmett calling. He called and asked if we could get together soon to talk. He had something he wanted to discuss with me in person, so I let him know that I'd talk to Bella about him coming over the next day. Rosalie and Bella seemed close at the hospital, so maybe having her over for a while would give Bella a bit of a break to relax and just be normal for a little while. I then pulled out the number my dad gave me and called. I knew Drive. Devin wouldn't be working on a Saturday afternoon, but, at the very least, I could leave a voicemail. I was shocked when he not only answered, but that my dad had given me his personal cell phone number. Had I known that, I would have waited until Monday, but he assured me it was not a problem and he would see me whenever I wanted. I joked if that night would be too soon and was floored when Dr. Devin said he would meet me at the cafe outside the hospital at 7 that evening. When I got off the phone, I realized it was getting closer to dinner time. And I'd have to explain to Bella that I needed to go out that night. Nathan was still asleep, so I decided to invade the kitchen. Everything was neatly organized with an organized weekly menu on the refrigerator. Bella was definitely a planner, that was for sure. Tonight was supposed to be spaghetti with meatball and garlic bread. Figuring that couldn't be too hard, I started to pull out the ingredients. After I had everything lined up on the counter, I started to think about what to do next when I heard a laugh from behind. I turned around to see a wide-eyed Bella staring at me. "This looks oddly familiar," she chuckled before coming to my rescue. "Let me help," she sighed as she took the spoon from my hand. Nathan's tiny body rested on her shoulder as he slept. "I was trying to do something nice for you." I sighed back dejected. It was my night off from school in the hospital, so I planned on making Bella a special dinner. She wouldn't be happy with me ordering in, but I figured cooking was safe. I had bought everything the cookbook said you needed for spaghetti, but I wasn't very good at following directions. I found myself skipping around, and it was about to go up in flames when Bella walked in. "At least let me hold him." I held out my hands open as Bella placed our 1-month-old son in them. He was so tiny and still so sleepy that was when he wasn't screaming the majority of the day away. "He really is an angel," I muttered, and Bella gave a hem. "Thank you," I spoke, but Bella thought I meant about taking over cooking. When I clarified that I meant thank you for Nathan, she just smiled at me and muttered that he was worth it. "I guess it does," I half laughed, half joked. "Need some help?" she asked, and I nodded. I held up my hands in defeat, but this time she directed me on what to do versus just doing it herself. As I stirred the sauce, I remembered about tonight. "I'll be gone for a little while tonight," I announced. Bella looked over at me with a curious expression. "I told you I wanted to talk to someone." "Well," I called, "and he said he'd meet with me tonight." "I think my dad called to warn him." Bella nodded and we continued to cook side by side until Nathan woke up. He had slept most of the afternoon away, so I wasn't sure how soon he'd go to sleep that night, but I made sure to say goodnight before I left the house. Nathan's face looked broken, but I continued to assure and reassure him that I would be back. Bella put on a movie and that seemed to placate him. "Don't be late," Bella said sternly. We had decided I would be home before 9 and told Nathan as such. I had no intentions of missing that curfew. When I arrived at the cafe, I wasn't surprised to see Devin already waiting. You would have needed to be blind to miss him, but he had chosen a remote table in the back that was away from the Saturday night crowd. To the outside we looked like colleagues talking, but there was much more than that going on. "So, be honest, my dad called you?" I questioned the second I sat down. "You're very smart, Edward, and yes, your father may have called." Dr. Devin was an older man who I was pretty sure I'd passed a time or two in the hallways. But we never stopped to talk. He was newer and had no wife or kids that I knew of. People raved about him, but I didn't really know him. "He was concerned about your reputation, but I assured him that if you saw me, nothing would happen to your career." I nodded. "Of course, my father thought of my career. Why think of me?" "I don't really know how this works," I admitted honestly. I was slightly annoyed already, and that wasn't the best mindset to start our session feeling. "It's simple. I ask questions, you answer. You talk, I listen, and vice versa." I nodded and he began. "So, tell me why you wanted to talk to someone." 2 months ago I was married to someone who I thought I liked. My family wasn't perfect, but was somewhat normal. I thought I was a good enough father to my son, but I was wrong, and I'm slowly starting to realize I let my work invade my life. "What changed?" he asked. "Well, my son was kidnapped and almost murdered. My wife was behind his kidnapping. My mom wrote a note trying to exonerate my wife. My parents are now divorcing, and I have realized things about my son's mother that I never knew before. Oh, and I was the equivalent of a present, deadbeat dad." I laughed at the mockery which was now my life. "Okay, let's start from the beginning, shall we?" Dr. Devin instructed. "Okay," I answered while simultaneously taking a deep breath. "Tell me about your childhood," he prompted. "Well, I grew up as the baby in a family of 3 children. Emmett, the oldest, has always been a strong role model to me. He is bulkier than me, more outgoing, and always got along with everyone. Alice, my older sister, could pout and almost always get her way. We didn't get along well as kids, but as adults we do okay. My mom stayed home and always went above and beyond when it came to parties, functions, and stuff. My dad worked but always made time for us. I shrugged. Honestly, if you took away the money, my life was pretty ordinary, at least I thought it was. Who would you say was your strongest role model growing up? He asked. My mom. It didn't even take me a second to think about that answer. It just hit me, and I opened my mouth. And your earliest memory of your mom? He nodded his head for me to continue. It took me a second before I responded. Piano lessons. I was 3, maybe 4, when I started. Old always sit in the far corner of the room and listen as I played. Whenever I would hit a wrong note, she'd say something she wanted me to be perfect. How did that make you feel? Dr. Devin pushed. At the time, I just wanted to be better. I wanted to make her proud of me. Her opinion meant everything. Hearing myself talk was nausea-inducing. Puzzle pieces started to click together, but I knew I needed to go in order. Jumping around in therapy wouldn't work, right? Were you always like that as a child? Wanting to make your mom proud of you? For sure, whether it was piano, or later on school. I always wanted her to smile at me and tell me I did a good job. She didn't say it often, but when she did, I held on to it. I'm starting to see a pattern, I sighed. I felt slightly dejected. Had I had loved a life that wasn't my own? I was over 30 years old, and those were 30+ years living for someone who wasn't me. Edward, drive, Devin stated in a scolding manner. Self-pity won't make you better. I can see your brain working, but you need to focus on the here and now. We talk about the past to learn from it, to realize things you never saw before, but never for this to turn self-loathing. I understand. I sighed. I knew he was right. However, saying and doing are two very different things, and, like everything else, it would take time. Well, it's been our hour. Would you like to keep talking or begin again a different day? I appreciated him giving me the option. As long as I was out of the cafe by 8:30, I would make it home before 9 with time at spare. So I told him I was free to keep going for a little while longer. So, you've said your mom was the pinnacle of your life. Where did your dad fit in? Suddenly, I felt nervous and uneasy. He obviously knew my dad well. Would he question his character because of what I said? Edward, ignore who I know, and answer the question. Was this doctor a mind reader? He was there for big events, school plays, piano recitals, that sort of thing. However, day-to-day was left to my mom. If I needed to talk to someone, my mom was my only option. I knew he was proud of me, but I just didn't put as much value in his opinion. I shook my head lightly, because I felt like the words I was trying to say weren't coming out properly. Is it a fair guess to say you became a doctor because your father is one? No, my dad being a doctor actually made me not want to be one. My mom pushed me. She said I'd make an excellent doctor, so I silenced myself and dropped my head. Finish your thought, he commanded gently. I just did it. I never questioned. I just fuck. As much as I wanted to smash my head into the table, I remembered our setting and didn't want to cause a scene. I think this is a good ending point. Drive, Devin stated while glancing at his watch. If you'd like, I'm willing to meet with you Tuesday and Saturday evenings, here, at the same time. I nodded. Now, onto your homework for Tuesday. My head snapped up. Yes, homework. I'd like you to make a list with 2 columns. On one side, decisions you made to make your mom proud. On the other, decisions you've made for yourself. I nodded. Again. Good. Now get on home. You can't be late. Dr. Devin left me sitting at the table at exactly 8:30. Yup, a mind reader. The drive home was uneventful, and I was parked, and out of the car, long before 9 o'clock. I walked in to find Nathan and Bella sitting on the couch, huddled together with a tornado of books in their wake. I smiled at the sight. Hey, I called, and Nathan's attention snapped to me. His face lit up like a Christmas tree, and I knew I had done well. As much as I hated leaving him, I knew it was needed. I told Nathan one more book before bed, Bella explained, and I nodded. I walked over and sat next to Nathan, opposite of Bella. After another 10 minutes of reading and storytelling, Nathan was out. Bella moved to pick him up, but I asked if I could. She nodded, and I took over. After placing Nathan safely in his bed, I checked his window to ensure the lock was still in place. I was still paranoid of Tanya. After my last talk with Charlie, I knew the case was running cold. It was as if Tanya disappeared from the world, because there was absolutely no trace of her anywhere. My grandmother hadn't bailed my mom out yet, but I figured it as just a matter of time for her to show up too. When she did, I would not turn back into her puppet. Bella was cleaning up the books when I walked into the living room. Wordlessly, I moved to help her, and in a blink of an eye, the books were back on the shelves. We both stood there for a second, an awkward silence surrounding us. How did it go? Bella eventually asked. Good, I rushed out. I mean, really good. It made me realize a lot. We're going to keep meeting Tuesdays and Saturdays. That's good. Therapy can be good, Bella muttered. Have you ever gone? I questioned. Her comment seemed like she had, but I hadn't known of any such occurrence. Yeah, when Nathan was little, it helped. Bella shrugged, and I stood there aghast. How had I not known? What? It was none of your business. Bella answered my unasked question. Crap, was everyone a mind reader tonight? Sorry, I didn't mean. I shut up for a second. I just didn't know. I know, I didn't want you to. She shrugged. Why? I realized my tone and spoke up again. I mean, why would you care if I knew or not? At the time, Bella's voice grew quiet. I didn't trust you not to hold it against me in court or something. If I was shocked before, nothing compared to this. I just stood, cold in my place. Would Bella really think that I would take Nathan from her? I would never, I began, but she put her hand up. You didn't see things like I did. She shook her head. Anyways, I saw someone to deal with some unresolved issues from my mom abandoning me. It helped, and I stopped seeing her, no big deal. Bella, I began. Edward, is there going to be an, I'm sorry, or any other variation of that sentiment in your next statement? I nodded. Then, I don't want to hear it. I know you're sorry, let your actions speak for you. So far, so good. She smiled before retreating to her room. But, Bella, I kept talking. I don't know why my filter wasn't turning off. But it wasn't. Why would you think that? Edward, Bella's voice turned hard and I knew I was pushing her. It didn't stop me though. Look, drive. Devin just told me we have to go over the past to see what we missed before. Obviously. Why I missed something that would cause you to feel that way. I need to know what that was. I pleaded and I watched Bella's face momentarily soften. You took me to court, she eventually ground out. I didn't. I shook my head back and forth. Fine, Esme took me to court, but you still signed the form, she accused. Mom, what is this? I yelled as soon as I spotted the signed affidavit accusing Bella of drug use during and after her pregnancy, and drinking binges. When I spotted my signature with a notary stamp, I flipped. What the fuck? I didn't sign this. Oh honey, it's just a formality that I didn't want to pull you out of class to handle. So, I wrote it up, and signed it for you. I stared slack-jawed and stormed off with the forms in hand. Everyone was due in court in 2 hours and I had only gone to see my mother to try to change her mind. I had no idea she was filing on my behalf until I saw everything. Bella had closed down to me, only allowing me the minimal of time with Nathan, and I didn't understand why. Now I did. I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Bella's number. She answered on the second ring, but her voice was cold. I'm getting this dropped. I'm so sorry my mom is doing this. But I swear I'm not behind this. I just saw the papers and I'm going to the courthouse now. God, I'm sorry. I rattled off as I weaved in and out of traffic. I didn't hear Bella give a reply before hanging up on me. So what really happened then? Bella's voice was growing more distant. I raced in and yelled at anyone I had to until I got to the judge's chambers. I explained his situation and he thanked me for my time and honesty. That's when everything was dropped. I didn't know until later the only reason why the charges I put against my mom didn't stick were because she bought her way out of them. I explained and Bella just nodded. So you really never wanted to take Nathan away from me? Her voice sounded small. God no, you're his mother. I would have never done that. Bella, why do you think I volunteered to stay on your couch and moved in like 4 doors down from you? He needed you. Sure, I was important, but you, God, Bella, you were irreplaceable. I had hoped Bella would see the sincerity behind my words, but I wasn't sure. Bella, I told you all of this when it happened, when we sat down to talk about it. Did you not believe me? No, not really. She didn't even pause. I honestly, though, you were just covering your ass. I wasn't. I had no idea she had done that. I placed my hand on top of hers and to my surprise she didn't pull away. Thank you for telling me. Bella's voice remained low. She took to leave, but stopped for a second. Edward, what I don't understand is, you obviously saw your mom could be evil. Why did you keep taking her side? I put too much faith in her opinion of me, I started. Growing up, she always pushed me to be perfect. With everything: piano, school, manners, how I dressed. I sighed. Everything. At the time I didn't realize exactly how much of my self-worth was built off of her opinion, but I'm starting to see I was living more for her than I was for me. Bella looked thoughtful for a second before sitting back down. Go on, she gently pushed. At the time I knew how wrong she was and I even filed with the court, but I saw how far that got me. It took a few months before I started talking to her again. We weren't talking all that much, so I doubt you noticed, but I stopped answering her calls. I just didn't want to deal with her, and then the holidays came and at the urging of Alec. I called and it was like I was sucked back into that world again. I remember that. Bella nodded her head in that direction. For a while I thought you were finally seeing the light, becoming more of you. You even seemed happier. Until Christmas. Then you went back to who I knew before. She shrugged, but I could see the pain behind her eyes. I started wondering how many times Bella had gotten her hopes up that I had changed, just to have them crushed a few days later. Look, Edward, honestly, I've never thought of you as a bad guy. You made poor choices and got your priorities wrong, but you know that now and it's showing. Nathan is happier every day for it and it's nice to have someone to talk to juggle all of this. She waved her hands all around indicating the life we now lived in. This may be hard to believe, but I think of your house as the closest to a home I've been in since I lived with my parents. I like it here. I like always being there for Nathan, and for you when you need me, I replied honestly. I know I'm still a little slow at times, but I promise not to attempt cooking again without your direction. Bella laughed a real laugh. The kind of laugh that makes you. Our cheeks hurt because you laughed so hard. Something I hadn't heard from her in years. We exchanged good nights before I went off to secure the house. When I laid down to sleep that night I wasn't expecting to feel a hollowness in my heart, but it was undeniable. I knew it would be difficult not to think about where I would be or what I would have if I had stood up for myself sooner, but Bella just seemed so perfect. Blank. The next morning I woke up early to find Nathan in my bed again, telling me breakfast was ready. The morning moved much like the preview's day with breakfast at the kitchen table. Nathan seemed to keep himself occupied with his toys, book, or whatever interested him at the present time. His leg was still weak so he didn't stand too long, and I noticed him trying to use his arm more than he should. When he grew tired, shortly before noon, Bella suggested a nap and he agreed. As he made his way to his room, it occurred to me that each time he played independently he was never alone. I moved, he moved. Bella moved, he moved. He would sit on the couch with a book, but only if someone was with him. Yet, in his room, he didn't require an extra body. Jimmy. If Nathan thought Jimmy was in his room too, it would make sense. Which meant Jimmy was only there when we weren't. As I started putting more pieces together, I realized that LL signs were pointing towards an extreme imaginary friend versus an actual diagnosis of DID. That was good, but I'd need to continue to monitor it. I flipped a page in the notebook I was writing in to jot down a few notes for Dr. Banner. When I flipped the sheet back, I felt like it was staring at me, mocking me. I was doing my homework for Dr. Devon, but the list in which I had to fight out the decisions I made solely by myself wasn't very long. I also feared for the forest that would need to be cut down for me to write a full list of decisions my mom played a part in. For that side, I stuck with just major decisions. When Bella came in asking about lunch, it reminded me of Emmett's phone call from the day before. Crap, I forgot. Yesterday Emmett said he wanted to come over for a bit. I rushed out. He said he had something to talk to me about in person. I didn't want to assume, so I thought I'd ask. Bella sighed. She was irritated. Edward, where do you live? She asked, completely changing the subject. Here? I raised an eyebrow. Then why are you asking permission? Can't you decide if you want to see someone or not? She sighed. It wasn't a passive sigh though, it was a sigh of frustration. I didn't want to assume, I started, but she just shook her head. Edward, make your own decisions. As long as it's not them, I don't care who you have over. Bella just stared at me until I nodded. She then stepped into the kitchen. I pulled out my phone and relayed the message. Emmett and Rosalie were at the door in 30 minutes. Rosalie greeted me with a smile before she left to search for Bella. Confused by Rosalie's warm welcoming, I showed Emmett to the living room. After taking a seat on the couch, I waited for him to start talking, but he looked so nervous. Just spit it out, I pushed. After Bella's minor snap at me, my patience was wearing thin, and Nathan would be up soon. What would you think of Rosalie and I buying a house? He shifted like he was uncomfortable, in Forks. My eyes widened for a second as I took in his words. Emmett in Forks? Rosalie and Emmett were known for their world travels, never staying in any one place for too long, and working from the road. Why would they want a house here? I don't see the problem, but why? My intent was not to act like I didn't want Emmett to be more local. I did. I appreciated them setting up camp at my parents' house while we needed their support, but I assumed once everything normalized, they'd just leave again until the next holiday get-together. Emmett's nerve dissipated from his features, and his mouth turned up into a smile. Rosalie is pregnant, he announced happily. To say I was shocked was a mild understatement. Last I knew, Rosalie couldn't have children, or so they thought. That's awesome, really great, I'm happy for you. I stumbled through my words. I'm so glad you think so. We were actually coming home to tell everyone when everything happened, and Rosa. Lai wasn't sure how much longer she could hide it, like physically, Emmett rattled off. Since Nathan's kidnapping, that would mean. Yeah, I know, she's already 24 weeks and just now starting to really show. We were waiting until a safer time to tell people, anyways, after all of our losses. His face grew serious. But it's really happening now, it's a boy. We haven't decided on a name yet. Anyways, we need to settle down somewhere and fast. Forks seems like a good town, even if it's not for the rest of our lives. Plus, it's close to everyone. We found a house and put in an offer, just waiting for it to be accepted. I nodded. Emmett's phone rang, and he said it was the realtor, so he stepped outside. Emmett, a father. I never thought I'd see the day, but I was genuinely happy for him. Realizing I was thirsty, I headed for the kitchen. I could hear Rosalie and Bella's voices, and it kept me from entering. Like a stalker, I listened, yet again. That is really wonderful, Rose, Bella reassured her. If you want me to help plan a shower, it'll keep it out of Alice's hands. Oh, thank God. I don't think I couldn't handle her planning the whole thing. Rosalie sounded relieved. You look upset, Rosalie noted. Oh God, did we come at a bad time? Are you two fighting already? What? No, nothing like that. I just miss it sometimes. Bella's voice grew quiet and for a minute no one spoke. Did you always want more than one? Rosalie finally asked. Yeah, I always envisioned 3 or 4, maybe even 5. Bella laughed and I had no idea what they were talking about. It just wasn't in the cards for me. I have Nathan, so I should be thankful for him. Not everyone is lucky enough to have one. And I'm complaining to you, God. I'm sorry. Don't be, Rosalie reassured. Several years ago, I would have bitten your head off, but I get it. However, you don't have to be single for life. There are other men out there. I know that, Bella replied. But between writing, Nathan, and living in Forks, I haven't met anyone who makes me want to make the time or even try. I don't want to be my mom. Not that again, Rosalie whined. What? It's true. I swear sometimes you and Alice are just waiting for the day where I tell everyone I've been waiting 9 years for Edward to love me. I heard a scoff noise. The truth is, I haven't. I wouldn't wait around for him, and I'm single by choice. Leave it be, if you say so. Rosalie then grew quiet. Look, okay, I'm going to say this, and then I'm done, I swear. I understand why you'd want nothing to do with him. Hell. I'm not even sure he deserves your friendship. But I know a part of him died when he truly realized, the father he turned into. I know Edward enough to know he will fight tooth and nail to fix and build their relationship to the strongest it can be. And, when Edward turns his sights on you, well, I love you, Bella, but you don't stand a chance. He'll sweep you off your feet before you even realizing it. And when he does, I'll be toasting to you finally getting laid. Bella shrieked, and Rosalie laughed. Daddy? Nathan's voice caused me to jump. I turned around to see my wide-eyed boy staring right at me. Yes, Nathan, I whispered. It's not nice to eavesdrop, he lightly scolded before walking into the kitchen. Emmett walked back into the house a few seconds later with a smile plastered to his face. They had gotten the house. Blank. Life seemed to speed up after that afternoon. Every Monday and Thursday morning, we'd religiously bring Nathan to Dr. Banner's office. From his sessions, we were able to learn that Tanya truly hadn't been abusive to Nathan. When Dr. Banner asked about what he thought of her, he shrugged. Bella had no idea that I knew she was constantly picking him up early, but I did. She was slightly irritated at me when that revelation came out. So what? Bella threw her hands up. You just gave up on him. No fuck, it's just, I got to this point. And I just I'm sorry. I don't know. I was so frustrated with this talk and with myself. I just wanted to run. Not good enough, Edward, Bella snapped. If you can't figure out why, you can't stop it from happening again. Look, I just got to this point where if he wasn't with me then I knew you'd take care of him. I used Nathan as an escape from Tanya. Bella gasped, and I wasn't sure if it was from my revelation or the use of Tanya's name. A few weeks into therapy, we started sitting down every night to talk. Rarely did it get heated, but tonight was an exception. What do you mean an escape? Bella's voice turned eerily calm. I wasn't happy, I stated. Bullshit, she called, and I knew I had a lot of explaining to do. That night in therapy, drive, Devin and I had talked about Tanya, my initial attraction, and when things began to fall apart. That was when I realized, the same time I had begun pushing Nathan away lined up to the time Tanya started inviting herself out with us. I used to take him for ice cream and then she wanted to come. Or to the park. She wanted to be there, but I didn't want her there, so instead of just saying no, I pushed Nathan and Tanya back at the same time. Look, I'm a good actor? I shrugged. I thought I loved her, I really did. I really wanted to. I've realized by talking to Dr. Devin that I put way too much value in my mom's opinion. It wasn't right, and I'm not using it as an excuse, but it is what it is. By doing that, the second my mom accepted her, I was done. I was having second thoughts for months before the wedding, but I brushed them off as nerves. I even considered walking out on my wedding day, but then I felt guilty, so I went with it. We didn't live with each other before, and I just couldn't handle her around me all the time, so I'd do extra things with Nathan. Then when she started inviting herself along, I pushed away. It wasn't right, and I'll forever feel guilty, but it's what I did and why. I'm not proud of it, but it's something I won't let happen again. I'm going to therapy to figure out how my life got this way, not to excuse it, but to make sure it never happens again. So I'm sorry you don't like my answer, or agree with it, but it's all I have to give. I finished my ramble and looked up at Bella. She appeared thoughtful but didn't speak. We sat there for several minutes before she finally opened her mouth. So everything was about your mom? Bella asked. Yeah, it's what I'm starting to see. One of the first things he had me do was make a list. Decisions I made with her influence and without. The list of without was God, so short, I had two things. Two things to like a million I did because of her or with her in mind. Bella nodded. If that's the case then I never stood a chance, did I? Her question caught me off guard and my eyes snapped to hers. Her face was emotionless, but her eyes gave it all away. The hurt, the frustration, the not understanding. No, Bella nodded again before leaving the room for her own. Blank. And do you still think this was a wise move? Dr. Devin asked at our next therapy session. I had been seeing him for over a month now, but we'd be missing our next session because of Thanksgiving. I don't know, I answered honestly. I mean, I think it was. I need to be honest with her, right? You do, yes. How did she react to the news that she never stood a chance with you? He pushed for an answer. She just sat there, her eyes started to water, and she just looked. So I don't know, rejected, maybe? I was grasping for answers. Our talk had happened a few weeks ago, but I hadn't really brought it up in therapy before, and Bella and I hadn't talked about that night again. Edward, did it ever occur to you that maybe Bella has been shouldering some of the blame for your failed relationship? Remind me again, what did you do once your family blew up? I sighed. He had made me say this at almost every session, and it felt like a punishment. Out of everything, this was my worst offense to Bella so far. We left my parents' house because Bella didn't feel comfortable staying for the night. I rented a hotel, checked her in, left her and went back to talk to my family. I listened to my mom go on and on about her lack of character and morals, and I believed it. When my mom suggested it was a plan set up, I freaked and started questioning everything. I got angry with Bella and didn't go back to the hotel until the following afternoon, even after ignoring her attempts to call me. When I showed back up at the hotel, Bella looked like a wreck, and I treated her with disdain. And it never occurred to you that Bella would question herself? Dr. Devin continued to push. No, I mean, at the time I was an idiot listening to someone I shouldn't have. When I realized I was wrong, it was too late, I informed him. Edward, when did you realize Bella wasn't the gold-digging whore your mother claimed her to be? He went on to ask. When she broke up with me, I answered without a moment's hesitation. Why? He grilled. I could just tell she just looked so defeated, almost like I had broken her. When I tried to talk to her about it later, she wouldn't even give me the chance. She just reminded me that we were going to be parents, so we needed to get along and hash out the details. So I dropped it. Okay, Edward, let's say Bella gave you a second chance. What would have happened when your mom found out? He asked and I shrugged. Don't play dumb. What would you have done? I would like to think I would have stood up for myself, I answered truthfully. Do you think Bella had any reason to believe that? He asked another question and the light bulb went off. When my head landed on the table, I knew we were done for the night. I swear this was becoming a nightly occurrence with him. What's my homework? I asked as he stood to leave. Enjoy Thanksgiving. I'll see you next week. Dr. Devin tipped his hat and left. Blank, underscore, blank. Thanksgiving came and went. My dad, Alice, Jasper, Emmett, and Rosalie all squeezed into Bella's house to celebrate with a turkey and enough side dishes to feed Ethiopia. Apparently everyone, me included, felt it was important that Nathan have every type of food imaginable. Now that his sling and leg brace were both gone, he spent most of the time jumping around or play tackling with Emmett. I would catch Bella smiling as she stared at him. Her face looked almost wistful, but shush. He was always quick to wipe any trace off her face in seconds. I only noticed because, well, I had been noticing her a lot more lately. We were talking more, which was a good thing, but it was also hard. Because I had to own a lot of what I had done to her. I was able to get her to admit that she felt responsible for not giving Nathan the best life she could, but like Dr. Devin had said, she saw no reason why I would stand up to my mom. So she shut herself down. I admitted to her a lie that I had told her and then I sat in the living room while she cried for 5 minutes. Oh my God, you're okay. Bella rushed over, and by all appearances, hadn't slept a wink. I had thought for sure she would have slept while I was gone, but both beds were completely made, and her suitcase wasn't even unpacked. I thought something had happened to you. She hugged me. Yeah, sorry. I stayed up late talking to my mom and then sorta passed out. I brushed her off. Oh, Bella sounded rejected. How did it go? Not good, really, I answered honestly. My mom thinks you're after our last name and money. Bella stopped cold. I would never. I know, I answered, but I didn't believe myself. Realizing Bella hadn't eaten, we left to find food and flew out that night. That afternoon I had failed to mention that my mother thought Bella had planned the entire thing. At the time, it semi-made sense to me, but now I was just an idiot. Back then, it was weird that neither one of us remembered much after drinking our drinks, how we wound up in her dorm, on a day she was ovulating, and then every interest I had, she also shared. We loved the same books, the same movies, the same music, and so forth. What raised suspicions then, now made me look at Bella like I had missed out on someone who could have been my true soulmate. Bella sat stoically through my confession. She didn't even blink. When I was done talking, she walked away. I continued to sit in the chair for 5 minutes before she came back. Edward, I'm an adult, so I won't ignore you. However, right now, I can't look at you. She walked away with tears in her eyes. On one hand, I was happy to have the truth out there. I wanted Bella to know that none of this was her fault. But on the other hand, I had hurt her. I didn't like that feeling. Blank, underscore, blank. When Nathan was around, Bella acted fine, I explained. But the second he left, she turned into the second Antarctica. Did you expect differently? Dr. Devin asked. No, not really, I replied. I know I hurt her, but I just wish I could erase all of the hurt. She didn't deserve this. She did nothing wrong. Does she know this? He wondered out loud. God, I hope so, I answered. Okay, now back to where we were. When did money become an issue with Bella? After the trip to see my parents. Up until that point, whenever we went out she let me pay. We were dating, so I didn't think anything of it. A few days after we got back, though, she shoved an envelope full of money under my door. It was enough to cover every coffee, every dinner, even the plane ticket and hotel, I rattled off. After that, she let me pay for nothing. So then you broke up, correct? I nodded. How about money once Nathan was born? Oh God, how much time do we have? I laughed. I rented an apartment in Bella's apartment complex. She couldn't keep her dorm because of Nathan, so she found a small studio off campus. We had planned that I would take him when I could, just for a little while, and she'd pump. Well, that failed when Nathan didn't take a bottle, so I lived on her couch. He was only a few weeks old when I wanted to make her something to eat. I opened her entire kitchen up, and she had almost nothing. Some bread, peanut butter, water, maybe a few other things. But nothing a new mom, hell a breastfeeding mom, should be eating. So I ordered Chinese and just assumed Bella hadn't gone grocery shopping. She came out of the shower dressed and as refreshed as she could be. And I told her about the food, and her face dropped. She went to her wallet and pulled out the last $10 bill she had, and God, the look on her face. I tried to refuse, but she wouldn't let me. So I fought her. It took the reminder that her lack of food could affect her breast milk supply to get her to cave. But the prospect of buying formula terrified her. So she told me I could buy groceries. But she didn't want actual money. I made sure his diapers were stacked, wipes were filled, and so forth, along with her kitchen. I think my first trip to the grocery store. Why I spent a little over $500 just buying everything I could think of, in case she changed her mind later. A few weeks later, I started writing her a check for $1,000 a month. I asked my dad for more control over my trust fund, and he gave it to me. It took Bella 6 months to cash them, but then she did, and we never really fought over money again. I was out of breath by the time I stopped talking. How did Bella react when you bought things for Nathan? I rolled my eyes at the memories. I would have to pretend to lose receipts just to get her to keep things I purchased, whether it was diapers, wipes, clothes, toys or what have you. She didn't want to accept it, or just told me to keep it at my place. How did you decide what to buy? Dr. Devon asked, and I was momentarily confused. I stopped. Fuck, did it ever occur to you that maybe Bella had an opinion, and you never took the time to ask? This was my head-to-table moment. Edward, instead of calling your mom, you should have called Bella. You need to realize this for the future. Instead of bullying or lying to get your way, just be honest with her. I nodded my head into the table. Which reminds me, how are you doing on admitting your past lies to her? 1 out of 3 so far, I replied as I sat back up. I'm going to talk to her about the gifts tonight. He nodded. Speaking of your mom, what's the latest word? He asked as he began to gather his belongings up. Well, she's out. Her mom bailed her out a few weeks ago according to Charlie, but she's made no move to contact me or anyone else outside of my dad. And she's only calling him to fight him over the divorce. I shrugged. And before you ask, Tanya is still a cold case. Your homework is to listen to Bella's words before making decisions for her. He instructed before leaving me at the table. 8:30, on the dot, just like always. The cold, crisp air hit me as I exited the cafe. A white clean layer of snow lined the area, and I realized I needed to get home before it got much worse. Home. It was so much easier to think of Bella's house as my home now. Nathan was recovering quickly, and only a few short weeks after Christmas he'd be back in school. His therapy had been going remarkably well with absolutely no reverting. He would talk about Jimmy as a person, versus letting him speak for him. We still saw Dr. Banner twice a week, but it was more focused on his nightmares than a personality disorder. Nathan passed out 5 minutes ago, Bella informed me when I came into the living room. How did it go? I think if I told you I'm sorry a million times, it still wouldn't be enough, I joked. Stop being sorry. I'm over it. It's time for you to move past it too. She smiled before returning to her book. When Nathan was little, I started talking before I put a filter on, and I would buy him gifts. I'd lose receipts on purpose so you had to accept them. While I stilled myself for her response, I was revealing a lie. What I hadn't counted on was Bella laughing at me. Not just a giggle, full-on laughing at me. I wasn't that unobservant, and you weren't that great at being sneaky, I knew. She shrugged, and I felt relieved. God, you'd always forget and then swipe the receipt the second you thought I wasn't looking. I just liked to see you squirm, and I knew I couldn't get you to stop spending money. Oh, I said before sitting down. Bella, why was money such a big deal? Bella looked thoughtful for a minute. Well, I didn't want you to spend money on me because I knew I couldn't always repay you, she started. And with Nathan, well, I didn't want him to grow up ungrateful. I knew your background, and I knew you wanted for nothing your whole life. And although I appreciate the stability for him, I wanted him to have a sense of pride in his things. I mean, Edward, did Nathan really need an exerciser, a jumperoo, a bounce and spin, a swing, a bouncer, a rocking chair? Okay, I get the point. I held my hands up. Bella was right, I wanted the best. Did he need that stuff? No, all he needed was us to lay down a blanket, get on the floor, and play with him. All he ever wanted was attention, Edward. I'm a fool, I muttered as I placed my head in my hands. No, not a fool. You just lost sight of what matters. Now what are you thinking about as far as Christmas gifts go? She eyed me, and really, I hadn't thought about it. Tickets to a Mariners game at the start of the season, I half joked. I did want to take Nathan to a baseball game. He wasn't able to finish out the season, but we'd started playing in the backyard when the weather permitted. Emmett would even come over at times to help while Rosalie and Bella talked. Alice was scarce until Thanksgiving, but I have noticed her popping in more and more. He'd like that, Bella replied honestly, and I was shocked. He needs clothes, some new ones for school, and he's really into the Lego kits where you build a certain thing. He's very hands-on, she commented, and I nodded. That sounds reasonable, I agreed. Alice has been on me about throwing a party, Bella admitted a second later. I'll stop her, I answered. Bella looked skeptical, but I assured her I would. Bella, what are your thoughts on going Christmas shopping together? I asked. Dr. Banner, and even Drive. Devon, had been hinting around the fact that Nathan seemed ready to let go of us for a short period of time, but we weren't ready to let go of him. I wasn't suggesting we leave him for a whole day, but maybe a few hours. Why? Louie headed into Port Angeles and went shopping. Bella started but stopped. What about letting him go fishing with your dad? I suggested. He's been asking, and your dad would love that. It took a lot of work to keep my composure considering I hated my own plan. What if something happened to him? She immediately jumped. You really think your dad would let anything happen to him? I asked skeptically. Well, no, but, she sighed. But what, Bella? I pushed gently. I was taking Drive, Devon's advice and listening instead of forcing my will on her. I'm scared, she whispered. I am too, but it's your idea, she pushed back. I know that, but he's going to start school back in a month. We need at least a practice run or something. I just think we should try. He needs out of this house. And we both trust your dad. You're right, she nodded. We won't be gone too long, a few hours at best, and we can get all our shopping done. I smiled as genuinely as I could, but she just nodded at me. I knew we would eventually have to allow someone else to take charge of Nathan. I just didn't expect it to be so hard. We will continue in next part.